Hola, hola, buenos días. Bueno, buenos días a todos. Vení de Lucas.
De la escalera.
Bueno, bienvenidos al segundo día de GNETWORK. La verdad que tenemos cara de dormido, pero estamos muy contentos con todo lo que viene pasando. Es una semana intensa, pero hace mucho tiempo que venimos trabajando en crear este espacio para que todos nos encontremos y que podamos generar negocios, contactos y seguir trabajando en la inclusión de la comunidad LGBT en el ámbito turístico, sobre todo en la jornada de hoy. Ayer fue un día espectacular. Empezamos con el bloque corporativo, luego tuvimos reunión con todos los que tienen la capacidad o el poder de decidir hacia dónde va la promoción turística de Argentina, y la verdad que estuvo muy concurrido y federal. Y luego fuimos a Centro Cultural Kirchner, que la verdad que nos desbordó. Lamentamos si alguno no pudo haber ingresado, pero sinceramente fue muchísima gente, fue mucha más de la que habíamos esperado.
Sí, buen día a todos, y me sumo a él en pedirle disculpas si alguno de ustedes estuvo ayer y no pudo ingresar. Hubo un primer anuncio al principio de la organización de GNETWORK de que lo íbamos a organizar en el Teatro Colón, que se canceló, y luego se pasó a este nuevo lugar. Por lo tanto había más gente de la que podíamos recibir, y la gente del CCK son muy estrictos con la cantidad de gente. A pesar de eso hicieron una excepción, pero llegó un momento en que nos pusieron un límite y no hubo manera de superarlo. Pasado esta disculpa, quiero agradecerle a todos que comenzamos hoy con el segundo día de GNETWORK, que va a estar enfocado netamente en turismo.
Sí, y una música más. Ustedes habrán visto los programas a los que vienen ya hace años, que hace 5 años que creamos un evento solidario, un espacio para que todos, desde el sector turístico y la comunidad LGBT, podamos colaborar con la comunidad. En este caso es la Asociación Cooperadora del Hospital de Niños Ricardo Gutiérrez. Por favor, vengan, chicos. La idea es que justamente los ubiquen para que tengan la posibilidad de, en algún momento durante la jornada, poder acercarse y ver de qué forma pueden colaborar. Me gustaría si pueden decir cómo.
Hola, buenos días. Primero que todo, muchas gracias por recibirnos y porque las iniciativas se sigan dando y puedan ir creciendo el turismo de Argentina. Nosotros venimos de parte del Hospital Ricardo Gutiérrez, de la cooperadora, y estamos buscando el apoyo de cada persona que nos pueda ayudar para construir un laboratorio biomédico que nos va a permitir a la Argentina poder diagnosticar y tratar enfermedades que son huérfanas, enfermedades muy raras, que hoy en día el sistema público de salud lamentablemente no tiene los medios para atenderlos. De los 1.500 niños que nosotros atendemos todos los días, un gran número, una gran cantidad de esos chicos están presentando estas enfermedades y no los estamos pudiendo atender. Con el apoyo de cada uno de ustedes y la gente en la vía pública, en la calle que nos ve, sabemos que este diciembre, si con mucho esfuerzo, vamos a lograr tener este laboratorio y curar y tratar a muchos más chicos. Así que de antemano muchas gracias y esperamos poder escuchar al salir en el premio. Gracias.
Generalmente la parte solidaria del evento tiene que ver con la cena de cierre, pero que nos gusta tenerlos ahora entre nosotros durante los días en que estamos trabajando. Y cada año sumamos más padrinos a la Asociación Cooperadora. Los invitamos a que se sumen y seamos más. Gracias a todos, y vamos a darle comienzo al día con Mark Scallerud, que él es especialista en redes sociales y en cómo enfocarse en el segmento LGBT como objeto de negocio. ¿Se están preparando?
Le sacaste letra a Hugo.
Ah, le saqué letra a Hugo. Venga, Hugo. Bueno, muchas gracias a todos.
Gracias.
I will try to I will speak a little slower. This is in English, so I will try to, hopefully everyone can either understand or they have the translation. Because what we're going to be speaking about today is some of the more advanced, some of the more newer, cutting-edge ways that you can market yourself and promote destinations, businesses, small and large, on the internet today. And what we're going to do is show you some examples. I'm going to show you an example of what Spain has been doing primarily, but also we're going to talk about Palm Springs and some other campaigns and other projects as well. So, there we go. For any social media, I always put that up, and especially later you'll understand why. Is that if you tag or we talk about any of the things here. This, there we go. That is all my social media accounts that we have, and of course the hashtag for TURISMO LGBT. And in addition, this is kind of the idea, this is the concept that we bring together to the table, which is that all of the different pieces of your marketing, especially online marketing, all come together, whether it's content, pictures, video, and then also banner advertising and email. And I'm going to show you about how well that works. So first, many of you know this, but just to get kind of on the same page, it's all about, these are the kind of the three levels of how the internet has progressed. At the beginning, it used to be that you would browse the internet, you would find things that you liked, and you would save them in your bookmarks. And it was incredible, you had like 1,000 bookmarks, and you were so happy. But then after, you were able to search. Google came along, well over 10 years ago, and said, don't worry about those bookmarks. Let me know what you're looking for, and I'll give you the very, very best results. And we know that, especially in business, that our goal has been to be as confident as we can then. But social media is all about what's called discovery, which is that I don't know what I'm looking for. I go on the internet, I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram, I'm following a hashtag, I'm looking, I don't know whether I'm interested, I'm just looking at my friends, my family that are doing. And it's the discovery, you're discovering things that you didn't know you wanted, which is a big part of how most of us, whenever any destinations or any businesses are really looking at trying to figure out how do you market or promote yourself. It's all about trying to figure out how are we relevant to discovery while also making sure we cover search. So we're going to talk about some of those things as well. So these are the three main categories we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about social media, Facebook, and but targeting, and even banner ads, but how you can target your exact customer in this venue. We're going to show a little bit more about just social media in general, kind of get away into what some of the bloggers and influencers and YouTubers are doing, and then kind of show how all that comes together, especially when you're dealing with different hashtags that you can use to put a campaign together. So this is, I show these because, especially for tourism, this is some of the first opportunities that banner ads that you could actually target them based specifically on interest. So as you can see, of course I know this is all in English, but it's what it's showing is that of course you can target people with a banner on different sites that have shown a very strong interest in, which is like cruise travel, adventure travel. You can start to drill down because all of this is some of the data that's becoming available to us on the internet with targeting. And so as you see here, this is very similar. All of a sudden, just more different ways of different screenshots of all the different opportunities that you have as far as, there's thousands and thousands of these kind of data points. You can reach people that like to backpack, that like to go mountain climbing. So the fact that you can do that on banners is very new. So this is kind of what it looks like here. You're targeting, you have in this case it's for Gay Spain. You're trying to target just gay travelers. So this is a gay website, but they were able to target people that were just specifically interested in travel. So that way they're making sure that those banner ads are being seen by a more qualified audience. But the same goes for even in general. So these are just kind of some of the general gay travel sites out there. And so you can, of course, always target like much more specific to say I want cruise travelers or luxury travelers on these sites. And the QueerTea example shows that you can also target ads on content. So that article is about traveling to Spain. And now there's also an ad that you're able to show about traveling to Spain. So being able to merge those worlds together is kind of a newer thing over the last year or so as far as technology. And of course mobile, we never forget mobile, because mobile is also, not only are you able to target based on certain demographics, but you can focus on region, you can focus on very certain neighborhoods, and be able to reach people when they're on their phones with a small banner ad as well. So you're seeing all these technologies come together, and this is what it looks like. So when you're doing a campaign and you're saying, oh, I want to target gay travelers on these are gay websites primarily in the U.S. But you're able to see how the advertising you as buying the ads are able to kind of look and see exactly which ones perform, which ones do not, how much am I spending. So you have a really, really good detailed analysis as far as all the time as far as how your campaign is going. But now it's Facebook. So I show the banners because that's a kind of a general targeting technology that not everyone realizes is there. So with Facebook, these are tools that are available for everyone, and not everyone knows, because it's only about 6 months old, the level of targeting you have there. So in this case, this is for Spain tourism. So think through it. What it's showing is that we're reaching people that live in New York within a certain age range and so forth. But there's two things you can see. One is people who have shown an interest in traveling to Spain. So all of a sudden, because Facebook knows so much about us and our profiles and our interests, so Facebook knows that there's certain people that have shown an interest in Barcelona, Madrid, in the country, Spain in general. And then as you look, the next layer down, it's on the right, and it says, who've also shown interest in gay travel, IGLTA, different gay travel groups. So see, this is the most micro-targeting that's ever been available to all of us. This is just what's called the Facebook ad audience builder. And you build your audience and then you actually target ads on that. But the fact that you can actually now say, I don't want to just reach gay travelers, which was as good as it used to get. That was the best a year ago, just I want to reach gay travelers or people on a certain site. Now you can be much, much more specific to say, I want to reach gay travelers that are coming to my city or my region. Right? Or you can pick almost any category in a business and put those two pieces together on Facebook. So it's really, really, really qualified, and that's one of the best targeting and advertising you can get today. And it's available for everyone. Everybody can go to just the Facebook ad manager. So this is just showing another example, targeting for tourism, but you notice instead of targeting people that are interested in going to Spain, now we're targeting people that have shown interest in first-class travel, luxury travel. So this is always very important because people have been looking for this for many years, trying to say, how do I reach the higher-end traveler? And in this case, it's, those tools are now available to us. And so these are typical things you could do with that. You could either build picture ads, so you could build ads in Facebook that have imagery, and these are showing for a club, and yeah, they're a little bit racy, but that's a typical club ad. And this is the most usual for all of you, which is that you'll post something. Oops. There we go. When you're posting something, you're posting content, usually an article. And what you're now able to do, of course, many of you have said, oh, I want to boost the post, and I want to push that out there and get out a wider audience. And now you can say, I want to take this article, let's just say this is for us, for gay travel to Spain, and then I want to put that audience, that matches to that audience that I have built. And so you're able to do that with Facebook very, very quickly once you start getting into some of the details that they have built in for it. So this is just, so that's targeted advertising. That's the whole, and we're going to go back to that, showing how it's worked for Spain overall. So that's one piece. Now the second piece is the content. So we showed the articles, and we were talking about what are you going to post on social media. So some of the best content is, of course, we always know that, as I'm showing you, that we know that there's the gay travel websites and websites in general. They figured out how to really put together really good travel articles. They have writers come out and so forth. But and of course, these are some of the gay travel site specifics. You have general sites with gay travel content, travel sites. But now you have this new category. This new category, they call themselves bloggers, or bloggers with a B, and or YouTubers. And there's this whole new, but there really is this whole group of media entities of just kind of individuals that are out there that are promoting, and they're using Instagram and YouTube and all the social media, and they may have a blog, or they might focus only on their YouTube channel. So it's understanding who those people are in each of your industries. I'm just showing a few examples for travel. So for travel, there's a few that have really stood out. Two Bad Tourists is one. We're just two guys, and they travel the world and not only write about it, but then they promote it very heavily on social media. And this is their Instagram accounts. This is another one that's they're here in Buenos Aires this week. You can see them today, but they have another style, and they're the nomadic boys. And so they'll travel and they'll post. And again, this is when you see this on Instagram, you're looking, you can get a really good sense of does that mesh or work with my brand? Is that something that I could work with? And in addition, there's another one. It's also here this week, Travels About Them. So you can sort of see each one has their own style, but they're very much kind of a media entity of one. Or if it's two, it's usually like a couple or best friends. But you're seeing this more and more often. And so this is what they do. They post. These are social media posts. So they're very good at being able to maximize the things that their photos and their articles on social media. And this is what they're doing on Twitter. So they're making sure that everything that they write about is hashtag, is posted properly. I'm going to walk through later and show exactly why that's important about how they do that. And of course, when we're out there and we're working with clients, we actually do the same thing, and we share it, and we get it out there on a variety of different Twitter and LinkedIn and so forth, and we'll show that to Spain. So now we go to Spain. So Spain, what they did is they said, well, we want to do all this. We want to do the targeted advertising, and we want to figure out how do we work with these bloggers? How do we work with these all this content that's out there about Spain? How can that help the country in tourism? So we put a campaign together. It's a website that's Visit Gay Spain, and a whole set of social media profiles: Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all of it. Just Visit Gay Spain, and then also the hashtag. We started using the hashtag and getting that out there so that it brought all of the conversations sort of together. And I'm going to show you how that works. And we're also doing, I show this because we're also doing the exact same thing for a second one for Palm Springs. And so I'm going to show a few different examples of Palm Springs this afternoon as well. And that one, instead of Visit Gay Spain, that was I love gay Palm Springs. So this is one idea that you always have to think of. When your hashtags are like search terms that you're trying to get discovered on. People are posting their photos or posting there on Twitter. They're using these so that they can become part of conversations. And again, I'm going to keep showing different slides that show what those conversations look like. But the idea is you want to be a part of those conversations so that people can discover and find you. The same way you word search and you use keywords on your site so that people would find you in search. So I would say look at three. Look at one for your region, especially if you're tourism. Look for something in your region. In this case, I'm showing Gay Spain. If it's more for Madrid, it could have been Gay Madrid. For Buenos Aires, maybe it was Gay Buenos Aires or Gay BA. And you can do the research on different sites, Twitter and Instagram, to see what are people using. Because you want to use only the ones that are popular. You don't want to just pick one and say that sounds right. You have to look at what other people are using. So regions, Gay Spain, but also theme. So in this case, it's travel, so gay travel. But there's also, it could be gay sports, especially if there's a lot of this elderly in the senior citizen world. There's LGBT seniors. There's all sorts of different ones, but it's not obvious what they are. You have to research a little and see, is it gay, is it LGBT? What do people use? And then the third, which is the unique one. Because you only have a small amount of space in Twitter, so you have to be very, very strategic about how you do that. And in this case, like we say Visit Gay Spain, but for the event, GNETWORK360. So that's the specific hashtag that's being used just for this conference. So you're always thinking of what can be very specific for my business or my event or my region. And then I show the next example. Palm Springs is the same thing. So as we're talking about things for I Love Gay Palm Springs, hashtag Gay Palm Springs, hashtag Gay Travel, and I Love Gay Palm Springs. So different campaigns, different ideas of things you can do to get out there. Now, what do you start to use? First is content. So what we're able to do is this is a website called Scoop It. You can see the little logo in the left. So Scoop It is one of several. What it allows us to do, it's kind of like Google Alerts, where it allows us to monitor and watch all articles, everything that people post on, photos, YouTube videos, or blogs or articles that are just about gay Spain. So we can look and see, like, what are people talking about today? And then that becomes the question is, how can we be part of those conversations? So what we do is we see the articles, and then we scoop them. And so first what we do is that's looking more specific. You can kind of see, I can see exactly what the article's about. I can click on it for more, but then you see the social media activity. So Scripted allows me to see what are people actually interacting with, what's popular, what's trending. So I get a sense of kind of what I would want to share. And then I like the article, it's there. So then this is what it looks like. You're scooping the article, and what happens is that you see all the social media profiles. So now I'm able to post that article with the photo, which is important, on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, Tumblr, Google+. So at one time, I can post it to all those networks and it comes out properly. And there are several other types of things other than Scoop.it that can do that. So this is what it looks like. The stories all come into a website. So the website is kind of a hub. It's a central place for all this content about Gay Spain to come into. So, and again, always think about, you can do this for your own either destination, your own business, just whatever you're doing, if you're curating, if you're finding these articles, and you're going to be doing the same thing in social media, which I'll show you, you can bring up a website that just brings it all together. In this case, it's for Spain. And this is what it looks like when we're doing it for Palm Springs. So Palm Springs is the same thing, but the content comes in a little differently. And in Palm Springs, we're integrating, and both on Spain and Palm Springs, we're integrating the Instagram. So it's a hub of everything that people are talking about when it comes to either Visit Gay Spain, I Love Gay Palm Springs. So you're seeing these ideas of how, and then also businesses that want to be there as well. So you see these ideas of how all this content can kind of come together into a site. So it's in the site and now back to Spain, but it's also being promoted on social media the exact same way. So see how this Facebook page looks very similar to the website. So it's all kind of designed to be very, very, very similar. And so the same content is now on Facebook, and the same content is now on Twitter. So now it's out there and it's working for us because it's hashtag, people can find it. And so in addition, when you have something that's really, really good and you like, you can then boost it. So we posted this article, we said, oh, this is a good one, we want to get it out there. And remember, we talked at the beginning, we have that audience. You built the audience for exactly who you want to reach, and you're really targeting a specific audience of people, gay people who want to travel to Spain. So you can boost the post right away and say, spend $20 to get it out there more. And then Facebook will give you all this information about exactly how much better, how many extra people you've reached because you've boosted the post, which is just a small, quick paid advertising of that article. So you build these audiences, you find this content, and you've got this thing going on a daily basis, and when you have something good, you advertise it, and it's extremely cost-effective compared to advertising. These are like $20 US, $50, $100. It's all within a smaller range of what people are doing on an individual level for what they're posting on social media. And so we always say, make sure, okay, so we posted it, we boosted it, we're getting this article out there, but there's other things you can do. In gay travel, there are groups on LinkedIn, and especially for any of you that are in the business-to-business side, if there's a business-to-business component of your business, then LinkedIn is always still very important. It's not just the US either, it really seems to be taking off worldwide, where it's the social media kind of hub for business. So there's a gay travel group, and it's very strong, and so we always make sure that we're posting any of these articles there in LinkedIn as well. And of course, Facebook, there's a lot of good gay travel groups for Facebook. So what we're doing for Spain is we're posting either in gay travel groups or groups that are focused on gay Spain or gay Madrid and so forth. So for your business and your industry, you'll always be able to find the exact same way we were talking about hashtags, region or theme. You'll find groups that are very relevant to your region in the LGBT world or your theme, which could be gay travel or gay sports. And you're going to find those and you're going to post your content in each one of these. And don't go crazy. Don't post your things every day, and don't take an article and put it like in 100 different groups, because it's kind of just like spam. It's just too much. People see it, because people will see all these, and they'll be like, you're going crazy. But you post a little bit here and a little there every time you're doing that, you're sharing a different group, and people will notice. And this is how you start to really drive qualified visitors to your website and hopefully to your business. So this is whenever I switched around as a tip, but this is a tip about, so we're talking about LinkedIn and the business-to-business side, but everything when I said you can boost a post on Facebook, you can do the exact same thing on Twitter, and also this shows what it looks like on LinkedIn. So on LinkedIn, you can actually promote and say, oh, I want to spend $20 or $50 to get that article out there, and be specific about who you want to reach. And they'll show you how you increase your exposure of that article. But there's a little trick that not everybody realizes, I just learned this by accident, is that when you pay for it, and I think this works on Facebook as well, your free exposure goes way, way up also. I don't know why. But for some reason, when you pay a little bit, the organic or the free goes way up as well. And so you really end up getting a very extra good bang, Americans say bang for your buck. You get really good value for what you're doing. So we only do this once in a while for really good articles or posts, but you can start to see that it looks very similar in all the different social media. There we go. So we're monitoring articles, we're looking at what's going on in terms of things we could post, but we're also monitoring for spam conversations, which you can do the same thing. And in this case, we use TweetDeck. We use a lot of free tools or very inexpensive tools. So TweetDeck is free. Twitter bought them a while ago and they integrate nicely, but it allows you to monitor multiple accounts, but also all the hashtags that are specific to your industry. So what we're doing in this case is we're monitoring on TweetDeck all the conversations that are about gay Spain. And so we're looking at all those, and you can start to see that how it looks, and we can see that Absol hotels or certain businesses are really doing a good job in this space, and we can interact with them. We can take their content, share, retweet, like, and when you do some of that, you start to enter into their conversations as well. So as you're doing this, as we're posting and interacting on Twitter, a few tips. Most people know this, but in case you don't, always use the @ symbol and connect your post, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. Just type what you're going to say, and then use the @ symbol to connect it to the person or the business. And because that's the way social media is designed. It's all about this network. So what you're doing is you're tapping into all those friends, and you're tapping into those connections, and it will show up for, if people are paying attention to them, or on Twitter or Facebook, they'll see what you're posting that you connected to them. So we use the @ symbol a lot. And so this is what it looks like typically when you're posting, like say for a photo, is that when you do it right, we're typing a little information about this photo, but we use the hashtags. Where you see it says Austin Mata, 2-guy tourist, we use the @ symbol, we've connected that up on Twitter and Facebook to the profiles. And then of course we use more hashtags and a direct link, a call to action. So make sure to always kind of keep all those components in place, because they're always important, that you want somebody to be able to find your postings, and you want people to be able to do something about it. And of course doing something about it is clicking on the link. And you want to, and by doing it and tapping into this speaker and tapping into his profiles, we're now reaching everybody who's interested in him and might say, oh wow, I want to see this guy. I would love to see him speak. I'd love to be at that conference. Their first thought is, what is this conference? How do I become a part of it? So all of that, all of those questions and all that discoverability is kind of answered in this one slide in terms of how people find things on social media now. So in addition, you can also, this is like only about a year old or so, it's called quoting a tweet. So when you see something that you really like, or even if you post something on your own and you want it to be, you have more to say, or you have more hashtags, or you want to connect it to more profiles, you can take the original, and then Twitter allows you to either retweet and share or quote retweet. And quoting allows you 117 more characters, gives you more room to type. So what you're able to do is take the original tweet and then put your own information on top. So it could be somebody else's tweet that you really like, and then you want to be a part of that. And the last tip I'll give, not everybody understands. They'll see how it says dot @ symbol go bot. And most people are like, why the dot? It's not easy to explain, but if you're ever tweeting and have a profile with the @ symbol at the very beginning, Twitter assumes it's a conversation and doesn't make it as easy to find, that's all. So if you put the dot in front, you always have to think of this too, because I forget, you're typing and you're saying, oh, I'm excited to be part of, what GNETWORK, and you put the profile there. If it's only the first character, if you put a dot in front of it, it will show up to a lot more people. It's not considered a conversation now, it's considered just a post. So it's a small little detail, but if you ever see, because first time I saw this, I thought, is it a typo? Why are they putting a dot? But the dot has a very, very good reason, because you want to make sure you're maximizing your posts. So not only can you do all this, we can monitor, we see what the conversations are, but you also can monitor the activity of what's going on in the hashtags. And this example is using Tagboard. So we use Tagboard because it works with Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and Google+. So it integrates all the conversations and everything that people are tweeting about and posting on Instagram into one set of slide kind of screen. And it also allows you to see that something that if you haven't noticed yet, photos of course are very, very popular, very dominant. People post more photos than anything else, even more than video or just articles. So it's always, and you can see that from just the gay travel and so forth, it's all about pictures. And even if you post an article, you always want to make sure your picture is included there as well. Same thing when you're monitoring. Monitoring on Instagram is always very effective because you can click on those hashtags and see who's doing what are they interacting with, and what other hashtags are people using that maybe I need to discover that are popular. So another tip, if you want all this to work the best way possible, always remember, like, let's just say you have either a destination, a business, a bar, a restaurant, a hotel. Well, just make sure people know exactly how to share you in social media. So make it easy for them. Because these folks at Dunes Resort, they were wondering why people were taking all these photos, but it was never really, they could never know what people were talking about. They never knew like how this works for me. So by putting these posters physically in their business, people started taking all their photos and including them in the conversation. And immediately, that user-generated content, all those things that they didn't necessarily easily find through the hashtags, they were able to find because people included them. So always just think of that as a little thing. The Desert Guide is doing the same thing in Palm Springs. Always making sure those are postcards. Those are things that they leave physically in businesses. So, and these are some examples of some of the things you're seeing here in Buenos Aires as well. So when you look at hashtag Instagram for Buenos Aires, you'll see some of the imagery and so forth. So I'll just kind of scroll through. And you'll see some of the things that are being used for this destination here when it comes to gay travel to Buenos Aires. And then also, there's actually activity going on outside of Buenos Aires whenever any businesses are out promoting travel to Buenos Aires. In this case, it's Barcelona, but they used the right hashtag, and I was able to find it because it was tied into travel to Buenos Aires. Here's another one, Barcelona. They're in Barcelona, but they're promoting hashtag Argentina LGBT. So you're tapping into these qualified audiences all over the place in a lot of different conversations. So here's also a quick example. We're talking photos and all these articles, but don't forget about video. So here's an example of a company that they created a video of travel to New Orleans, but one of the fun things they did is that they also worked with two YouTubers or influencers, people that had two guys that had a very strong following, and they were the hosts of this video. So they created a video traveling to New Orleans, and when they got to New Orleans, they did one episode that was about food in restaurant, and they worked with two influencers that were there that were very strong in the foodie world. That's what we call the US foodie, just that whole restaurant side of life. So now they had 4 influencers working for them. So always thinking of that, if you're creating a video and you have some hosts that are doing something, and they go to another, they're working with others, the more you tap into other YouTubers or influencers or bloggers, the stronger you're able to tap into their audience, the better that will, because at the end of the day, they're getting exposure to their audience as well. And so Palm Springs did something very similar. Palm Springs did this where they brought in 8 lesbians. And these lesbians, this was for a big Dinah Shore event. It's a huge event for women in Palm Springs. They flew them in, they put them all in one house, they rented a big house, put these 8 women there, and just let them go. They took them around to different parts of Palm Springs and so forth, and just made sure that they were able to do their thing in terms of promoting. And they said, just make sure you use our hashtag for visit. It was in that case Visit Palm Springs. And so as you see from the numbers were huge. The videos that they created, there's almost 1 million views on YouTube. You see the Instagram photos and so forth. Those are huge, huge numbers. These sorts of numbers are numbers that none of us previously were ever able to achieve when it came to banner advertising or editorial, PR and editorial in the gay market. The numbers on working with influencers is astronomical. So this is what it looks like. This is Instagram. And you can sort of see, especially on the right, you see a photo posted, and you see the numbers. You see the number of likes. And for these folks, the numbers are very big. And there's more Instagram. Here's it gives you a sense of what a destination is doing when they're trying to work with these video influencers that are very strong on social media. And this is what their YouTube look like. So their YouTube, and if you notice that video has 141,000, 140 something. I can't read it right. But the video views are huge. And so these women are out there, and this is just for one event. This is just for one weekend. And here's another video where you're really getting a chance to see exactly, that one there has 200-some-thousand. So the numbers are just incredible in terms of what you're able to achieve out there. And so the idea is just, again, a lot of this is planting seeds, ideas of what you can do. Also think about doing a contest. You can do contests that are tied in with these sort of campaigns. And the last slide I'm going to show you, and then I'm going to end a little sooner because I've run out of time, is this one, which just shows that in this contest, what we're able to do is getting people to want to, whether it's, we're going to do the same for Palm Springs and Spain, but for this example I used one that was for an event in San Francisco. But it was all about getting people to be able to promote and sign up for this, to win a free trip to San Francisco for this event. But the people that were the most social, that shared it the most, and then also had their friends that sign up as well, those are the ones that showed up on the top right of that leaderboard. And so it became a game. And people love games, especially younger people on social media and online. And they ended up with being able to have these people share and generate, make that go viral. And we got about 750 people sign up for that. So again, I thank everybody for your time. And I believe all these sites will be available for download after. You'll get the last of them. And you can just easily find me if you have any questions at peakbananamedia.com. And again, thank you all for your time.
Bueno, vamos a continuar con la próxima charla, pero antes quería pasar unos avisos. Por ejemplo, que estamos transmitiendo todas las charlas de la jornada de hoy en vivo, en las redes sociales. Entonces, si quieren comentarle a alguien que no se encuentra presente con nosotros y quieren, está en otro lugar y quieren ver las charlas, que entren por favor a la página al Facebook del evento de GNETWORK360 y ahí van a encontrar los links para acceder a las transmisiones en vivo. Bueno, vamos a dar comienzo a la segunda charla de la jornada de hoy. Hoy recuerden que las charlas están dedicadas a turismo y marketing. Y ayer era inclusión en el mercado laboral del segmento LGBT. Bueno, vamos a dar paso a Thomas Roth, que es CEO de Marketing and Insights, una empresa de marketing de Estados Unidos, que nos va a hablar sobre, él va a abordar el tema del posicionamiento de los destinos argentinos en el mercado estadounidense.
Buenos días. Unfortunately, I speak English, but I will speak slowly. No? Nada. No? Perdón. Maybe this is better. Hola. Better. So I speak in English, but I will speak slowly so that our great interpreters will be able to do their job, because they have the hardest job today, listening and talking and listening and talking and listening and talking. So we really appreciate our interpreters. They will be very important for all of us today. So first of all, let's thank our interpreters. None of us could really be here today without them. So yes, my topic today is how to reach Norte Americanos. My name is Tom Roth, and I started Community Marketing and Insights in 1992. That's a long time ago. And a long time ago, very, very few destinations or hotel groups or attractions were interested in the LGBT market. They didn't even talk about it. And now everybody's interested. And a lot of what has happened in between then and now is the fact that there is a lot of research on LGBT tourism, and there's a lot of education, a lot of courses and seminars and workshops like this. And both of those have helped to move the conversation along. So it's been a really interesting 2 decades to see us going from almost nothing to almost everyone. And now we have nothing. Gotcha. Okay, so let's move on. And a big thank you to GNETWORK360 and to the Argentine Tourism Office, again, for the vision for having an educational session like this. All right, so I told you a little bit about us. We're a market research company. We operate in all countries around the world, and we have clients all around the world. Some of these destinations you may be familiar with. The cities across the United States, from Las Vegas to Fort Lauderdale and Key West and Philadelphia and New York City and San Francisco and Sonoma and Seattle, to countries like Denmark, Germany, Japan, Spain, Stockholm, and Switzerland, and now Argentina. We're also working with airlines, we work with banks, we work with insurance companies, all kinds of companies. 20 years ago, I could not have imagined the opportunity of working with all these great companies, and now we work with so many of them. But anyway, moving into the conversation, I have 2 main topics to discuss. One is new research. The Argentine Tourism Board commissioned us to do a study on North American travelers to South America, in particular Argentina. So this isn't a full report on that study because we're still working on it. We just finished it 2 days ago. But this is really just a highlight of some of the main things that we've learned from the study that I think you'll find very interesting in your own work. I also want to talk a little bit about what other destinations are doing in their outreach to the LGBT community. Because sometimes maybe here in Argentina we think, oh, you know, it's a little bit risky, maybe we should be cautious about marketing to the LGBT community. We're not really sure what else is going on. Some of these advertisements that I'll show you give you a sense of the variety and diversity of cities and countries around the world that are really actively investing in the LGBT market. So the reason that we see this marketing in the LGBT market is because 2 things. One is we as an LGBT, represent about 5% of the population, maybe 10%. It really depends on how you define LGBT. Lots of different ways to measure. And until a government counts in a census who is LGBT, we won't really know for sure. Lots of reasons people don't say that they're LGBT. So that's one reason. 5 to 10% of the market is LGBT. So of course we want that. But even more importantly is that 5 or 10% spends about twice as much on travel as the rest of the population. Because travel is really a lifestyle issue for LGBT community members. If you go to a gay bar, or if you go to a party hosted by a gay friend or a lesbian friend, what do you hear? What are people talking about? Where did I go? Where am I going? Right? We don't finish unpacking from one trip before we start packing for the next trip. It's just part of who we are. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One of the reasons is many of us don't have children to take care of. That's a big reason. But that's changing. We actually see the LGBT family market starting to grow. It's really just part of who we are. In the old days, it used to be more about escape, okay? So we were not very welcome at our work. Maybe our family wasn't very comfortable with us being LGBT. Maybe many of our friends weren't. So we would go away on a trip just to be able to be who we are. That was really the beginning of why we traveled. But of course that's changed. Many of our families now, many of our employers are embracing us. So that's all very exciting and very good and very important. So I'm going to go through a few of these slides and explain to you with my short amount of time some of the insights that we're finding from the research about North America travel to South America. All right. So first of all, how do we do our research? It's important to understand when you see research, where is this research coming from? Because sometimes you see all kinds of numbers and percentages. They don't mean much unless you know who you're asking. So in our work, we have what's called a panel, which is like a database or a list of LGBT community members who are interested in taking our surveys or coming together in a focus group to discuss LGBT tourism. So it really represents the spectrum of the LGBT community. We have transgender people, we have bisexual people, we have older, we have younger, we have men, we have women, we have family members, we have every income. And so when a company or organization comes to us for research, we are able to refer to our panel. So that's just a little bit about how we work. So the study. What we did was we took some of our main findings from our studies over the past few years. Over the past 2015, 2014, and 2013, we've been doing LGBT tourism research for 20 years. So we went back to our most recent studies and we pulled out people who had either been to South America in the past few years or who were planning to go to South America in the next few years. So of those about 15,000 LGBTs, we took out the LGBTs who have an affinity with traveling to South America. And it's pretty equal. Gay men, about 2% going to Argentina and about 2% going to Brazil. So you see already, Brazil is your #1 competitor when traveling to South America. And then among lesbians, it's actually less. Only about 0.5% of lesbians had been to Argentina and about 1% had been to Brazil. So we can already see here that the marketing that is reaching North America is really reaching more men than women. And that's something we really need to work on together, because lesbians like to travel too, and they don't always feel included in marketing that goes out. All right, so this is a study of about 1,000 LGBTs in the United States and Canada. Again, they have a past history of traveling to Latin America or a wish to travel to Latin America. And this is different than that whole panel of 70,000. So first of all, let's look at the impression of Argentina and Brazil in particular among gays and lesbians we surveyed. So we see here that both Argentina and Brazil, the vast majority feel that this is a very gay-friendly destination, okay? So that's really good, right? It's very good that the reputation is already there, because if you had a bad reputation among LGBTs, nobody would come here. So people are feeling good about the destination and telling their friends. So between somewhat gay-friendly and very gay-friendly, very, very strong, and that's great. But you see again that Brazil is a little bit stronger already in terms of this interpretation of gay-friendliness, especially when you look at gay men versus lesbians, okay? So gay men feel very strongly that this is an LGBT-friendly destination. Lesbians don't know about it as much. And again, this is more about marketing and communications than the destinations. Obviously, I know, I've been here many times, the destination is very welcoming and very genuine, so you have a great product. That's the start. The next big issue then, of course, is communication, okay? Then, after Argentina and Brazil, Uruguay, Chile, Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador, very, very quiet, you could say. They're really doing hardly any marketing or outreach to the LGBT community. So as you can see, most people say, I don't know if it's gay-friendly or not. I don't know anything about it. So you have a good start by having a very solid reputation. But I think work needs to be done, particularly among the lesbian community. Now, in the past 10 years, where have they traveled? Okay, let's look at that in terms of Latin America. In the past 10 years, the most, of course, have traveled to Mexico. Mexico is just down the street from the United States. We can literally drive there, and it's very easy. There are many gay destinations within Mexico. Mexico is now promoting itself as LGBT welcoming. And so it's a very easy destination for us to reach. If we have an affinity for Latin America, Mexico. But I think what you should find interesting is the difference between who has been there and who's planning to go there. That's a drop. Okay? So that gives every other destination an opportunity to grow. So let's look at some of these other destinations. Let's look at Argentina and Brazil. Very close in terms of planning to come here. Okay? So again, the main competitor seems to be Brazil. We're thinking we're in New York City, or we're in Chicago, or we're in Toronto, and we're thinking, I want to go experience Latin America. Where should I go? Argentina or Brazil? Argentina or Brazil? Okay? So you see, you need to really reach the LGBT community to move that decision to Argentina. But you can see a big growth from past visitors to future visitors. So the message is getting there. Let's look at some other destinations. Costa Rica. Again, a little bit closer. If I live in Houston, it takes about 2 or 3 hours to get to Costa Rica, so it's very easy. It's also a beautiful destination and has a very strong LGBT-friendly reputation. And Cuba is also very strong because there's a lot of news now about Cuba. You may not know, but crazy Americans have been forbidden to go to Cuba for 50 years because it's a communist country. And we all have our opinions about this. It's very, very political. But finally, under the Obama presidency, he has opened that, and now all kinds of flights are going to Cuba, which is great. But it's also a big competitor. Okay, so there's a lot of interest, I would say pent-up demand to go to Cuba because of our ability now to go there. But I still think you look across this chart here, and you can see that Argentina and Brazil are still very, very strong. So lots of opportunity. And of course, I want to mention that if I go to Mexico, I'm spending 2 days, right? And at very low budget. But if I go to Argentina, I'm spending 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and I'm traveling around and I'm seeing it. So it's a big difference. It's not just how many days. Now, if we've gone to Argentina, where else did we go on the trip? So we asked that question. What are some of the other destinations visited? So 31% visited Argentina alone. Only came here, traveled around, and went home. 39% also included Uruguay. Okay, so I did this. I've been to Uruguay. I took a boat to Colonia, spent the day, came back. So I've been to Argentina, and I would be included in this. So it's a high number, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they spent as much time in Uruguay as they did in Argentina. But again, you can see Brazil is very strong, Chile less, Peru less, Colombia less, Ecuador less. But those are the other countries included in the trip to Argentina. I think you can see that Brazil maybe isn't a competitor, maybe they're a collaborator. Maybe we try and work with Brazil and see how we can get anybody who's coming this far to experience both. That might be a better kind of approach than just saying Argentina instead of Brazil. Maybe there's an opportunity to work together. Yeah, good. All right, so what are some of the motivations? Why, when I'm sitting at my home in San Francisco and I'm thinking I want to go to Argentina, what comes to mind? What are some of the main reasons that we want to experience Argentina? Well, visiting Buenos Aires is the #1 reason. We've heard a lot about it. It's a very beautiful city. There's a lot going on here. Great architecture, amazing history, the best food. And food is also very important. Look at that, 60%. We're sitting in San Francisco thinking, why do I want to go to Argentina? I want to experience their food. So that's a really important motivator for LGBTs to come here. So how do you interpret this? You interpret this by including restaurants in your communications. If you have a brochure, a website, or advertising going out to the LGBT market, you should indicate that you have great restaurants in your neighborhood, or you have great opportunities for eating. History, culture, and arts, very strong historic sites. All of this is really about Buenos Aires. Also some of the other cities, but mostly around Buenos Aires. Then we get into Iguazu Falls, which of course is a big attraction. Everybody wants to see that. And then LGBT nightlife. You have quite a reputation for great nightlife here. And then everything else is a little bit less. But I think the main thing to learn from here is that in communications, explain the variety of experiences that you can have when someone comes to Argentina. That it's not just about visiting the city, but you have a big diversity of opportunities. Okay, so which are some of the main reasons that men versus women come to Argentina? And they're pretty parallel across the top ones, but we can see men are stronger in terms of cuisine, in terms of urban excitement, in terms of wine, LGBT nightlife, popular events, shopping, and so forth. These are all stronger male orientation destination motivators, okay? And how about women? Women are more about outdoor adventure activities, visiting national parks, and getting out into the countryside. This may surprise you, because if you look at general market research, it's really almost the opposite. What do you think about men? What do they want to do? They want to put on a backpack and their hiking boots and they want to go out into the country. They want to go canoeing. They want to go cycling. They want to be outdoors and doing outdoor activities. And women, you think they want to go to the spa, they want to go shopping, they want to go to great restaurants, they want to stay in a really nice hotel. So these are stereotypes about men versus women. And you can see in gay men and lesbians, it's pretty much the opposite. That the lesbian community is much more interested in outdoor activities and adventure, and the men are more interested in the cities and what the cities have to offer. So in some cases, marketing to LGBT is the same as marketing to the general community. In some cases, it could be the opposite. That's why research is great. Okay, so if we were going to visit Argentina, what are some of the more interesting LGBT activities? 60% said that they want to stay in a gay bar, they want to stay in a gay guest house or someplace dedicated to the LGBT community. They want to participate in an LGBT tour of Buenos Aires. They want to go on a gay tour of Iguazu Falls if there was one. So these are some of the general things, but let's break it down, because a lot of our research, we break it down in terms of gender, because we understand men are different than women, gay men are different than lesbian women. So we look at gender differences, we also look at generational differences, because young people are very different than older people. So we never look at LGBT as one thing, because it isn't one thing. You have to understand the differences. So in terms of gender differences, you can see a big difference here. Gay men are far more interested in going to a gay bar than lesbians. And attending gay pride, more or less similar. Going on a gay tour to Iguazu Falls or a national park is more appealing to the lesbian community. Okay? So it's very important to look at generational differences as well. Attending gay pride, a lot of our clients wonder if gay pride is less and less important as gays and lesbians are more integrated and assimilated into the general community. We don't find that. That's a wrong assumption, because we find that younger people are even more interested in gay pride and gay events than older people. So gay pride is a big attraction for younger millennial, we call them gay men and lesbians. Participating in a gay tour, kind of across the board, a little bit stronger among what we call boomers, the older generation. And in terms of going to an electronic music festival, maybe no surprise, far more interesting to younger LGBTs than older LGBTs, 30% to 5%. So understanding these differences is very important. So where did we go? 98% of those that we surveyed had visited Buenos Aires. Almost everyone, I think just about everyone, unless you drive here from another country, comes through Buenos Aires. So Buenos Aires is of course the main attraction, but Iguazu Falls is very strong. Mendoza, your wine country, is very strong. Ushuaia, Bariloche, I've been there, I love it, beautiful. Then it sort of peters out. So here we see an opportunity, right? Everybody knows Buenos Aires. Most people know Iguazu Falls. The other destinations aren't as well known, and I think it's important to understand the opportunities outside of the big city. We're doing very similar work in New York State, okay? How many of you have been to New York City? Many of you probably have, good. So many people go to New York City, but they don't know that there's a whole state out there that also can be explored. And people go to New York City, it's very exciting, very interesting, and then they go home, or they go to another city. It's very similar here. We go to Buenos Aires, we experience it, and then we go home, or we go to another place. There's a lot more to Argentina, I'm telling you, than Buenos Aires. And so use Buenos Aires as a catalyst, a reason to come to Argentina, but then also experience the wide variety of experiences that you can have all the way from Iguazu Falls to Ushuaia, right? There's so much to explore and to experience. And that's all about communication. So what are some of the concerns? We may hear today that LGBT safety and general safety is a concern among visitors to Argentina. Don't feel bad. This isn't just about Argentina. We're concerned about our safety everywhere we go because we are a minority, and there are still, unfortunately, lots of people who do not like us just because we are LGBT. So we have to be very cautious. We have to go to places that really genuinely welcome us. So in your communications, you might want to emphasize how safe and secure the destination is to eliminate that obstacle. Because when we're looking around the country, do we want to go someplace that's just maybe boring but safe? Or do we want to go someplace that's exciting and has a lot to do, but we're not so sure? You really need to emphasize this is a safe destination. Price of airfare, price of hotels, not so important. I don't know anyone in the country, I'm not familiar with the food, I don't speak the language. We don't care about that. We like that. I personally like to go to a country where there isn't Starbucks on every corner and McDonald's on every corner and everything is the same. Some Americans like going to a place where everything is the same. I don't think LGBTs like that. We want to go someplace where there's a rich local culture and maybe we have a challenge speaking the language, or maybe we're not familiar with the food. That's exciting to us. So I think we're a really good market for that. You can see that's not a big obstacle for us. So who were the Argentinians who we surveyed? As I mentioned, most were men, so about 86% to 14%. I think this is a problem because 50% of gay and lesbian is gay, and 50% of gay and lesbian is lesbian. Make sense? We're half and half. But in terms of marketing and how many people came here, far more men than women. So I think you have a big opportunity, especially with the outdoor activities and adventure interests of the lesbian community. We studied both in North America. We studied both United States and Canada, so that proportion is about right. In terms of income, typically more wealthy LGBTs come here than less wealthy. I think that's probably the case in the general market as well. But I think it's really good that it's really across all ages as well. The two top origin states from United States to Argentina are California and Florida. We're kind of your gateways to visit Argentina. So I think more of the marketing could be sent there. All right, so this is good news. 63% of those who came to Argentina said it was excellent. And 31% said it was very good. This is really, really good ratings, okay? This is like your Michelin star for a destination that so many people came here, they loved it, and what are they going to do when they go home, or even before they go home? They're going to share all their pictures and tell all their friends. So this is really very good. Only 5% said it was average, 1% said it was below average, 0% said it was a poor experience. So you have a great, great product in Argentina. I think also equally importantly, we asked those who had not visited here, do you have friends who visited Argentina? And if so, what did they think about it? And similarly, 48% said that their friends told them it was excellent. 43% said that their friends told them that it was very good. So this is the word of mouth, the kind of marketing and advertising that everybody wants. Okay, so moving forward, I want to give you a brief tour of some of the advertising that's been produced specifically dedicated to the LGBT market. This is an advertisement from Las Vegas. So we started working with Las Vegas over a decade ago. Las Vegas didn't know, before we started working with them, that they were a very popular gay destination. So in our surveys, we asked, where did you go on your last vacation? And we never included Las Vegas. Then we started working with them, we included Las Vegas. Las Vegas is the number 1, 2, or 3 destination among LGBTs. So they said, okay, we're going for it. And they started this beautiful series of ad campaigns that are really amazing. This is funny because it shows kind of a normal couple surrounded by LGBTs. And this kind of gives the opposite experience to where we usually go, where we're the sort of strange ones and everybody else is considered normal. So it's really funny, and they have this whole ad campaign specifically like that. I want to touch on this because we talk about advertising, and I'm going to show you a lot of advertising. But advertising is not the only way to reach the LGBT community. Advertising is important, but also getting involved in our organizations and our events, maybe working together to sponsor some of our organizations and events. This is also very important. It shows that you're not just marketing at us, but you're working from within us, okay? So that's really an important factor. LGBT-friendly reputation is also important among motivations for hotels. But it's not the only thing anymore. Back in the 90s, when I started doing my business, very few hotels were reaching out to the LGBT community. But now almost every hotel is. So it's not as important. More important is location and the value for the experience. So some of the major hotel groups that are out there, this is Hilton, we've got Hyatt, we've got Aqua and Aston hotels, we've got preferred hotel groups. Many of these hotels now are outreaching to the LGBT community. But Marriott I wanted to call out because they have a special campaign. Marriott really wasn't involved in the LGBT market even a few years ago. And when they started to outreach, they came out in a big way. And they started this Love Travels viral campaign. They also were the first company, major company, to feature a transgender model in their advertising. This was huge because, again, most of us, when we talk about LGBT, we're really focused on gay men and maybe some women, okay? But really, rarely do we include the B and the T, the bisexual and the transgender. So Marriott made a lot of impact by featuring a transgender model. So every year, let me show you this one too. This is Hilton, all right? So this ad has been featured in many gay newspapers, okay? What they did different, and this was very recently, is they placed this ad in Travel and Leisure. Travel and Leisure is a big general market travel magazine in the United States. That created a big buzz, okay? Because usually gay ads are in the gay press, straight ads are in the straight press, and never the twain meet. This was the first time a gay-specific ad was placed in a very general market magazine. So what happens is, we asked which are the best hotel groups that have outreach to the LGBT community. 41% said Marriott. And this is up from 35% even a year ago. And Hilton is also very strong. So this kind of outreach has had a very strong impact. Here is an ad from Germany, from Spain, from Copenhagen, from Denmark, from Britain. And what I like about Britain is they also include a lesbian ad. So these are some of the ad creatives that you see. This is Washington, D.C., talks about nightlife. This is Philadelphia. This is Las Vegas, a new ad campaign from Las Vegas. This is Vancouver, Canada, celebrating 10 years of marriage equality. This is Miami. This is, again, a really sweet ad campaign about marriage equality. This is Key West, Florida. This is Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale has a new campaign specifically around LGBT families. So they feature gay men and lesbians with kids. This is Orlando, all about family travel. And even Tampa, Florida, is involved in the LGBT market. So you can see all across Florida, they're now competing for the gay market. Now, it's not all big cities. These are cities in Ohio, okay, right? In the, what we call the Rust Belt of America. And you see Cincinnati, you see, what's the middle one there? Cleveland, and you see Akron, Ohio. Akron is a very small city, but they are also very interested in the LGBT market. So don't make the mistake that if you're not a big city, you really don't get any business. Everybody's out there now. It's really interesting. This is Los Angeles, kind of a street ad. I like one about San Francisco. San Francisco is always known for our Castro neighborhood, the Castro Gay District. Now they're saying San Francisco's gay district is called San Francisco. I love that ad, because it says the whole city is the gay district. And you're welcome everywhere in the city, so go out and explore. So that's a really sweet ad. I think for Sonoma, which is our Mendoza, it's our wine country, it's really about wine country. And wine is a great motivator for the LGBT community, as is food. And this is Sacramento, the state capital of California, talking about the food opportunities in the city. And New York City has done a great job of outreach. They're the #1 destination in the United States for LGBT. But now, as I mentioned, the whole state is getting involved in marketing to the community. So the state is saying, beyond New York City, let's get out there and see the rest of the state. I think what's really important also is New York City is emphasizing that the transgender community is respected in New York, and that transgender people, with that respect, really understand, New York really understands the LGBT community. You may probably don't know that there's a big war going on, culture war, in the United States. Some states are saying transgender people can't go to the bathroom as who they are, they have to go to the bathroom as who they were born, okay? So that's a whole workshop in its own right, we don't have time. But I just wanted to mention that New York is saying, that's not who we are. We really do respect the transgender community. These are billboards out on the street. So it's a really great campaign and helps earn them the respect. It's also okay to have a little fun. So the reason I put these up, Grindr, some of you may know Grindr, some of you probably don't, is it's an app for men to meet other men. And until recently, no mainstream advertisers would ever put an ad on Grindr, okay? But they're starting to. These are online travel agencies, Orbitz and Expedia and Hotel Tonight, starting to put ads on Grindr. Sound?
Finally get complete. The hotel has to be right.
With Hotwire, you can get a 4-star hotel for up to 60% off, even at the last minute.
In the neighborhood where we want to go?
Yes, you just won't know the name until after you book.
Definitely. It's all about space. Not all about space. For me, it is. Lucky me.
Get last-minute hotel deals on Hotwire.
Sorry that started a little bit late, but it's showing that mainstream America advertisers are getting involved in the LGBT market. Now this one's a little tricky. This is my last one, and I promise I'll finish up. With the next one, it's a joke, okay? So it's an advertisement that some people made about North Carolina, which is very conservative and has created one of these laws that say transgender people can't go to the bathroom where they feel comfortable. So this is a spoof, you could say. I don't know spoof en español. Hopefully they do.
Ah, North Carolina, home of beaches, mountains, and an extremely homophobic governor. Now you can experience the beautiful outdoors, cityscapes, and incredible ignorance by hang gliding backwards in time, racing to the wrong side of history in a kayak, teaching your children to judge others while frolicking in the waves, and enjoying our waterfalls without fear of gay people falling on you. If you're grossed out when same-sex couples order wedding cakes, or if you're obsessed with who is in what bathroom, or if you think religious liberty laws only apply to your religion, North Carolina's for you. We're resisting social progress rather than helping people in need, because North Carolina stands for nobody cares.
So actually a few of these things. So those kinds of ads are being created whenever some stupid law comes out. These tourism ads are being created. And they're just demonstrating this is terrible, terrible for tourism. Not only to keep gay people away, but keep anybody who has a brain and common sense from going to a destination that is so hateful. Anyway, so just literally to wrap up, if you don't belong to IGLPA, join. If you aren't involved with CCGLAR, join. If you are a hotel and you want to be part of the travel advocacy group, there are some ways to do that. Join that. I'm way out of time, so sorry. Please come to our conference. It's in Las Vegas in December. Argentina is one of our sponsors. We're very excited about that. There's also in New York City, we produce LGBT Week, and we have a travel symposium as part of that. So good reasons to come to the United States. This is me. I would love to hear from you if you have any questions. I'm sorry I didn't leave enough time for that. And also, if you want to download any of the research that I talked about, cmi.info, I-N-F-O. You get to our website, click, lots of research, download for free, no charge. We'd love to continue to work with you, and thank you very much for the honor of getting to speak with you today. Thanks.
Vamos a presentar la próxima exposición. Vamos a presentar a Roberto Girotti, que es consultor ejecutivo de Delta Airlines. Y vamos a recordar también que Delta Airlines es el main sponsor de esta evento. Esta charla vamos a tener el break coffee y después se está preparando también la exposición de destinos LGBT y vamos a hacer cortes entre las charlas para que ustedes puedan acceder a la exposición.
Buenos días, ¿cómo están?
Buenos días, ¿cómo están? Me alegro que estén despiertos. Solamente me tienen que aguantar a mí por 15-20 minutos y después viene el coffee break. O sea que es un ratito nada más. ¿Quién estuvo ayer en la presentación que hice sobre diversity? Perfecto, bastante gente. Quiero aclarar algo. Primero y principal le quiero dar las gracias a Pablo y a Gustavo por el trabajo excelente que hacen año tras año, y a Delta es un honor participar en este evento ya por el 7º año consecutivo. Les quiero aclarar algo que dice en el libro con respecto a lo que yo voy a tratar. Les quiero hacer una aclaración. Delta no tiene un producto específico a bordo para el mercado LGBT, porque sería discriminación a la inversa. O sea, lo único que nosotros hacemos es ir a un mercado de lujo para poder, sabemos que el mercado LGBT generalmente es muy exigente, entonces tratamos de crear un producto constante que es muy perecedero para que todos los mercados, ya sea el corporativo o la gente que tiene mucho dinero, pueda accesar a este tipo de productos. Bueno, yo soy Roberto Girotti y le quiero agradecer también la presencia de nuestra oficina local de Delta. Gracias por venir, chicos. Vamos a comenzar. Les vamos a contar un poquitito. Delta. Delta es una compañía, como les dije ayer, y los que estuvieron, verdaderamente global. Esto parece una sopa de fideos, más o menos, es imposible saber la cantidad de destinos, pero Delta en este momento ya opera más de 5.600 vuelos por día a 325 destinos alrededor del mundo, a 60 países y 6 continentes. Eso les puede dar a ustedes una magnitud de cómo preparar un producto de a bordo que sea específico para cada una de las rutas que volamos. Ya llegando a Latinoamérica, les recuerdo que en los últimos 10 años Delta creció un 75% aquí. Tenemos en este momento 56 destinos en 32 países y operamos ya más de 1.800 vuelos semanales. El secreto de Delta, la secret sauce, como se dice, la salsa especial, es lo que les explicaba ayer, y esto tiene mucho que ver en cuanto a la calidad del producto y a la calidad del servicio. Delta tiene un pequeño mantra dentro de la compañía que lo llamamos el arriba de todo, primero y principal, es nuestros empleados. Y la gente dice, pero ¿por qué? ¿No soy yo el cliente? Si nosotros como empleados no estamos bien pagos, contentos, ustedes no van a recibir buen servicio. Y lo pueden ver con toda nuestra competencia. No, eso no lo escriban, por favor, no hace nada. Los empleados es el foco principal. El empleado se encarga de los clientes y el cliente, al comprarnos, cierra el círculo virtuoso apoyando a los shareholders. Lo que yo voy a tratar de explicarles hoy es, hay un montón de cosas que nosotros en los últimos 10 años cambiamos. Algo que estamos muy orgullosos es nuestra on-time performance. Nos llaman ya the on-time machine. Imagínense lo que es operar más de 5.600 vuelos por día y el año pasado llegamos a casi 135 días sin una sola cancelación. Eso creo que habla por la calidad del servicio, habla por la calidad de la gente. Algo que nosotros prometemos también en todo aeropuerto de Estados Unidos es que su equipaje va a llegar a la cinta en menos de 20 minutos. Todas nuestras cuentas corporativas reciben, si eso no se cumple, las corporativas reciben un bono en millas por nosotros no haber entregado el equipaje a tiempo. ¿Qué es lo que estamos haciendo para mejorar la experiencia de viaje? La experiencia de viaje tiene muchos componentes. El viaje comienza primero llamando a la aerolínea que prefieran, el servicio que reciben, el tipo de ventas, pero todo viaje empieza en un aeropuerto. Y los aeropuertos, todos sabemos que a partir de septiembre 11 se convirtieron en un desastre. ¿Por qué? Porque ustedes tienen que llegar a un aeropuerto, especialmente en Estados Unidos o saliendo de cualquier país de Latinoamérica, y prácticamente le tienen que hacer un Papa Nicolau para entrar al avión. Lo desnudan, le sacan la ropa, ni siquiera le ofrecen un trago primero. Entonces, en ese estado ya de bronca, es cuando usted recién sube al avión y espera, ok, trátenme bien. Ya están de mal humor, todos. Nosotros no tenemos formas de controlar este tipo de cosas, pero sí podemos invertir dinero en cambiar un poco la experiencia que esta gente va a recibir cuando llegan a bordo. En Atlanta, que es el centro de comunicación más grande de Delta y es el aeropuerto más ocupado del mundo, acabamos de instalar con una inversión nuestra lo que se llama Innovation Lane. Ustedes saben que los aeropuertos tienen que llegar, hacer todo el striptease, sacarse la ropa, las ramitas, las cosas. En este momento hay de a 5 paralelos, cosa que todo ocurra de a 5. Entonces se ha cortado en casi 40% el tiempo que se pierde para pasar por la zona de inspección. Con el mercado de lujo, les voy a empezar a contar cosas que nosotros hacemos. Delta tiene una asociación exclusiva con Porsche. tenemos una flota de casi 25 autos Porsche dispuestos en Atlanta, JFK, La Guardia, Los Ángeles y San Francisco para el servicio VIP. Hablando de mercado discerniente, mercado exclusivo, ustedes pueden pedir este servicio y si son un pasajero de los que llamamos el top tier de la compañía, si por algún motivo nuestro vuelo llega demorado por cualquier cosa, va a haber un conserje esperándolo dentro del avión cuando ustedes están bajando, bajan por una escalerita, suben al Porsche y lo pasan al otro avión. Esto es un servicio que no se publica, o sea, sí, si lo compran con VIP Service, pero no se publica porque le decimos surprise and delight. Porque el momento que usted lo publica, ya todo el mundo lo espera. Entonces, esta flota, tenemos un contrato exclusivo con la gente de Porsche. ¿Qué hacemos más para que la gente tenga un buen servicio? Los servicios empiezan en los aeropuertos. Se invirtió dinero en todos nuestros centros más importantes en crear un aeropuerto que tenga espacios airosos, espacios modernos que puedan permitir el flujo de pasajeros en todo el proceso que tienen que hacer en el check-in. En Nueva York, por ejemplo, que era nuestra segunda ciudad más importante, 5 años atrás teníamos un aeropuerto que era el Plumerillo, más o menos, un desastre. Pues pobre si hay alguien del Plumerillo, no quiero ofender a nadie, a lo mejor está mejor que lo que era ese aeropuerto antes, pero era un desastre. Ahora, en Atlanta también, en la Terminal F, creamos diseños modernos con ruidos que o sea, tiene lo que llaman white noise, que es para evitar el estrés y calmar el estrés que uno genera cuando pasa por los aeropuertos. Los Sky Clubs, estos en Atlanta es nuestro club exclusivo. Pueden asociarse o pueden acceder cuando están viajando en nuestra clase Delta One. Cuando llegan, por ejemplo en Atlanta solamente tenemos 9. Hay más de 50 Sky Clubs en todos lados. Entonces cuando llegan a Atlanta pueden acceder a tomar un baño, usar toda la línea de productos Mail and Get, tomar un buen baño, refrescarse, desayunar. Si es un buen día, Atlanta y Nueva York tienen también los Sky Decks que fueron hechos by Tom Felicia. Hay gente que le gusta observar la entrada y salida de los aviones, hay un lugar exterior. El diseño está hecho a propósito para relajar al pasajero y tener un ambiente un poco más descontraído, que no sea súper profesional o gris o oscuro. Delta One es nuestra cabina principal, la mejor cabina que ofrecemos a los pasajeros. Ya hace más de 4 años que absolutamente toda nuestra flota internacional tiene aviones cama, y por cama es exactamente 180 grados. No es 170, sino 180 grados. Y aparte, fuimos la primera compañía, porque ahora ya nos están empezando a copiar, donde toda la configuración de nuestros aviones es 1, 2, 1. Eso quiere decir que las personas en cualquier equipo que vuela a la Argentina o en cualquier otro lado, siempre la persona tiene acceso al pasillo. Porque ¿qué ocurre? En la competencia tenemos 2, 1 a veces, o 2, y a veces 2, 3, 2. Entonces, si están del lado de la ventanilla, tienen que más o menos trabajar para Cirque du Soleil para poder salir y no caerse encima de la persona y rezar de que no haya turbulencia, porque pueden terminar en situaciones incómodas con su pasajero. Puede llegar a ser excitante, pero quizás no es el propósito. ¿Qué hacemos? Nuestro Amenity Kit acaba de ser mejorado todavía. Tenemos una alianza exclusiva con TUMI. Nos dan la salida de Estados Unidos es un hard case, una caja dura, y la de regreso es livianita. Los productos que están adentro ya son de la marca Kiehl's. Y en los vuelos a Asia ya tenemos lo que se llama el sleepwear, que es una bolsa con su pijama y 2 almohadas extras. Entonces, esta es una foto más cerca de cómo se ve el nuevo amenity, que realmente es hermoso. Está muy bien hecho, con muy buena clase y realmente la gente lo colecciona. Hasta inclusive la lapicera y lo que se pone en los ojos está hecho por la marca Tumi. Nuestro noise cancelling product que está colgado también en el asiento, lo está esperando. Y luego tenemos también una alianza con la compañía Westin de hoteles, que nos armó la famosa Westin Heavenly Beds, que tiene la ropa de cama de a bordo. Y preparan. La comida de Delta One tiene 6 pasos. Comenzamos con un champán cuando usted viene a bordo, se le entrega el menú. Hay 5 páginas para elegir diferentes cosas. Pueden pedir el servicio todo junto, pueden pedir elección de 4 appetizers, el trago principal. Luego viene y se termina siempre con la bandeja de postres que terminan acá, donde ustedes me ven. Es lamentablemente pero es difícil decir que no a todo esto. Realmente el servicio es muy bueno. Las mejoras no es solamente el Delta One. Se ha creado una clase intermedia que antes se llamaba Economy Comfort, ahora se llama Comfort Plus. Es una cabina preferencial que está en evolución. Por el momento es simplemente un asiento que se reclina un 50% más y tiene 50% más de separación. Acceso a la cabina a través de, después que entran los pasajeros de primera, y también tienen una amenity kit y tienen un espacio exclusivo para sus equipajes. Esta cabina, a partir del año que viene, con la llegada de los aviones 350 XWB, Extra Wide Bodies, van a tener una separación especial y asientos nuevos. Están en este momento en el último plano de definición del producto. Las mejoras, como yo le dije, es en todos los productos. Delta trata de tener un producto preferencial proveyendo marcas que la gente conoce. Por lo tanto, todo nuestro café en todo el mundo es Starbucks. Hay un co-branding específico hecho. Coca-Cola, los productos, por supuesto, se sirven a bordo. Variación de vinos, cervezas, y en algunas rutas tenemos cerveza artesanal que se sirve en rutas específicas. Y los auriculares están hechos por la empresa Billboard. Estas son diferentes tomas de los productos de Economy. Biscuits son las galletitas famosas que se sirven a bordo. Y a partir del año pasado, a partir de este año, comenzamos una diferenciación de productos que se llaman Delta One, First Class, que está volando en forma doméstica o regional, Delta Comfort y la cabina principal. Esto le permite a ustedes en este momento, o Basic Economy, que es un producto que se crea para ciertos mercados para competir directamente con las compañías que tienen de bajo costo, que son las que ponen las tarifas más baratas, pero también tienen las restricciones del caso. Esta es una descripción de todos estos branded products, todo lo que tienen. Me imagino que se van a divertir en otro momento leyéndolo. Este es un snapshot de lo que ven en el aeropuerto, en la pantalla de la computadora, o sea que en este momento ya pueden ver los precios en la cabina principal, en Delta Comfort y en primera clase. A bordo ya estamos completando, ya está casi el 99% de todos nuestros equipos tienen GoGo in-flight, cosa que ustedes puedan trabajar a bordo. Y aparte, en ciertas áreas que no tenían no tenían servicios sobre océanos. En este momento ya está funcionando. Tenemos la tecnología de banda 2KU, que es realmente de gran frecuencia, que en este momento pueden trabajar a gran velocidad. Delta Studio es un programa que en este momento radica lo que se dice en the cloud, donde la compañía almacena más de 300 películas, 750 programas de televisión, 2.400 canciones, 18 canales de música satelitales y le permite a todo el mundo en este momento, si ustedes viajan, por ejemplo, en los canales de música hay dos que muy poca gente lo sabe. Está el Sleep Soundly, si ustedes quieren descansar, tienen sonidos blancos y música para relajarse y poder dormir durante el viaje, o si no el Chill Conceive, que es una música que la tenemos solamente para cuando están abordando, que la gente se relaje un poquito. Pero lo más importante es que todo este contenido es gratuito. En cualquier clase ustedes suben a bordo con su iPad, con su iPhone, con cualquiera de los teléfonos smartphones. Hay una tarjeta en el avión que les muestra cómo hacer el live streaming y ustedes pueden ver las películas que quieran, los canales que quieran. Es todo absolutamente gratuito a partir del 1 de julio del mes pasado. ¿Qué otra cosa está haciendo Delta para mejorar el servicio? Ya compramos 200 nuevas aeronaves. Son prácticamente de todos los modelos y los estilos. Tenemos más del 50% de nuestra flota es Boeing, la otra parte es Airbus, y acabamos de comprar aviones, la última generación de Bombardier, que realmente es como si fuera un 787 más pequeño. Estos son los aviones grandes que están llegando ya este año y a partir del año que viene, el Airbus 330 y el Airbus 350 que les comentaba. Nuevas y modernas cabinas. Las cabinas son lo que han determinado la calidad del producto y del servicio que se recibe a bordo. Las cabinas en este momento son más amplias, tienen más separación y tenemos el uso en todas las cabinas de la luz LED para dar un ambiente de relajación en todas las combinaciones. También las nuevas pantallas de los 737 tienen la configuración como si fueran el iPhone para poder trabajar y ver las películas. Lo primero que le pregunto es el idioma que quieren elegir, pueden ir hasta 17 idiomas diferentes. Como ven, por ejemplo, la percepción del servicio es completamente diferente ya con esto. Esta es la configuración del avión 330 que va a llegar a Buenos Aires el 16 de noviembre. Como dato importante para mejorar el servicio y la calidad, Delta transporta 180 millones de pasajeros por año, 120 millones de valijas por año. El Departamento de Transporte, o DOT, nombró a Delta la aerolínea global por los últimos 5 años con el mejor sistema de despacho de equipaje. En lo que va del año trasladamos más de 77 millones de pasajeros con 449.000 vuelos. El 22 de julio del mes pasado, Delta batió todos los récords de la historia y de cualquier compañía aérea en el mundo. En un solo día operamos 5.903 vuelos con 624.000 pasajeros, con un completion factor, o sea que se completaron el 98% de los vuelos. Ha batido todos los récords. Para mejorar la experiencia, ya falta poco, Delta también acaba de invertir 50 millones de dólares en las nuevas etiquetas de viaje. Estos barcos que ven aquí es tecnología de los 90, parecen modernas, pero ya en ese momento están obsoletas. Por lo tanto, Delta acaba de comprar más de 300 aparatos que son lectores portátiles, escáneres, impresoras que imprimen etiquetas descartables con el chip incorporado que baja la posibilidad de perder equipaje en un 95%, porque los mismos lectores están en la panza del avión cuando la etiqueta entra, y si no es correcta para ese vuelo, la para inmediatamente. Entonces es una forma más de darles un buen servicio. Por supuesto, la inversión que hemos tenido en Fly Delta App, en este momento ustedes pueden manejar toda su experiencia de vuelo desde nuestra aplicación, cambiar asientos, ver dónde están en tiempo real, tener el boarding pass, y aparte también si tienen los, ¿cómo se dicen? Los iPhones, no, iWatch, pueden también manejar su experiencia a través de eso. Este es el avión que llega a Buenos Aires el 16 de noviembre, es el nuevo Airbus 330 que tiene, en mi opinión, la mejor configuración de todos los aviones de Delta. Y creo que Delta, por algún motivo, no encuentra ningún avión que no le guste. Tenemos de todos tipos y colores, ¿no es cierto, chicos? Pero en mi opinión, este es el mejor avión. Tiene la mejor configuración. Es muy espacioso, muy relajante, es un lugar realmente muy lindo, realmente muy cómodo. Y ya casi para terminar, bueno, debido a todas estas inversiones de más de 3.000 millones de dólares, hemos recibido premios por 5 años consecutivos de Fortune Magazine. World Travel Award nos dio 5 premios y realmente estamos muy orgullosos de toda esta inversión. Ya para terminar, me han dicho que la próxima persona que va a hablar es sobre China, y les quería hablar sobre el footprint, o sea, la presencia que tiene Delta en China. 28 vuelos semanales a Shanghái, 14 vuelos semanales a Beijing y 7 a Hong Kong. Para que ustedes sepan, por ejemplo, para ir a China, ustedes pueden viajar diariamente a través de Atlanta y después conectar desde Detroit o Seattle diario a Beijing, desde Detroit, Seattle, Los Ángeles o Tokio diario a Shanghái, o desde Seattle diario a Hong Kong. También Delta acaba de hacer una inversión de 450 millones de dólares en China Eastern, que es la aerolínea más importante basada en Shanghái, para tener una mejor conexión y una mejor forma de viaje dentro de China. Ya estamos en el mismo aeropuerto y hacemos las conexiones juntas. Para terminar entonces, les quiero decir gracias por la preferencia, muchas gracias, thank you, muy obrigado a los brasileños que están aquí. Y si vean para China, se dice gracias y se dice xie. Gracias.
Bueno, queremos recordarles antes del coffee break que estamos muy justos con el tiempo y queremos ser muy respetuosos porque la programación de hoy es muy intensa. Entonces, que si ustedes tienen preguntas, por supuesto, a cualquiera de los expositores del día de hoy, ellos van a estar en el salón. Entonces ahí ustedes pueden, ellos generalmente responden preguntas, ¿sí? Intercambian tarjetas con la gente, no tienen ningún problema. Entonces por eso queremos ser muy respetuosos con los horarios, ¿no? Antes del coffee break, perfecto.
A mí me gusta el escenario, sí. Bueno, gracias. Bueno, quería anunciar algunas cositas. Queremos agradecer a la empresa Online TV que bueno, está haciendo la transmisión en vivo en todas las redes sociales de las conferencias para todos los que no pudieron participar en la conferencia aquí en Buenos Aires, así que muchas gracias. Por otro lado, para nosotros, como decíamos al principio, la idea es construir espacios. Y por la mañana dimos con la posibilidad de presentarse en el escenario a los que están colaborando con la Asociación Cooperadora, los Hospital Niños Ricardo Gutiérrez, y ahora queremos invitar a la Fundación Huésped para que también conozcamos de qué forma podemos colaborar con esta fundación.
Bueno, hola, buen día. Nosotros somos, como ya dijo Gustavo, Fundación Huésped. Somos una ONG que nos encargamos de dar una respuesta a lo que es enfermedad de transmisión sexual y defender los derechos humanos, lo que engloba obviamente los derechos sexuales y reproductivos de las personas. Hacemos diferentes campañas de integración laboral, brindamos servicios, hacemos campañas a nivel comunicacional. Vamos a estar en el hall, la idea es que se puedan acercar a hablar con nosotros, que contemos un poco lo que hacemos y bueno, si nos pueden ayudar, bienvenido sea, ya que nuestra principal fuente de financiación son las donaciones de personas particulares. Así que bueno, espero que podamos hablar y bueno, muchas gracias a Gustavo.
Muchas gracias. Y un pedido personal en todos los posteos, en todo lo que compartan en las redes sociales. Recuerden el hashtag que es GNETWORK360 y Amor Argentina. Así que bueno, ahora sí vamos a tomar un cafecito. Gracias.
Les recordamos por favor que cuiden sus pertenencias.
Ya tenés una sola. Una está vacía. Ya se le queda toda la vuelta.
I'm so glad to be back here. So today I have the pleasure to share with you my experience and thoughts about China. China. As I said yesterday, we have it's a big country and we have a lot to talk about. I think since we're at the GNETWORK360 gay conference, I would like to spend the first part of my time to talk about the Chinese gay culture and how will that affect LGBT culture and how that affects LGBT travel in China. Despite what a lot of people say about gay culture, somehow people think it, same-sex love is invented as a hipster thing or modern, as what you hear. It's not. Same-sex love, has existed in Chinese history for thousands of years. And it's well documented in Chinese history. Several or dozens of our emperors were gay or bisexual in that context. And the two very famous examples of Chinese gay culture in the history is, the first one is called 断袖, literally translated as cut your sleeve. It was the emperor of Ai from Han Dynasty. Once, it was described that one morning he wake up and without his male lover falling asleep on his arm, that he does not want to wake him up because he loves him so dearly that he decided to cut his sleeve instead. So that little charming story becomes a very important concept in Chinese culture, 断袖, cut sleeve. And Fen Tao described another love between two Chinese men that share a particularly delicious peach. So I don't know why that became famous, but that is very important. So today, 断袖and Fen Tao together is often used to reference as Chinese LGBT culture. I'm going to talk, since we are talking about Chinese culture today, I cannot avoid talking about Confucius. And as you know, the Chinese society is heavily influenced by Confucius' teaching. But people ask, why does Confucius have anything to do with being gay or same-sex relationships? It does. Everything Chinese do, everything Chinese say, what we breathe, how we think, it's all related to the philosophy. Even though Confucius focused very little on sexuality, whether it's homosexuality or heterosexuality, actually, it's a lot of the principles in Confucius' teaching actually have a deep impact on how Chinese gay culture evolves. Today I'm going to talk about three concepts. One is how the indirectness and the concept of face. And the second concept is collectivism and also conformity. The last but not least is the family value and the filial piety, how that is important and related to the LGBT culture. heard the term face. Face is probably the most important cultural concept in China. You have to understand, if you ever do business with Chinese people, you have to understand the concept of face. Face is literally translated as someone's outward image or reputation. In China, if we say giving someone face, it doesn't mean slapping their face. It means show them respect. And that is an ultimate honor you can give to someone. On the other hand, if you make people lose face, that is public humiliation. So in the Chinese history, our ancestors, but before we had a lot of laws, and often a lot of the debates and arguments for the deliberation, we, instead of asking ourselves whether it's legal or not, most Chinese people ask whether what I do is going to cause some people to lose their face. Not to make other people lose face, with the thumb rule that when a lot of Chinese people make deliberations. The Chinese culture is also very indirect. We like to show our respect. We like to promote the idea of mutual understanding. Confrontation is not encouraged, even we disagree with you. So because of all those things, that in China, it is very rare for people to confront other people about their sexuality. It's not polite to ask, are you gay? Do you like a man or a woman? Are you married? Sometimes people do ask about that. But it's very customary, you don't do that. Even though they might disagree, not accept, other people being gay, but they would not also criticize you in public, because that's considered make other people lose face. It's not a courteous thing to do. And related to that, we also, there's a three terms I want to elaborate in China and Chinese culture that is relevant as a result of this Confucius philosophy. In China, homosexuality there's a direct translation. It's called 同性恋. Literally, it's a direct translation. However, we don't prefer to use that because it's too clinical and sometimes it's a little derogatory. Instead, in China, we call people 同志. It's literally translated as comrade. It's a term that originally reserved the communist comrades who have the same will, that want to have revolution together. But today, this term has a much deeper meaning. It refers to China's gay community. So if you are gay Chinese, we'll call you 同志, a comrade. So here's an example of how this culture plays out. We have a propaganda poster from this Soviet Union time where Soviet Union guy and a Chinese guy together with their children. But they look to me just like a happy gay family, isn't it? The picture to the right is actually a wedding picture from the Consul General of the United Kingdom in Shanghai. He married his partner last year in a very big wedding. So that shows you the concept of 同志. I think the name shows that we want to show some respect when we talk to our LGBT community. It's very subtle, and it's also ambiguous enough that people can talk about it without being uncomfortable. The second word is called 好基友. Literally means, it's loosely translated like bromance in English language. It's usually just coined to describe a seemingly close relationship between two females. But when they invented that term, it was supposed to be a euphemism to describe, gay relationships between two guys, especially celebrities. A lot of them who are in the closet. So they coined this term. Instead of saying they are gay lovers, we say they're 好基友. Because this term implies a sense of ambiguity. They could be gay, they could be not. And the case on point here is, the first picture is an article in New York Times, the Chinese version, talk about the president in House of Cards, Kevin Spacey, of course, and his seemingly close relationship of romance with former President Bill Clinton. If you have seen House of Cards, you would know the president is somewhat ambiguous and fluid, in his sexuality. So it's a very interesting, double entendre on the name 好基友. So in this case, it's implied they have a very close relationship, but also have a touch of hint about their, seemingly homosexual preferences. The second part is an ad campaign done by a Chinese company called Asus. They are a computer company. So this says the online life of two top okay, best friends. So you can say these are just two good friends, and then share a computer screen. That's what people do anyways, right? But then in this case, use this term. It's also implied they could be a couple. The next one is very personal, one of my favorite, I think, inventions of Chinese language. As like Roman languages, Chinese, our gender pronouns have a gender. And then our pronouns have gender. And so sometimes it becomes inconvenient. Let's say if we do a marketing campaign, we do a poster. If we use a he or she, it limits half of the audience. So what did the marketer do? They create a new gender pronoun in Roman language called ta, T-A. It's the same pronunciation, but it's gender neutral. When it first invented, this word is used to describe in marketers that who wants to target LGBT to include them, but at the same time didn't want to run afoul with the Chinese government. For example, in this case, this campaign says, "Ai Ta." If you love Ta, please take Ta to Sanya, which is a popular beach, resort destination in China. So in this case, the campaign looks like targeting heterosexual couple. However, if you're a gay audience, you read that, once you see this, it's trying to include you because in the mind, this guy could also take another guy to there. So it does not include your partner. So I think it's a very progressive thing to do. So that's another thing that our culture, in pop culture, trying to be creative and include more LGBT people. And without being specific. The second concept is very important, is collectivism and conformism. In Chinese called Confucius teaching, it's always you want to be with a group, and you do not want to be the one, as we call it, the first bird that takes off gets shot. And you do not want to be that first bird. And even if every Chinese woman wants to call themselves a traditional Chinese woman, but even though they are very progressive, because that's what you want to be, and that's at least what you want to tell them to be. And so it's as a result of that, it's extremely difficult for people to come out. Because come out is considered as a confrontation, as something to stand out. So very few Chinese people come out. This is the first time that 2 Chinese celebrities come out in a TV show, which is quite amazing. And the family value and the filial piety, that's also a very important concept. In China, that we consider that no offspring is considered the biggest aberration of such virtue. That's why it's the biggest hurdle for Chinese people, parents, to accept their kids as being gay because they think they would not have kids. However, on the other side, Chinese people were able to use this concept, actually highlight the importance of family and marriage. Last year, was 2015, in a historical ruling, when the United States Supreme Court legalized same-sex marriage, Justice Anthony Kennedy quoted Confucius' value of family as a reason why the country should support and legalize same-sex marriage. As you can see, here are 3 examples. The first, I'm going to talk a little about that campaign. The 7 gay couples get married in Los Angeles. This campaign was widely covered by Chinese media. And second is PFLAG is a nonprofit organization, and PFLAG China has seen tremendous, movement in the country. The third is a lot of couples now, after they come out to their parents, a new challenge comes. Their parents want them to have kids, so surrogacy is very, very popular. A lot of Chinese couples will go to the United States and have surrogacy. I'm going to skip, because of the time, kind of quickly go through. So we're here to talk about tourism. Why is we're here to talk about Chinese tourism, Chinese LGBT tourism? Because Chinese tourism is very big. In the past decade, we've seen tremendous growth of Chinese tourism as a result of the booming economy. And here's a chart shows you how fast the Chinese economy has grown. In this case, grown 5 times the GDP, and to $10 trillion a year, just less than 10 years. Tremendous growth. As a result, more Chinese people are able to afford trips to go overseas and spend their money. Last year, the growth of Chinese tourism is 20% overseas. More than 120 million Chinese travel outside the country. And we expect this trend is not going to stop. By 2020, the number is going to be doubled. I learned yesterday the population of Argentina is at 30 million to 40 million. And think about that. Essentially, by that time, you have 6 times population, size 6 Argentina traveling around the world at the same time every year. So it's a huge impact. That's why it's so important, and then everyone wants to take a look at that. How do we attract Chinese LGBT travelers? Well, China's LGBT market has seen some significant growth as a result of that as well. And it's estimated China has about 50 to 70 million LGBT travelers. The size of China's pink economy is about $300 billion, only after Europe and the United States. In 2014, the Chinese dating app, Blue, received a funding and a market valuation of $300 million. This year, the famous gay dating app Grindr was purchased by a Chinese dating company for $96 million. It just shows you that the people are paying attention to the LGBT market, this Chinese pink economy. This is a campaign. I love to show this because it shows you a lot of companies are paying attention. The day the U.S. Supreme Court legalized same-sex marriage, a lot of top Chinese companies changed their logo to rainbow color just to show the support, even though China does not yet recognize same-sex marriage. Alibaba, Didi, which is now just acquired Uber in China, and Youku is the Chinese version of YouTube. This is Tmall, and this is Alvear. It shows you that companies are listening, knowing that an opportunity is there. There are still a lot of challenges. One of the biggest challenges to the market to this group is because a lot of them are in the closet, and also some of them don't have disposable income that Western partners have. As I mentioned earlier, a significant part of them are in the closet. A lot of them live in a double life, have wife and kids, but have another relationship. So hopefully that is changing. But still, that's going to be a big hurdle for attracting Chinese LGBT travelers. Another is travel distance, visa requirement, so forth. It's not exclusive to this particular audience, but it's very important. So the last but not least is the government censorship. As I mentioned, you saw the example, marketers in China have to be very creative to engage this audience without not being explicit. You cannot show topless guys in a bar. It would not be approved. However, campaigns like I showed you will be fine because it requires a different level of creativity. The opportunity is there too. We think that the public, more and more millennials, as they come out of closet and embracing themselves, it's going to create a huge market. Can you imagine 50 to 70 million people coming out of the market? That would be amazing. And if 10% of them come to Argentina, that will be a big number of people. I can put a lot of pressure on everyone, on you guys. Destination wedding is another area. I'm going to talk a little bit about that, show a case study, that why it's important, and it's a good way to highlight LGBT travel. Romance. Some of the quick, but then there's these apps that exist in China that helps create these marketing channels. Blue, the largest dating app, has about 20 million. This data is already old. And Zang and Let's Do, they all have a great opportunity to market to your audience. WeChat. Some of you might already heard of WeChat, and I've been using that. WeChat is the most important platform in China. Has 700 million monthly active users. They're not sitting there idle. They're using it. Most of them open WeChat more than 10 times a day. I use like 30 times. Our group over there uses probably like 20. So it's very important, and it also has a very high penetration rate, 93% in Tier 1 market. Almost everyone uses WeChat. So that's why you should think about, engage the groups. You should think about WeChat as number one. And WeChat is not just a social media. It is Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram combined, plus, because all those are banned in China, plus Apple Pay, Uber, Skype, and many more. We call it a life operating system. Without WeChat, we will die. So that's why it's so important. So I think the LGBT companies are realizing the opportunity, so they're using WeChat to target. This is a kind of a brief interface about how WeChat looks. You can share your stories, you can chat with people, you can use a paid taxi, every aspect of your life. And you can also meet people through a kind of Grindr-like feature. There's some examples that LGBT-specific account that talk about, promote destinations and promote their content on WeChat. So it has become very popular. The biggest challenge for gay dating apps in China is that as soon as Chinese people connect on those apps, they move immediately to WeChat. That's the problem. They connected and they say, what's your WeChat number? Let's connect here. Because it's such an integrated into our lifestyle. It's so important. So do I have 3 minutes? Oh, okay, good. So I want to share this case study. So after I talk about all that, I'd love to share a case study that I'm personally involved and to help you kind of understand, maybe give some thoughts and ideas how you might be able to market to the Chinese LGBT audience and what are some of the tactics. So last year in January, I got a phone call from China's biggest tech company, Alibaba. Any of you heard of Alibaba? Got a phone call. They said, "Oh, we want your help." I said, "How can I help you?" "We want to do gay marriage." I said, "What? In China, no. We want to send Chinese gay couple to countries where same-sex marriage is legal and get married." And I was very excited to see a Chinese tech company was so supportive of wanting to do this. So, and we decided, I said, instead of doing 10 weddings in 10 different nations, let's make a big gay wedding. A big gay wedding. In the United States, we can do a campaign to highlight that. So we created a campaign to bring together several companies, including Blue, which is the gay dating app, and 3 LGBT organizations in China. People like China, as I mentioned, Beijing LGBT Center, and Danlan, in partnership with Taobao, in our company, China, to do this campaign, really to bring these couples to the United States where they can get married and enjoy honeymoon and destination wedding. We've worked with Taobao to launch the campaign on Valentine's Day. This is the front page on Taobao, Valentine's Day last year. Taobao is the 2nd most visited website in China. Its traffic is only behind China's search engine. So as you can see on the front page on Valentine's Day, we got so many hits from this campaign. So people can click that and submit their love stories. And we work with other LGBT organizations to get couples to share their love stories in a separate video. And then we put them online, as you can see right, that people can click and view. So that those 10 couples got the highest view will win a trip to come to the United States and get married. And it all paid for. This is what we created, kind of some of the elements in this campaign, international flights, 5-star hotels, dining, Hollywood celebrity experience, meeting with LGBT center, a group wedding. We give them a ring from Tiffany. So always helps. So the creative experience. I wish I had time to share the video, but maybe if you're interested, I can share the video. It's a really interesting way. So we kind of create this itinerary surround that campaign. And this campaign was also sponsored by one of the companies in Taobao who sells bed sheets, beddings. So they create this rainbow collection and launch on the same page on the campaign because of the number of traffic. I have to say, when I first started working on this campaign, I had no idea how it will be received. It's the first time we talk about LGBT stuff in Chinese media. We got great results. The campaign was widely covered by Western media, including BBC, the New York Times, Reuters, you name it, Huffington Post. We received over 800 million media coverage on the day of the wedding. And I was so happy to see that. And also, to my surprise, a lot of Chinese media, including the government news media, also reported the stories. So it shows you that how much has changed. And I think part of it because the wedding is such a sweet message that a lot of people can relate, whether you're gay or straight. And that's why the government thinks it's okay to talk about that in the media. And 3 weeks later, the US Supreme Court legalized same-sex marriage in the United States. And that news waves into China. And guess what happened? The video of the couple getting married became hot again. They were viewed more than 40 million times online by Chinese people. So and that's a case that should, just kind of summarize the campaign, how we took it, challenge, approach it with our creative solutions. I think the future of LGBT travel in China is huge. There's a lot of, you have to be creative, and I think I urge you to, if you're interested in market, please spend some time, learn as much as you can about the culture, because everything we do is about our culture. It's deeply rooted in that. And tomorrow, my colleague Ping will talk about her experience working with these organizations in China. So please don't miss that, and you will definitely learn a lot. Last but not least, it's very happy to be here, and we work with a lot of travel destinations to help them how to engage Chinese travelers. And 谢谢 and muchas gracias.
Recordamos que si quieren establecer contacto con Charlie como cualquiera de los disertantes, pueden hacerlo porque no estamos con tiempo para hacer preguntas, porque queremos ser absolutamente respetuosos del horario, porque, como decimos, es una jornada intensa. Vamos a presentar a Ana Fernández, que es la próxima disertante. Ana Fernández pertenece al organismo oficial de San Clearwater, que es un distrito de la Florida, y entonces es el destino invitado. Todos los años GNETWORK invita especialmente a un destino internacional, y este año son ellos los invitados. Entonces, bienvenida.
Gracias. Bueno, buenos días todavía. Encantada de estar aquí. Mi nombre, como digo, es Ana Fernández. Soy la directora para Latinoamérica de Visit St. Clearwater. Visit St. Clearwater es el destino más importante de la costa oeste de los Estados Unidos. Somos un destino de playa, son 56 kilómetros de playa preciosa en el Golfo de México de los Estados Unidos. ¿Por qué estamos acá hoy? Estamos acá por el hecho de que nosotros somos este año la sede de la Convención Internacional de IELTA. Este año, como ustedes saben, tomó lugar en África, y este año nos toca a nosotros en St. Clearwater. Estamos esperando un número de personas muy grande viniendo a esta convención, y esperamos que también Latinoamérica tenga una presencia muy grande este año, ya que es muy fácil llegar allá comparativamente con irse a África. Así que si me ponen la primera presentación, les cuento un poquito sobre nuestro destino y por qué su importancia. Bueno, esto me da una idea de lo que les voy a hablar. ¿Y por qué St. Pete Clearwater? ¿Y por qué estamos aquí? ¿Y por qué la convención es en nuestro destino?
Can you feel it? Right there. That vibe. One part soul, two parts adrenaline. It's here on America's best beaches. In all the electrified colors of the spectrum. In unique juxtapositions of amazing, crazy, and wow. So within every moment, unique, amplified. Solar powered and radiating 1 million megawatts of possibility. Can you feel it?
Decimos que en St. Pete Clearwater se vive la vida amplificada. Y este es nuestro tema este año, este es nuestro anuncio de televisión, esto fue lo cual la convención es allá. Nosotros tenemos la segunda parada más grande de los Estados Unidos, de Pride Parade. Acaba de pasar, más de 250,000 personas acudieron a esa parada este año. Fue más grande aún de lo usual, por el hecho de que fue ni siquiera 2 semanas después del incidente en Orlando, que obviamente todos conocemos lo que pasó allá. Y entonces pues se hizo una parada de unidad con Orlando y vino gente de toda la Florida y de mucho más allá. Para nosotros en nuestro destino somos una de las 10 mejores comunidades o destinos en tenemos muchísimas opciones para sitios de quedarse allá, como son los bed and breakfast, hoteles, casas privadas, clubes. Tenemos 19 galerías de arte, muchas de ellas son de la comunidad LGBT. Tenemos el Central Avenue donde se hace la parada y donde hay muchos comercios, restaurantes, clubes nocturnos donde ir a disfrutar. De hecho tenemos una playa que se llama el Sunset Beach, que es una de las más preciosas. Así que sí, tenemos muchísimas cosas que ofrecerles y hoy les voy a enseñar un poco de ellas. Dicen pone nuevas rutas a tus vacaciones porque siempre piensan Florida, tengo que ir a Miami, yo quiero ir a Orlando. No, hay mucho que ofrecer para esta comunidad en sitios como el West Coast. A ver si esto nos ayuda. Okay. Localización es principal porque la gente no entiende muy claramente a veces dónde estamos. Costa oeste, la península que ven en el rojo es Clearwater y St. Pete. ¿Por qué se llama Clearwater y St. Pete? Piensen en Fort Lauderdale y Miami. El norte es Clearwater, el sur es St. Pete. Lo importante es que todo esto está rodeado de agua, pero también hay un intracosta. En el medio de la península también pasa canales de agua. O sea, donde quiera que te quedes vas a estar comiendo en restaurantes que están con vista al mar, te vas a quedar en apartamentos, habitaciones de hotel que todas tienen vista al mar, marinas, mucha vida afuera. Hay muchas cosas en la naturaleza, el kayaking, el paddleboarding, en los paseos por 56 kilómetros de playa. Todos los días puedes ir a una playa diferente. Hay 24 comunidades en esas playas y cada cual tiene su gusto. A Orlando te tardas 1 hora y 30 minutos saliendo de los parques de Disney a nuestro destino. Tampa está al otro lado de la bahía. Tampa no tiene playa, pero tiene el aeropuerto internacional. Por eso siempre hablamos de Tampa. Y tiene Busch Gardens y tiene tanto para hacer compras que ustedes no lo querían. Todas las tiendas, todos los premium mall que ustedes encuentran en Miami o en Orlando, los encuentran en Clearwater, St. Pete y Tampa. De las playas a Tampa en media hora. De nosotros hasta Miami son 4 horas, 3 horas 45 minutos a Fort Lauderdale. O sea, muy posible, la gente que siempre va a Miami y guía o conduce hasta Orlando, muy fácil es conducir de Miami a St. Pete Clearwater, les va a tomar el mismo tiempo. Esto es nuestro logo este año para muchas de nuestras actividades de Pride. Estos logos estaban para ustedes, para dárselos hoy, pero mis maletas no han llegado todavía. Así que se los hacemos llegar en el transcurso de la semana. Nosotros decimos que sentimos orgullo por mucho más que nuestras playas. Para nosotros la comunidad LGBT es muy importante. Es tan importante, como les dije, esto es una foto del principio solamente de la parada de este año. Eso, había horas de gente detrás de eso. Lo pueden ver, hay una parada que es de día, hay una parada que es de noche. Pero es una actividad de una semana completa, con sus diferentes reuniones, seminarios, workshops. Y se congrega mucha gente, no solo de los Estados Unidos, sino internacional. Tenemos paquetes, esto siempre pasa en junio, en la segunda semana de junio, y entonces después de eso, se llama St. Pete Pride, la organización que la hace, y después de eso, pues encima de eso, este año, en mayo, tenemos la convención anual internacional, o mundial. Ok, St. Pete by the numbers. Cuando decimos que esta es una comunidad muy importante, en el área de la Florida y en los Estados Unidos, aquí ustedes pueden ver lo que significa el LGBT market, el número de solamente la semana de Pride para nosotros. Este año fueron sobre 260,000 personas que estuvieron allí. El impacto en nuestra economía de esa actividad son más de 22 mil millones de dólares. O sea, el attendance, que la gente que vino este año subió sobre un 50.3%, pero subió mucho más por lo que pasó en Orlando. Todo el mundo quería venir y ser parte de esta unión, pero obviamente todos los años tenemos ya más gente, al punto de que tuvimos que cambiarla del área donde la hacían a otra. Y entonces, pues, el Pride Weekend para el fin de semana se queda el 18% de esa gente, un 20% se quedan todas las semanas con nosotros. Y ya ustedes pueden ver que la persona que va dice, yo quiero regresar. Y eso mismo pasa con el destino. Mayo 13 al 6 es nuestra fecha para la Convención Mundial de Alvear. Como parte de eso, van a haber paquetes que se los vamos a hacer llegar. Hay un montón de actividades que ustedes pueden asistir si se apuntan para la Convención Internacional. Nosotros vamos a dar la fiesta de bienvenida, que va a ser impactante. Música, bandas, comida, bebida. La fiesta de despedida la da el próximo destino, así que todavía estamos esperando por su actividad. Pero durante la semana van a tener oportunidad de conocer al destino, hacer cosas muy interesantes allá. Ok, estamos hablando de nuestras playas un poquito. Esta playa que ven a la izquierda es la playa Clearwater. Salió por TripAdvisor la mejor playa de los Estados Unidos y la playa número 20 en el mundo. La otra foto es tomada en la playa de St. Pete, que salió en la número 4 en los Estados Unidos. Y todos los años nuestras playas, como tenemos tanta área de playas, salen galardonadas en diferentes áreas. Estamos hablando qué hay para el LGBT community en St. Pete Clearwater. La avenida central, que fueron donde vieron la foto de la parada, esa avenida básicamente, nosotros decimos que es dominada por el LGBT community, es una avenida muy grande, une a toda la ciudad, y ahí hay absolutamente de todo. Hay mucho comercio, hay restaurantes, hay bed and breakfast, hay apartamentos, hay bares, hay discotecas. Enigma es un club muy conocido, y ese es nuestro distrito del arte. Ahí hay 19 galerías, hay como un pequeño shuttle que se pueden dar el tour de todas las galerías centrales y van parando aquí, disfrutando un poquito de comida o bebida allá. Así que de verdad que te pasan un par de días ahí. Sunset Beach, hablamos de alguna playa que básicamente se conoce porque es la playa LGBT. Yo me encanta ir a esa playa porque es sumamente tranquila, relax, y tiene uno de los mejores atardeceres. Nuestro destino se conoce por los atardeceres más bellos de la costa oeste. Siempre hay grupos así un poquito hippie de tambores o gente tocando música, se juega mucho deporte, voleibol, hay unas cuantas barritas y sitios donde ir cerca. Hablemos un poquito de seguridad, porque con el tema de lo que pasó en Orlando, también con el tema de cómo nos sentimos inseguros caminando por las calles en Latinoamérica, esto pasa mucho, que te roban el bolso, ahí no hay ese problema, tú pones tus sillas, tu bolso con tus cosas, te vas a caminar media hora, te vas a nadar, regresas y todo está en el sitio donde lo dejaste. Tú puedes ir a correr a las 5 de la mañana, puedes salir, puedes caminar por tanto nuestro downtown como todas las áreas de playa y eso, nunca hay problema, es súper tranquilo. Hay ambiente para todo el mundo y muy importante, quiero hacerles saber. Uno va a Miami, yo no sé ustedes, yo voy a Miami y antes me iba de clubbing, como dicen allá, fiesta toda la noche, qué sé yo, que ya yo no me da la energía para eso, ya no, tampoco estoy en esa etapa. Nuestro destino se conoce mucho porque ya mucha gente LGBT que va allá es porque ya el clubbing no es lo que están buscando. Quieren ir con su pareja, quieren ir con sus familias, quieren ir con sus hijos, quieren un sitio seguro, un sitio de restaurantes muy conocidos, muy finos, un ambiente muy profesional. Sí hay clubbing, el que quiera ir a amanecerse bailando lo va a conseguir, pero es una dinámica súper diferente a lo que ustedes encuentran en el área de Miami y de Orlando. Y esto lo aprecia mucha gente. Como les dije, hay sitios también para la fiesta. Este es uno de los hoteles más conocidos, se llama Flamingo. Ahí esta foto es tomada en la semana del Pride Parade. Es una fiesta 24 horas al día. Esta es mi información. Ahora los dejo con un pequeño video de la semana del Pride Parade para que tengan una idea. Y nuestra información se las puede dar y cuando salgan los paquetes y todo, tenemos a Claudio Fernández, que es nuestro representante aquí en Argentina, Paraguay y Uruguay. Claudio va a estar dando a conocer información más detallada de los paquetes, tanto para la Convención Mundial como para Pride Parade, y cualquier información que ustedes quieran para visitar el destino. Les puede hacer llegar revistas en español y toda la información, todos los videos que ustedes ven y nuestras presentaciones también están aveladas acá. Susan Scully, que está sentada por acá atrás, es nuestra directora de Corporativo e Incentivos, lo cual es muy importante para nosotros también. Y Susan es la persona que está a cargo de la Convención Mundial y trabajando con la sede de ellos, así cualquier pregunta, Susan también les puede contestar. Y ahora les dejo con nuestro último video.
Ana, GNETWORK360
¿Ah?
GNETWORK360 coming soon.
Sí, es cierto.
Vamos a hablar.
Muy bien, gracias. Eso sería fantástico.
We have a lot of galleries, a lot of art studios, and it tends to bring that vibe to all the restaurants that are in the district.
We went out to St. Pete Pride last year for the first time, and that's honestly why we moved out here, is because of the vibe and just the community and the I guess, quaintness of the city.
People start to bring their family, especially their kids, to see the type of environment, and that it is okay to be who we are.
cool ocean where you can just enjoy the water and hang out with your friends.
And St. Pete Clearwater is always something to do. You can always find somewhere to go, somewhere to hang out, have a good time.
Bueno, ya los esperamos, espero que hayan disfrutado la presentación hoy y que hayan aprendido un poquito sobre una nueva opción, un nuevo destino y el destino número 1 de playa de los Estados Unidos. Nosotros ya recibimos casi 15 millones de visitantes al año en esos 56 kilómetros de playa. Así que tenemos todas las cadenas de hoteles, todos los tipos de restaurantes, más económico que Miami. Esto es muy importante porque tanto en la hotelería, en comida, en lo que te va a costar atracciones y todo, sí es un ahorro, representa un ahorro de por lo menos un 20% de los costos de Miami. Y eso es algo que también tenemos con las economías como están, que tomar en consideración. Así que los espero para allá. Cualquier pregunta, estaré aquí un rato para contestárselas. Y gracias por su atención.
Bueno, me dijeron que estire un poquitito. Gracias, Ana. Bueno, la verdad que esperemos este año poder conocer San Pete. Esperemos ir este año. Es más, tenemos pasajes gratis para todos, ¿no? Todos invitados. Bueno, Ana es la responsable de promoción de San Pete en toda Latinoamérica, así que cualquier propuesta se puede acercar a Ana o a Claudio. Bueno, mientras tenemos que estirar, estamos conociendo a Billy Cinza. Bueno, es un tour operador obviamente muy conocido aquí en Latinoamérica y ha lanzado su marca específica para el segmento LGBT. Así que bueno, mientras vamos viendo su video institucional.
Vamos a presentar la última charla de la mañana de hoy. Él es Jason Marchand y él es cofundador de una red social muy famosa que es Scraft. Y nos va a hablar sobre cómo promocionar en los teléfonos móviles. Welcome, Jason.
My name is Jason Marchand. I'm a partner and chief product officer at Scruff. And I'm here to talk about mobile advertising and your travel and how Scruff back to England. Let's see, taking a moment to get just set here. Alright, so this is me, this is the title. There's contact information. Alright, who am I? I'm gay, an introvert, and a computer geek. I've been playing video games, using computers since the 80s. Came out using the internet, and made all sorts of my social interactions through the internet as a gay man. And have used a wide array of gay dating services since America Online all the way up through the West. So in my previous lives, I studied biochemistry at Boston College. I worked at the help desk, providing technical customer service. I was a web developer for a leading e-commerce design firm, and most recently prior to Scruff, I was a systems analyst in pharmaceuticals research. And a lot of the previous roles that I had focused on helping people use computers to solve their problems, and specifically focused on how people interact with software to solve their problems. And so most recently, Scruff founding partner and chief product officer. I got my start there by discovering the app on the App Store on iTunes 2 days after it launched in July of 2010. I sent sort of I was feeling rather bold that evening, and I sent an unsolicited feedback email to info@scruff.com. I didn't know who the other founders were. But I saw the app and I thought it had a lot of potential, and I decided to let them know I thought about it. And not really expecting anything to come of it, but a couple days later, my colleague and the CEO emailed me back saying that this was really helpful, and he asked if I'd like to help beta test new versions because they didn't have anybody. They couldn't pay me, so I had to volunteer. But perhaps if the app was a success, they would maybe pay me at some point. So I guess that happened. The app was a success, and one thing led to another, and now here I am. All right. So what is Scrub? So we are a leading gay social app. As I said, we launched in July of 2010. So we just celebrated our 6th birthday. We have 10 million members around the world, which makes us one of the largest. On average, about 70 million chats are sent on Scruff a week. We are the highest rated gay app of our size on both the iTunes and Android app stores. And we are available on iOS, Android, and Windows Phone. For those of you who are not familiar, just an overview of how it works. So you install the app from the App Store. You create a profile. Once you create a profile, you can view guys either globally, online around the world, or nearby. And the app uses your mobile device's GPS to report your location and then determine everyone else's location so that they can, it orders the guys in increasing order of proximity away from you. So the guy immediately to your left, immediately to your right in the grid would be a little further, and so on. So once you find, you see that you browse through these thumbnails of guys, and once you find one you want to interact with, you tap on the thumbnail. You see a detailed profile view, and then you can go from there to several different modes of interaction. You can chat, you can work with them, which is kind of like a Facebook poke, and you can share your private albums if you want to be a little bit more revealing. And you can also rate your interest in meeting them, and if they're interested in meeting you, you get a special message saying that you both like to meet each other. There's also a few additional sections to the app, including Match, which is a Tinder swipeable interface for meeting guys. There's a very closely curated event section, which lets you know what's going on in cities around the world. And most recently, we added Scruff Venture, which is our travel tool. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. All right, so before I talk about Scruff Venture, I want to say a few words about why Scruff Venture came to be. And one of the things we've always believed at Scruff is that gays travel differently. And there's probably a number of philosophies out there, but the one that I sort of follow is that we as LGBTQ people have a shared history of struggle and of marginalization. We are sort of used to seeking safety in numbers, whether it's in specific neighborhoods, or as far-flung pen pals. And the thing is because we are marginalized and we struggled as a group, across many other cultures and religions and ethnicities and languages. So the end result of that is that even if people live in a very foreign place, if we share that particular thing in common, our sexual identity in common, it gives us something very powerful that we can use to relate to other people. Even if we can't even speak the same language, which has happened a lot here with me in Argentina. It follows from there that traveling with other gays is often feels safer and more fun for us, as evidenced by the success of gay cruises like Atlantis and what have you. A lot of us also have an enduring fondness for particular gay destinations, like Provincetown or Florianopolis, Berkeley, California, Sitges in Spain, and so forth. And one of the things that they do is they offer a compelling mix of the familiar and the new. So we have other gay people, but it's also in a place that's different from where we live. And that, I believe, is a strong draw. And so gay travel is inherently social. So if gay travel is inherently social, then gay social apps should be pretty powerful travel tools. And our social approach to travel is pretty evident in the use of how we use gay apps. In fact, there are many people that don't use gay apps, like when they're in their local environment, that only use them when they travel. And what can you do with it? What can you do with the gay app when you travel? You can chat and get advice on food and nightlife and local customs. You can, before you travel, you can search other locations and see who's available locally to answer questions for you. And then you can meet to sightsee, to have someone who knows friends in a faraway place, so that you can sort of join their circle of friends. And you can also, if your interests are more physical, you can find romance and sex as well. And all of this, because it's on your phone, is in your pocket and available on demand. And I have asterisks there because it's provided you have Wi-Fi or mobile data, which is not always guaranteed. All right, so that brings us to Scruff Venture. And we had all of these things in mind when we went to develop this product. We're all like, those of us who run Scruff are all very fond of travel, and we wanted to, and we've all been using Scruff for the 6 years we've been around for like these travel-related purposes, without there being an explicit feature for it. And so Scruff Venture was our chance to put gay travel in the spotlight by providing a destination-centric view of locals, visitors, and events worldwide. So Scruff Venture was introduced with Scruff 5, which was redesigned from the ground up. It's available on iOS now, it has been for most of the year, and will be available on Android later this fall. And one of the things that makes it such a powerful travel tool is because it's powered by our full community of 10 million members. So you have people in all of these locations willing to offer advice or assistance. All right, so a bit of how it works. So it's keyed upon the fact that Scruff will prompt you as part of filling out your profile for your home location, and if you don't provide it, it can do some math to guess to sort of infer what your home location might be. So once it has an idea of where your home is, any significant change from deviation from that location, I think the threshold is something like 50 miles, which in kilometers you have to do the conversion. Once you get more than that far away from what Scruff believes is your home location, it will auto-create a trip for you, and it will auto-create a trip to whatever destination you're in. So if I'm from New York, and if I travel to Boston, which is more than 50 miles away, when I open Scruff in Boston, it will detect that my location has changed, and then detect that my location is now in Boston, so it will auto-create a trip for me. Now, if you have privacy concerns, this feature can be disabled. But usually people just sort of leave it enabled because it is rather useful. Because one of the things it does is it puts your profile in Venture in lists of profiles that are visiting a certain place. So people who are both locals and other visitors to that location can quickly see, who's visiting. You can also manually add current and future trips. So auto trip creation really only works for traveling you're doing now. But like if you're familiar with going through profiles in gay apps, you oftentimes see people listing their future travel in their profiles, and this provides a way to record that information in such that it allows you to appear in the visiting soon lists and for all of these destinations. So once you've done that, you can browse, scroll through the list of destinations of interest, and when you find one, you can tap it for details. The screenshot here shows a sample of what Buenos Aires, the destination, might look like. You have the hero image with the sort of cityscape, and then you have a list of profiles that are of guys that are local online. And as you scroll down further, you see visitors, people who are visiting now, people who are visiting soon. You'll also see ambassadors, so people are, a lot of people are very proud of where they live, and they are happy to answer questions and provide, tourist advice. And you can elect to become an ambassador for your city, which will put you in a special list that signifies to people that they can ask you questions about where do I go on Thursday night, or like what's your favorite restaurant in this neighborhood. And also you will also see what events if there are events listed. You can see a listing of what's available for places for usually nightlife events, places for you to go. And you'll also be able to, and if members have Airbnb or VRBO rooms, they can list them on Scruff and the listing is a link to the entry on Airbnb VRBO, so you can sort of see members with rooms as sort of and talk to them as sort of an additional way to familiarize yourself with someone before you may possibly, rent their room. All right, so these are a bunch of statistics. I know that time is pressing, so I'm not going to read through them all. So we have just. I will point out that these stats are for iOS only, because as I said, the Scruff 5 is not yet available for Android. It'll be out in the next couple of months. We're working very hard on it. So right now, only the iOS app is creating trips and recording this information. It goes as far back as 20 October 2015, which is when we launched Scruff 5 on iOS. So since then, we've had over 510,000 people travel to various locations, and 73,000 of them travel to South America, Central America, the Caribbean, and I've just highlighted a few of the larger countries in terms of travelers to these countries. You can see Argentina there, 4,400, and actually Buenos Aires got 4,200 of those 4,400 travelers. So trips are what travelers do, and a trip is an instance of a traveler going somewhere. And you'll notice that there's more trips than there are travelers because oftentimes travelers will take more than one trip. So we've seen worldwide almost 2 million trips taken, and we have again the breakdown for South America, Central America, Caribbean, Brazil, Mexico, Argentina. I can access statistics for other countries if some people are interested, they want to follow up with me. And here again, like Buenos Aires, there have been 5,400 trips, 54 instances of people traveling to Buenos Aires since October 2015. So we have a total of, so as for destinations, destinations are cities that you can select or search for in the list of venture cities. And we currently have 730, and 105 of which are in Central America, South America, Caribbean, and we have the breakdown for Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina. And so in Argentina, there's also this concept, so everywhere there's this concept of featured cities, and these cities will appear regardless of where you are in the world as a destination that you can learn more about. And in Argentina at present, we have Buenos Aires, and so as part of this GNETWORK tour, I was touring Salta, and thought it was really beautiful. So I had my team add Salta as a destination that people can indicate their ambassadors for, and see who's online to use visiting. So these are more stats. I'm definitely not going to go through these, but these are showing you top cities with the top number of visitors in the world, and it's sort of broken out by continent. And this last bit is interesting. This is a ratio of the number of visitors to a location to the number of locals in a location. So we have this concept, as I said, of who's visiting or who's traveling, and we also know we also have an idea, therefore, of who is local to a particular destination. And if you take the number of visitors and you divide it by the number of locals, it gives you an idea of what percentage of that city's visit activity is from visitors or locals. And so higher numbers mean that there are lots of visitors. So for example, Marigot, which is in St. Martin, there's roughly 24 visitors per every local in the city, and you can contrast that with Hartford, Connecticut, which is not a very exciting place, where there's roughly 0.05 visitors per every local in that area. Argentina is fairly even. There's about 1 visitor for every local that we see on Scruff. All right, so I'm going to go into the mobile advertising bit after showing you some of the power of how Scruff and other gay apps can be used to facilitate gay travel. It might be helpful to discuss how you might advertise on Scruff and apps like it. So these are the sort of the main ad formats, and this gets rather technical, so I'm just going to summarize it. There are alerts, which there are things that pop up when you open the app. When you open an app, there are interstitial ads, which appear usually when you complete an action, like you're about to exit an app, or if you use Grindr, I believe, they pop up in an interstitial when you block a profile. They're a little bit less interruptive than alerts, and they, because they're not interrupting something already in progress, they're doing something at the end, and so they have benefits and drawbacks in comparison to alerts. And then there is the ever-present banner ad, which if you use apps on your iPhones or Androids, you're probably familiar with. Those things that usually in the bottom of the apps that you touch by accident and go to a site that you don't really want to go to. The benefit is that they're not interruptive, but the drawback is that people don't authentically engage with them as much. Often the case is that they're actually not even meaning to tap on the app. These are some more deep pros and cons about alerts. The main thing to conclude is, so alerts are when people ask us if they can advertise on Scruff, the number one thing that they want is an alert. And because it's very in your face, it's very interruptive, and it appears usually right when you launch the app, so it's likely that you have someone's attention to an extent. However, as you can see, there's a number of disadvantages, particularly to the app developer, the app publisher. These are in the cons here. We see things that we think about a lot when we consider doing an alert. Most importantly, is that if we do too many of them, we get to people start to perceive the app as being over commercialized or very noisy or very chatty. And it can reflect negatively on you in terms of your app's reputation and your app's ratings. So in Scruff, we actually don't sell alerts to advertisers. and we reserve them for generally for scrub-related things. We do have some like highly integrated topic-specific co-promotions, and we have gay travel advisories, which when you travel to a country, one of the 70 some odd countries in the world that where same-sex interactions are criminalized in some form, you will get a red alert that pops up when you launch Scruff in that country, saying that we now see that you're in Saudi Arabia or Nigeria, as is the case in the screenshot. Here are some things you need to know about laws that this country has about being gay, and some suggestions on what you can do to protect yourself. We also use it for system notices, account notices, advising people of that an upgrade's available. We will use it for our own co-promoted or sponsored events, and also like in-app surveys, so we can better understand what our members think about various aspects of gay life and about Scruff, and also the occasional job opening. I'm not going to talk much about interstitial or rich media ads because we don't use them. So you can actually, we use them for one narrow case. We use them for upsells. So when you're a free member, you first download the app and you do something that requires the paid version, we will pop up an interstitial that says, in order to do this, you need to subscribe to our pro version. Banner ads. So banner ads are in some ways they're very easy, in other ways they're very frustrating. Certainly from a creative standpoint, because you have very little space to play with. There's very little. The creative options that you have are fairly limited, so they're fairly quick to produce and very easy to produce many versions of. So you can test to see if the purple colored ad, your ad with the purple colored background, gets more taps than the one with the red colored background, and so forth. They're very cheap to deploy, especially in gay apps, which I'll touch upon very shortly. They're non-interruptive and less intrusive, and most apps have, in their free versions at least, multiple banner spaces in the app where they have banner ads. Cons, so as I mentioned before, they're low performance for advertisers, meaning people don't often tap on them, which would ultimately lead to someone staying at your hotel or visiting or learning about the attractions in your particular tourist destination. And because they don't perform well for advertisers, they don't pay us a lot of revenue. I think one of the other principal challenges is that the tools that you use to indicate that you want to target an ad to say you're at the Argentine Board of Tourism and you want to target an ad about Buenos Aires to Scruff, say Pride is coming up. The tools for doing that are actually very difficult because apps generally don't offer an easy way to do this directly. It's technically complicated. And in these ad networks, these entities that you have to go through to place these ads, generally, they don't have the capacity or the interest to work with anyone but people with businesses with the large advertising budgets. And similarly, apps will also, because maintaining advertising contracts and the sort of responsibilities of delivering ads requires a lot of clerical or administrative work. It's not cost effective for apps usually to do direct ads unless you have a very large ad buy. When people ask to advertise on Scruff, we often say that unless you plan on spending more than $20,000 for an ad buy, you should probably pursue other options because it's simply not time or cost effective to us. And there's the high likelihood of accidental taps. So how we make money, brief history. In the beginning, it was all banner ads, and that seemed really great because it required very little effort on our part, and we thought it would be easy money. Unfortunately, the money was not that easy or that great, because a lot of the ads that we were seeing were very poorly suited to our members. So Scruff is an app for gay men, and we would regularly see, somewhat strangely, we would see ads for like straight dating apps, which, you know, why would someone who's using Scruff, you know, want to interact with them? I don't know. But they sent them to us, and no one tapped them. Frequently, like very few supply disruptions, like the ads that would be served to you would just suddenly stop for reasons unexplained. So your daily revenue from advertising can swing, you know, as much as 80% from one day to the other. And it makes it extremely difficult to forecast, you know, like what your profit's going to look like, you know, one week down the road, let alone 6 months or a year down the road. It's just, it's not a good way, or it's not a sane way to run a business. So as a result, we developed a suite of premium features. We called it Scruff Pro, and that's something that we have in complete control over, like and the pricing and what you do to, you know, get alerted that like this feature is available. And the most important thing to remember about subscriptions is that they're recurring revenue. So like we can, that makes it very easy to project what we plan on making in the next month, the next year. And as of today, our revenue model is 5% banner ads and 95% Scruff Pro subscriptions. So there's still not a source, so banner ads today, still not a good source of revenue, not cost effective to run directly. In fact, our biggest improvement was giving a large portion away. Which brings me to benevolent ads, and this is important. So 20% of our ad inventory is donated to nonprofits and government agencies that work that serve the LGBTQ community in some way, and that would include state and local boards of tourism. So I want to underscore that point. And it's a self-service tool. So you can once you sign up, you create your ads. You indicate where you want those ads to be run, and then you run them. And then you can track how those ads perform in terms of impressions, the number of times that an ad's been shown, in terms of taps, the number of times an ad's been interacted with, etc. And we also have very comprehensive and very comprehensive support if you have any questions. And all that's free. It's also focused very heavily on local, city level nonprofits and organizations, because we know that they often are the organizations that are struggling to get attention the most as compared to a lot for-profit or national nonprofit agencies. So we try to skew very heavily towards giving inventory to local nonprofits. Since we launched benevolent ads in August of 2014, we've shown nonprofit ads over 25 billion times, and we do millions and millions every day. And so if you're interested in learning more or signing up, you can go to ads.scruff.com and get started. So 80% of our banner ad inventory is still filled by ad networks. We've shown over 1 trillion ad impressions of all types since we were established. An estimated $75 billion a year, could be spent by U.S. LGBT travelers. We have 1 million daily average Scruff members. 77 minutes a day spent on Scruff by the average active member. Each ad is shown for about 20 seconds, and the average cost for 1,000 impressions or 1,000 displays of an ad is 21 cents. And yet we see frustratingly, we see 0 travel and tourism brand banner ads in Scruff on a given day. And the question is why? Well, I'll show you. This is why. That's not me, I would never wear flip-flops. So, user-generated content is the main reason we think that we don't see lots of, we don't see like Delta ads or Visit Argentina ads in Scrub. So, lots of problems with banner ads, but I think the main concern for bigger brands, the brands who can afford to work with these ad networks and who have advertising teams who can craft this creative and manage these accounts and use these complex tools, the companies that are most likely to have those resources are the least likely to want to see their ads juxtaposed with adult imagery like what we saw before. And the bigger the brand, the greater the concern tends to be. And so as a result, gay apps have especially poor ad inventory. Because you have all these companies that when they go to target their ads, they say, they exclude gay apps from places where they want their ads to be shown. And so the equation for that, poor inventory, leads to low engagement with the ads that you do see, which makes because everything is sort of priced in a sort of an auction, it makes the price for that advertising space very cheap. So we think that the risk of like having your ad juxtaposed with like a naked guy is a little bit exaggerated, and we can take further steps as an app to mitigate the risk of this happening. So we can direct ads to only be shown on screens where we know that there's not supposed to be nudity, and we can control we can control what ads are shown, what types of ads are shown in each banner ad space. And that would allow us to almost eliminate the possibility that someone's going to take a screenshot of someone naked, over like a Fly Delta Airlines ad. And we would love to see, ads for Delta or Marriott or Visit Argentina in Scrub. And so it's my last slide. So, gay travel, inherently social. Scrub is a powerful tool for gay travelers. Venture Trip shows our passion as LGBT people for travel. There's various ways that you can advertise in gay apps, and each have their strengths and weaknesses. Banner ads are still the most common type. They don't make much money, especially for gay apps. Benevolent ads is a free way to ad for nonprofit and government organizations who serve the LGBTQ community to advertise in Scrub. We also spoke about, finally, the challenges that would-be advertisers would face, and the prevalent concern of user-generated content preventing the big brand advertisers from advertising in gay apps. And we can take steps to make that less of a risk. And that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you to Pablo and Gustavo for having me here. And I apologize, I'm not a natural presenter, as you can probably tell. But if you have any further questions, my contact information is on the first slide. I believe you all have access to it. Feel free to reach out to me. Thank you.
Bueno, los invitamos 2:10, vamos a estar comenzando con las charlas de la tarde y queremos agradecer muy especialmente a nuestras traductoras simultáneas, las dos Andreas. A las 2:10 los esperamos a todos para las charlas de la tarde y los invitamos también a visitar la expo.
if not all of my Spanish. So thank you so much for having me here today. Can you hear me okay? Okay? All right. So that's better. Thank you to Pablo and Gustavo for having me here at this conference. It's wonderful to be in Argentina. I've been looking forward to coming to this conference for many years, and I'm glad that it finally worked out that I was able to attend this year. A little bit about me before I get into my presentation about how marketing partners are breaking through to the LGBTQ community through utilizing publishers as influencers. I've been in the LGBT and the travel space for going on about 20 years at this point, having spent time at brands like Travelocity, at Logo, which is an MTV property, and at several peer media properties like Out and The Advocate. And I'm really excited to be with Q Digital here today. So thank you again for having me. So as we've already heard from Tom Robb and the other experts in the room, the LGBT market is an absolutely phenomenal market to tap into. It's an $884 billion market just in the United States alone. You'll forgive me, our company is based in the U.S., so a lot of the examples that I will be utilizing today and tapping into today are going to be U.S. focused. So I know that we're here in Argentina and you're thinking globally. We do also have reach into the South American market. It's a little bit on the smaller side, but that is available. We also reach in the UK and into Canada as well. And what everybody has heard about the LGBT market, all the positive things, all the positive attributes, is absolutely true. 70% of LGBTs would pay a premium for a product or a service that is considered to be LGBT friendly. 64% believe in recurring friends. Word of mouth advertising is obviously the most valuable form of advertising, and so that's what we tap into when we're trying to get our users and our audience to influence their friends, whether it's on social media or if you're telling your friends at cocktail parties or what have you. And over 3 out of 4, 78%, would actually switch brands to a product or service that is actually known to support the LGBT community. And from a financial perspective, we're lucky enough to do pretty well also. We have a 23% higher median income than the average U.S. market. We spend 25% more on consumer packaged goods than the general U.S. consumer. And we have 24% more equity in our home than the general U.S. consumer as well. A little bit about who we are at Q Digital. We are a small but mighty network of 3 different web properties, each that super serve the LGBT community from different content verticals. So if you haven't had a chance yet, please download our apps or check out our websites on your mobile devices. They're all available on mobile as well. In fact, over 60% of our traffic comes from mobile-enabled devices at this point. Our leading entertainment site for the LGBT community is Queerty. Queerty is a fun and irreverent website. It's sort of like Entertainment Weekly and BuzzFeed could be sort of combined into an LGBT site. That's what you would find at Queerty. It's the most visited LGBT media site in the U.S. LGBTQ Nation is our news and political site. So as you can imagine, with the general election happening right now in the United States, we're having really good traffic at LGBTQ Nation this year. It's also the most followed social media site with over 1.3 million fans and followers just on Facebook alone. And last but certainly not least is our travel powerhouse, which is Gay Cities, which generates over 750,000 uniques every single month, making it the most visited travel site in the United States to super serve the LGBT market. We also have really deep destination guides on over 250 destinations around the world. So all in total, our total audience is about 9 million per month, with 7.5 million coming from digital, 1.6 million coming from social media, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, we're really, really heavy into the mobile space. We're really a mobile-first audience. Our audience is very, very social connected. We also work with a variety of different influencers who help us craft messaging to our different marketing partners. So this is a sampling of a few of the different influencers that we work with on a regular basis. We'll be highlighting a couple of examples today, and one of them, we worked with Kyle Krieger and Max Emerson on a campaign for Tourism New Orleans, which you'll be seeing. We've also worked with Alyssa Edwards and several of the other more famous drag queens from RuPaul's Drag Race. We just did a shoot with them in New York for an anti-smoking campaign called This Free Life, which will be premiering on the Q Digital Network this coming November. So I can't share that one with you yet, but maybe if you come to the CMI conference in Las Vegas that Tom Rolfe is hosting, we can share it with the whole family. So we create a connection between brands and the LGBT community that's really unmatched with other digital properties, and we're really excited about that. So we have some case studies to take you through. These are all current case studies. These are all active on our sites right now, or they were active as of 2 weeks ago. So we didn't want to pull old case studies like out of the vault and dust them off and pull the cobwebs off of them. These are all fresh, really active case studies at this point in time. So the first one is one of our automotive partners. This is Lexus. We've worked with Lexus for several years, and this year they challenged us to communicate their brand message in an upscale manner and partnering with different LGBTQ influencers. And so what we did is we took a look at different LGBTQ filmmakers, and knowing that the queerty audience really is interested in the entertainment industry and interested in the creative process and what it takes to create a film, we did a behind-the-scenes look with 5 different filmmakers, and we took our users through their creative process, all surrounded by very subtle Lexus integrations. So let's take a look at the Lexus video.
I think the importance of telling LGBTQ stories is so that people can hear them, so that people can relate to them. Making films to show that you can be gay and still have an entire life outside of that, that there are so many different aspects to being gay other than the one thing that people fear, which is like who you're sleeping with and what you're doing with them, I think is really important.
I mean, the reason I made But I'm a Cheerleader is because there really was no movie about like lesbians when I was a kid. It was kind of the absence of stories like that that just motivated me.
I think it's important to create stories featuring gender non-conforming protagonists and every shade of color in the spectrum.
Part of the problem in feature films, too, is that we don't have movie stars who are gay and out that can play those parts. If Brokeback Mountain starred 2 unknown gay actors, it would not have had this huge success that it did.
I think that's my challenge, is to figure out ways to find bigger audiences.
The breadth of the stories that these audiences can learn from paying attention to queer filmmakers will create more opportunities for everybody.
And it's up to audiences to seek those things out. And if gay people want to see more gay movies, they should support the ones that are made. And then those filmmakers will be able to grow. Making the movie film is one of the great experiences I've ever had. One of the reasons why is that every once in a while, somebody who had lived in that area for a long time would just walk into our set and look around and start crying because it was something like going back in time. We were all very proud to be part of it and to be the ones that got to tell that story.
We're definitely at a turning point in culture right now. We want people to learn how to open to ideas and to lifestyles and identities they never had to think about before.
The movies that I make, movies that other more mainstream filmmakers make, all that stuff feeds into a pipeline of just more acceptance. And I do feel like there's a lot more gay filmmakers out there who are able to tell their stories, and whether they be gay or straight, I feel like it's all moving in a good direction.
But I also think it'll be really interesting to see shows about butch women, trans men, trans women that aren't coming out stories. They're not about the beginning of the process. They're just people living their lives.
Pretty soon you'll see Marvel movies with a gay superhero. It won't make people a bad eyelash.
You know, you can't sit around and be like, oh man, there's no movies with people whose lives exemplify my own. So, go make one.
I love the message at the end. If you don't see a story that's telling your life, go out and make one. I mean, what story of empowerment to send out to the youth of today. So This really has resonated well with the queer youth audience. We have the largest millennial reach as well into the millennial market than anyone else in the United States. So our audience has been really engaging very well with this. So we had a really strong distribution platform for these videos because they're beautiful and they look great, but if no one's watching them, who cares, right? So you have to make sure that there's a strong distribution model. We launched these on July 1st, and my presentation was due last Wednesday, so I cut it off at the 23rd. And we already had 28,000 video views, which is extremely solid. I'm sure it's over 30,000 at this point. We also hosted an event in Los Angeles the Monday night of Oscar Week, and we created an LGBT filmmaker event for Oscar Week that we're going to continue to do. This was sponsored by Lexus. We premiered these films at the event, and then afterwards we had a panel discussion with all the filmmakers. We saw Dan Jinks in the film, who was one of the executive producers on the film Milk, which was nominated for multiple Academy Awards. I think Sean Penn actually won Best Actor for that. And then we had other directors in there who did smaller LGBT films, like I'm a Cheerleader, who you might see at different LGBTQ film festivals in Los Angeles. In addition, we have a really strong microsite where these videos. Sure. Sorry, is that better? Okay. We also have a microsite on Queerty where this runs, and in addition to that, we promote everything through social media, and we write native content pieces or custom editorial pieces about each one of the filmmakers to support the launch of each video as well. So there's a really nice, robust distribution model that we have for each of these videos. Okay, the next one is a tourism campaign that we did for Tourism New Orleans, which is a lot of fun. You saw with Lexus that it had a very upscale, subtle kind of feel to it. This one's a lot more fun and more flexible and a little bit more in your face. This one was hosted on Gay Cities to tap into the LGBT market for people who are interested in traveling to New Orleans. And if you've been to New Orleans, everybody knows about Bourbon Street and the French Quarter and how much fun you can have there. And what New Orleans charged us with was to figure out how we can get to increase booking nights for hotel rooms. So how can we get people to stay a couple of extra days and do midweek activities, or come in with a few days early to do some midweek activities. So we created a video series where we partnered with two LGBTQ influencers, Max and Kyle. They each have about 550,000 followers just on Instagram alone, so they have a really strong reach. And we went in with Max and Kyle and the client at Tourism New Orleans and their ad agency, and we all collaborated together on a custom video series where we designed basically a scavenger hunt over a 4-part video series that the gentleman took the audience through, and they discovered different aspects of traveling to New Orleans that are a bit off the beaten path and out of the French Quarter. So let's take a look at the video for New Orleans.
Congratulations! You have been chosen to go on the Great NOLA Scavenger Hunt. Head out now, follow your fun, follow your fire, and follow your rhythm. Hey, Tyler. Let's go check it out.
Hey, my name's Mitchell. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, I'm Max.
Max Mitchell.
What do you guys do here?
Fire.
Yeah, we saw that up front. We're looking for fire.
You came in the right
That's
place.
the thing we're trying to find.
Yeah. We primarily cast glass. So everything you see here, we made right in the shop. So cast glass is a solid way of working glass. It's still hot like glowing glass, except we use a metal ladle to scoop the glass out the furnace and pour it into different types of molds. The glass we use, in fact, all the glass I use is 100% recycled.
So your art is all over town in New Orleans and elsewhere, I imagine. What is your favorite piece in town so we can go check it out?
I mean, one of my favorite pieces is a collaboration I did with a friend of mine, Tim Tate, and my wife, Erica Larkin. It's the AIDS Monument in Washington Park. It was a long process in which we took molds of faces of people with AIDS, AIDS hospice workers, you know, the whole scene, and then created this sculpture piece in Washington Park, just to show that the space is just multifaceted. It's not, you know, what people see or hear, you know, from afar. It affects everyone in the community. Before you guys go, I'm going to show you a little farm. You ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Sure?
Mitchell made it look so easy, as if it was just like pouring water into a bowl. It wasn't. It was like candy meets, how would you describe it? Lava? Literally. I learned how to cast glass, not blow glass. Kyle really, really, really wanted to blow glass, but I think he's pretty happy just having casted it today. I made this. Hello, Fleur Lee. And you guys, I'm a dad. Really quick before we go, thank you for helping us find our fire, but now we need to find our fun.
Alvear is close to my installation in Washington Park. My single main desire, great place, check it out.
We get to see the house from the streetcar named Desire. The lady at the bike shop was telling me at the closing ceremony for the Tennessee Williams Festival, all these guys get drunk and they do a competition where they all just yell, "Stand up!" Where are we supposed to go next? We have to find the rhythm. Come on. Wait, Kyle! Kyle! Wait for me! We're doing a scavenger hunt. You're wearing dancing shoes and a sash that says dancing man. Can you help us find the rhythm?
Yes, I can. Follow me that way. I'm there, dancing man. My rhythm came from allowing myself to let the music move me instead of my mind. What are we waiting for? Let's go get some Bayou. I want you to let loose and move it. Dance should be serious. Dance should be adults acting like. There you go. We got it, baby. We got it. I got into this after the storm. I wanted to teach the kids to be proud of where they're from because they were scared to come back home. And I wanted to remind the adults how important it is for us to still make this culture live. How do you make people that are hurt, people that are sad and depressed, find happiness? You take them to the second line work. Second line was the first form of healing that started in Congo Square, when the slaves would be able to have their free day and they would go play drums and they would dance. Yeah. And y'all improved my rhythm.
So where should we go to check out the swamp?
You should go to Honey Island.
Yeah, Kyle. Welcome to the swamp. You're awesome.
So as you can see, we had a much more lighthearted approach than with the Lexus videos. This was much more about, finding your fun in New Orleans, which our influencers really, really tapped into. We also had to make sure we captured the diversity of New Orleans and the history of New Orleans, and to talk about, the slave trade that was there and how that whole culture has evolved since then, and also to mention the storm. You can't go to New Orleans without paying homage to what happened with Hurricane Katrina. So that's all really part of the fabric of what New Orleans is, and we're really proud that we were able to weave all of that story in a way that felt authentic to what the influencers were experiencing. So again, in a similar way to Lexus, we had a really strong distribution platform for these videos as well. And since these launched, we've seen over 30,700 video streams of these videos. So the client's extremely happy with that, and they continue to grow each and every single week. Staying within destinations, we've been working with San Francisco Travel for many years, I think 5 or 6 years, something like that. And every year they challenge us with new key performance indicators that we really have to hit for them. I'm sharing this example because it's an interesting way of how we were able to combine a little bit of market research with a fun and creative custom contest for San Francisco Travel. So with this piece, what we did is we had our users rank what they were most interested in when they were visiting San Francisco on a scale from 1 through 5. So this was a drag and drop contest. So maybe someone's interested in dining more than nightlife and shopping more than sightseeing. So you could drag and drop them for San Francisco. but over the last year we've done maybe 7 or 8 of these. In general, they've generated over about 140,000 page views. And with contests and sweepstakes, we've had over 35,000 entries and helped them build out a very, very robust database. And we continue to be very happy to work with them as a partner. Looking at one of our airline partners, Alaska Airlines, which might not be the biggest airline or even any airline in Argentina, but they're doing a lot of really great work in the LGBT market in the United States. And they're also going through a really big merger right now with Virgin America. They just bought Virgin America, so it's called a merger. But Alaska Airlines came to us because they were looking for a marketing partner in LGBT to help honor and celebrate the 1-year anniversary of marriage equality. You might remember that in 2015, marriage equality became a legal thing in the United States. So on Queerty, we created a custom content channel called Queerty Ever After, which is uplifting stories about couples that are making it in this world, true stories. And then we also did a custom content series for Alaska Airlines. And this one, I think, focuses on maybe 4 different amazing places to throw the wedding of your dreams. And of course, these are all places that are serviced by the airline. So I think we did Puerto Vallarta, Palm Springs, Cabo San Lucas, and Hawaii. So just with this one piece alone, we just launched this 2 weeks ago, and it's already generated about 3,000 page views. And that's pretty strong for a native piece of content. For Absolutely Fabulous, the movie, we partnered with the studio, Fox Searchlight. Can I get a show of hands? Does anyone know what Absolutely Fabulous is? Yeah, okay, cool, a few people. So it follows the story of 2 very irreverent, outrageous women, Patsy and Adina, who are desperately trying to hold on to their youth. And they'll drink anything and take anything to make them feel younger, basically, and comedy ensues. So this was a series from the 1990s, and the movie was just released on July 22nd. And they did several iterations across the web, but we were their media partner, and when we were meeting with them in Los Angeles, we were talking about the synergies between the characters of the film and the Queerty brand. How they're both irreverent, unapologetic, they like to have fun, and so we created these custom integrations where you can see them floating up from the bottom of the screen. These would sort of surprise and delight users, and then those were some of the famous quotes from the series as well. Willing to take stories like this through their press agents in order to elevate the stories even further. So I think my favorite quote here is, what publishers can learn from this is to take chances, especially when the site aligns with the creative being produced. A collaboration between agencies and media sites can be as good of a fit as an agency and a brand. So we were really happy about this. We created a conversation about this online. The integrations went viral, and the movie actually did really well. So we're very happy with that. So we work with a variety of partners inside the travel category, as you can see, and outside of the travel category. This is a small sampling of some of our other marketing partners within the travel space. And if we're not working with you already, please come and see me if you'd like to talk about maybe some, and brainstorm some ideas about how we can potentially work together. We're always working with new people, and would love to work with you. So that's pretty much it for me today. Thank you so much for your time.
Hola, pero puede hacer la presentación en inglés porque mi español es un poco chueco y mejor hablar en inglés. But yeah, so today's presentation is going to be on kind of what's going to be what defines luxury today is the title there. And we're going to kind of talk about trends in luxury travel and the definition of luxury today from what it used to be and what it is now. And so we'll start. So if you want to end it on social media, so I'm going to go ahead and take a few moments to just point out my Twitter is right here. If you want to use those hashtags and tweet at me or anything you want to do, there you go. So my background, I'm just going to take a few minutes to introduce myself so you better understand why I'm qualified. And I do apologize ahead of time for reading from my notes, but it's a lot better if I read from the notes, because if I go off script, it's bad. So I do apologize ahead of time. But I also want to note that I have some data that I'm going to report later on in the session from American Express Travel, and they've done the studies on luxury market and millennial travel, and I have that data which I'll present later on today. So I'm a journalist, and my PowerPoints are actually very basic, so please excuse this, because they're very, very, very simple PowerPoints, but hopefully they'll get the point across. But I work for mainstream media in the US, and I also do LGBT media, and those are some of the publications I work for, including Destination Weddings and Honeymoons, Travel Leisure, Huffington Post, Connections, Out Magazine. There's the list there for you. I've been to over 60 countries. I will have been to all 7 continents this year by December, so that's kind of fun. And yeah, I've been working in media for over 10 years. Just a little additional self-promotion here before we go on, but my Instagram was just named one of the top 10 Instagrams to follow for gay travel. And also the Nomadic Boys are right there as well, so they're presenting, so definitely. And we've been conditioned to understand the world of luxury as being these things here. But luxury has evolved, and it's mostly due to the generational shift, which is what I'm going to talk about, the millennial travelers. And that's kind of what's redefined what luxury is now. So it's a little bit different from what we're used to. Okay, so why is luxury different? It's because of these people, millennial travelers, right? So millennials are defined as people that were reached adulthood around the year 2000. And just like every other generation, they come in all different shapes, sizes, sexual preferences, all those things. But the thing with millennial travelers is that they come with heavy opinions and heavy expectations, much more than the boomer generation. So they're going to expect a lot more than what their parents did. So this is a new type of traveler, and because the previous generation is still traveling, and I can attest to that. My parents they travel all the time. They just got back from China and Russia and Spain, and they're big travelers, and that's probably where I got my passion for traveling. But, sorry, I lost my place there. But yeah, even though our parents and older generations are traveling, the younger generation is still even more thirsty to see more of the world, and they're willing to spend more money and more time each year traveling, more so than our parents. So we're going to touch on all 4 of these things here, and this is what the millennial traveler is preferring. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is boutique hotels versus the massive resorts. The next will be technology. The third will be more personalized experiences. And the fourth will be the 5-star service without the white glove service. So going into the first point here. So here on the screen you see 2 types of hotels. We're actually sitting in one of them, the Alvear Palace here. And at the bottom there is the Alvear Art. So both of these hotels are 5-star hotels, but they're very different. One is more classic, while the other one is more modern. So the millennial traveler at this point is more focused on the second one. Same type of service, but different atmosphere. So during my stay here, I've gotten to stay at both of these hotels, which I'm very fortunate to do that. And I personally love both of them. I like both styles of the hotels, but they are very different. Obviously, when you walk into the lobbies of these hotels, you can tell. The younger generation is leaning more towards the Alvear Art versus the Alvear Palace. But generally, millennials are looking for service one would expect from the Alvear Palace in a more condensed version of that, which would be the Alvear Art. Talking about technology, so it really kind of all starts with the first impression, which is online. So when you go online, if a millennial goes to your website and you see an outdated and older website, that's a huge turn off right away.
They want updated, they want to see something new. It doesn't look good if your website is not updated, so that's kind of the first place you want to start. And within the hotel, if you have a hotel or you're in the hotel industry, technology is key. So we're talking about televisions, clock radios. And when I say clock radios, that's huge, because for me personally, when I go and I have a clock radio, if it has the wrong connection, like for an iPhone 4 versus the Lightning charger, that's annoying to me, because I would expect that hotels now would have the more updated clock radio, or even with Bluetooth. Even the television should have now smart TVs to connect my Netflix account to, because I don't want to watch TV in a foreign country because I probably don't speak that language. I want to watch my television shows that I have, and I can bring and stream from my own computer or personal device to the television. So these are the kind of things that millennials are expecting when it comes to hotels. And kind of going back into the social media thing, why I promoted mine in the beginning, social media is huge for millennials. So they're expecting some sort of interaction. So when I take a photo on Instagram and I post it, I expect the hotel or the tour operator or the restaurant to have some sort of response within a relatively quick amount of time. Otherwise, I feel like what I did, there's no effort for it. So it was kind of like a waste. Social media really is, you're kind of craving that interaction. So when someone is responding to you, especially a hotel, then it encourages you to do more posts. And so millennials are really looking for that kind of interaction. They crave it. And yeah, it's important to kind of spend some time training your staff to know how to respond properly onto social media. Speaking of technology. So personalized experiences. The millennial market is looking for something different, new to do, and expects personalized attention and customization for their travel, thinking outside the box, presenting something more unusual that will excite the consumer. I'll give you some examples right now. So I was at the Alvear Art the last couple of days, and here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. I went to the concierge and I asked them a recommendation for dinner. So a bad thing that they could have done is say, hey, there's a really nice restaurant down the road. Everybody goes there, it's the best restaurant in Buenos Aires. Okay, sounds nice, right? But the first thing I'm going to do is most likely go on my smartphone, check out what restaurant it is, see what people are saying about it, and if it's overly popular and everybody goes there, it doesn't interest me. I'm sure it's a great restaurant, but it's not what I want to do because I want something new and exciting. So when I went to the Alvear Art and I asked the concierge where to go, it was kind of awesome what happened. This was just 2 days ago. So we asked and they told us to walk down the road 3 blocks, make a right, look for a flower shop, ring the doorbell, walk inside the flower shop, look for the refrigerator, open the refrigerator door, walk down the steps, and there I would find a restaurant. And within that restaurant, they suggested we order frog legs and then a certain gin and tonic. The twist here is that the gin and tonic were both locally made here in Argentina. So that local experience of having the homemade gin, the homemade tonic, the speakeasy down the street underneath the flower shop, that's a lot more exciting to me than going to that restaurant that everybody else has already been to and posted on their social media. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying personalized experiences. That slide is kind of the same thing I just talked about. So service quality. So I've already touched on this several times, but it's kind of imperative that I stress this because just because millennials want things to be different and unique, and they may appear more casual in nature, doesn't mean that they want or deserve the service level to be any less than top-notch. So personally myself, I'm covered in tattoos. I have this glorious beard. And when I travel, I usually travel in sweatpants. And I usually wear a ball cap. And that's how I travel on the airplane. And when I arrive to the hotel, that's what I look like. I expect to be treated just like anybody else as soon as I walk through that hotel door. So don't let the looks that you may see confuse you or give you any indication that, you know, we don't deserve the same type of service. Millennials are not coming to these fancy hotels and resorts. We're flying first class in sweatpants. I mean, that's what I do. So that's something to think about there. So next I'm going to talk about the American Express study that they did. And I have 6 things I'm going to read for you here. And this is a direct study that American Express did in the United States about millennials. So I think it's kind of important. And I think they might surprise you because these are all myths that we perceived millennials to be. And they are kind of the opposite of what we usually think when we think about millennials. So the first one is regarding travel agents. So 92.4% of millennials who have used travel agents in the past 5 years say that it's enhanced their experience and they would use them again. So why are millennials using travel agents? Because they're the ones personalizing their trips. They're the ones creating these different types of experiences for them. And travel agencies are actually coming back, and it's becoming something more popular, especially within that demographic. Before, we were looking at, you know, we think of travel agents as something of the past, but actually more customized, personalized trips are coming via the travel agents. So millennials are looking for travel agencies that are open to customizing for them. When it comes to service quality, 89% of millennials report that the value of personal service cannot be replaced and takes priority over technology, which is kind of shocking because I did just say technology is very important, but obviously service quality trumps that. So service quality, they're still looking for that high-end top service when it comes to the luxury market. The next one is millennials are more optimistic in their travel patterns in comparison to the boomer generation, their parents. They're planning to travel more frequently in the next 5 years, and they're spending more time traveling per year. The next is, this one was a little interesting for me because we all know what Airbnb is, and we all know how popular it is. But actually millennials, 76.3% of millennials say they prefer to stay in a hotel using an Airbnb. And the next is 58.7% of millennials would book a package to save money versus the personalized itinerary, meaning that a little more than half of them would still choose cost-saving packages versus customization. So again, this kind of leads back to using a travel agent. And as tour operators, this is a good opportunity to offer more customized packages to reach that demographic. So combining cost saving with some customization would be a good way to reach out to that market. Also, I want to bring up one other thing too. Millennials are starting to begin their families. Some millennials, myself, have families and we're traveling with our kids. And we no longer live in a world where family travelers are looking for those family resorts. So when I take my daughter on a trip, I still want to stay at that cool and hip hotel. And I expect to be, you know, accommodated just like I would be if I went without her. Recently on a trip to San Francisco where she went with me, I alerted the hotel that the baby would be coming. And inside the room, there was not only a crib, which was expected, but there was actually a Polaroid camera with a little note saying, capture every moment together while exploring the hotel and the city. And I thought that was a really nice touch because it encouraged, you know, for me to take photos of my daughter and myself while we were exploring the hotel and then going to the city, which was nice. Another hotel did a similar thing, and they left a branded hotel t-shirt for my daughter inside the room, which was nice because that encouraged me to take a bunch of pictures on social media and post it and enjoy the hotel with her. So again, we're not traveling with her. I'm not looking for the big family resorts with the water slides. I'm looking for the cool downtown hotels that I would normally stay at. I just want them to accommodate my lifestyle now with her. So yeah, millennials are having kids now, so we gotta start thinking about that. I just want to talk about that for a second because that's important to me. All right, so now we're going to kind of branch into the LGBT luxury consumer millennial market and talk about if it's any different. And there's only a few differences, and we're going to kind of go into that. So when we're talking about the LGBT market, the money's there, and they're willing to spend it. And just like the younger generation, the majority of the LGBT travel segment, including millennial LGBT consumers, will spend more money on travel, and they usually have a larger amount of allocated funds for travel. The only difference with your LGBT millennial is that they want to feel safe when they're traveling. They want and expect the same as the rest of everybody else, but they need and they want that safety. Safety and comfort is actually the top priority when it comes to LGBT millennial travelers. So how do we reach out to the LGBT consumer? There's some 4 segments here, and I'll go ahead and just list them off. So the first one is identify which segment within the LGBT is the one you are focusing on. And we'll go into these in a minute. The next is just saying you are LGBT friendly is not enough. The third is change the language on the websites and promotional material to be all inclusive. And the last is in some cases have designated marketing towards this segment. So going into the first one, identifying which segment of the LGBT is the one you are focusing on. So gay men are different from lesbians, obviously. And lesbians are different from transgender folks. You don't just make the mistake of grouping them all into one. It doesn't work. You can't lump them all together and say, and market to all of the gay community, because it's not what not everyone's looking for the same thing. So an example here is Fort Lauderdale, and I think they've been brought up a lot of times during this conference because they're kind of amazing. But Fort Lauderdale is the only tourism board in the United States that has actually made a direct effort and created a campaign to reach out to the transgender community, which has been widely successful and has set a precedent for other tourism boards within the United States. So they have specifically targeted the transgender community. They have separate marketing campaigns just for that community. They have a separate marketing campaign for gay travelers. They have another one for lesbian travelers. And now they also have one for gay families. So really segmenting and thinking about who you're marketing to, instead of saying one general LGBT, everybody is welcome. It doesn't really work that way. You really need to pick that one demographic that's going to work best for you. And if they all do, great, just create different campaigns. And that's kind of what we're going into here, is just saying you're LGBT friendly. It's not enough anymore. This used to be a marketing ploy that that worked at one point, but the LGBT consumer is not really falling for this anymore. Just saying you're LGBT friendly, it's just not enough. So we're in 2016, and saying LGBT friendly implies that at one point you weren't. So taking the time to directly market to that segment shows that an effort was placed. When I see something on a website and it just says LGBT friendly, I just think they want my money. It's not a direct marketing. They're not reaching out directly to me. They're just saying that because they want me to believe, okay, sure, they're LGBT friendly, okay. That might have worked 20 years ago, and it might have been true, but it's a little bit different now. We kind of expect more. Changing the language on the websites and promotional material to be all-inclusive. Think about your imagery and language on the site and be mindful of what language and images you use. So I recently worked with Waldorf Astoria and Maui to change their websites for their wedding section, because they used to have a separate tab that was just for gay weddings. But now that same-sex marriage is legal in the United States, I didn't think it was necessary to have a separation of tabs. I thought it would be better for them to just have one wedding website and have images of all different types of couples, and instead of saying bride and groom, they just say couple. Oh yeah, so here in Argentina also, marriage equality is, you know, it's legal here, so that's something to think about for your website. So here we go. Okay, so this is, we're talking about imagery. And yes, it's a very pretty image. We like it, of course. But this is the obvious gay marketing image. This to me, although it's a beautiful image, if I see this on someone's website, it makes more sense to me than a couple half naked on the beach. So when I talk about designated marketing towards this, in places in Latin America, I think it's okay, but you need to really think about it and do your research and decide and see what your, you know, what the audience or what your consumer is thinking about your destination, and seeing if it's really necessary to make a separate promotional material just for them, or just doing an all-inclusive and just being, I say all-inclusive, so everyone on the website, everyone on the material, and not just having, here's your gay guide. You know, here's your gay, this is my gay website just for you gay people. But it sounds weird, but in some places it works, in some places it doesn't. So you really need to think about who your market is and if it makes sense for that. Okay, you guys, it's almost over, sorry. So here's some takeaways, and we'll talk about those. So the first one is the definition of luxury has evolved. But remember, we don't need the white glove service, but we expect, we don't need the white gloves, but we expect the white glove service. So we don't want that formal, but we expect that service of the formal. The next one is the LGBT luxury traveler has money, and they're willing to spend it. So if you properly reach out to this market, make them feel welcomed and comfortable, they're going to spend their money and they're going to spread the word. And that's key. The next is take your time to develop the right marketing plan and focus on the segment that will be most beneficial to you. Don't group everyone together, but instead select the segment that best fits with what you are selling and reach out to them directly by creating something specifically geared towards them. And lastly, don't just do it for them. Don't do it for them. Do it because it's the right thing to do. You're going to know the difference. The LGBT traveler can't be fooled anymore, any longer. And general marketing employees reaching out solely for the purpose. And I don't have any questions, all right? Yeah, if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. Otherwise, I'll be here until the next couple of days. So, me pueden venir en persona y hablar en español si prefieren, o me pueden preguntar las preguntas en inglés.
O tratar de buscar la cosa que sea fuera de lo convencional. ¿Y qué pasa cuando te podés llegar hasta topar con realidades que tal vez, o sea, pueden ser fuertes, no chocantes, o tal vez te pueden llegar a interesar de sobremanera?
So I don't have my translation here, so even though I understand, I still don't have the full on. Entre el luxury, like within the luxury market, thinking like when they're going to a restaurant or when millennials in general? So I think what we're looking for is within a restaurant. This is actually interesting because tonight I'm going to a very popular restaurant in the city that asked me to come and see what was wrong with it. Because it's very fancy, it's very popular, but they're not selling all the seats because millennials are not going anymore. So there's something that I need to identify, and I think what we're looking for is the same as where we're going to any experience really. We want something new and different. So it comes down to when you walk in, the atmosphere, the presentation of the menu, and the service quality as well. So if it's the same, it's the same. It's not exciting anymore. We're looking for something new and different. So I think it's important for restaurants, or for really anything, just to kind of think about the consumer that they're trying to attract. And if they're trying to bring in a different type of crowd, especially with the millennial crowd, then they need to think about what's going to be something new for them to experience, whether that's on the menu or whether it's a special bartender behind the bar making some special cocktail or something different, or even just the experience of walking into the restaurant, having a unique atmosphere, something that they can take a picture of and be excited about, versus just fancy tables with white table, linen and fancy silverware. Hope that answers your question a little bit.
Está bien, está bien. A ver, ¿se me escuchás? Te quería preguntar si considerás que la conciencia ecológica es parte hoy del lujo.
Yes, so luxury travel market is defined in many different ways. So luxury is not just what we're sitting in right now. There's different things, and the consumer is definitely looking for different types of experiences. So when you're talking about ecological experiences and going to that type of resorts or places, which I find fascinating, by the way, that definitely can be considered within that, and that's something that people are looking for as well. But that being said, I don't want to sleep in a tent. I don't want to sleep, in places where there are mosquitoes. I still want air conditioning. So you have to find the right balance.
Me refiero a reformular servicios como laundry, por ejemplo.
Oh, sure. Okay, so yeah, that's also like the green market within the hotels and things. Yes, that's something that I would look at. I don't know if they have a standard in Argentina for that, but within the US we have the LEED certification, and when I see that for hotels, that excites me. It's nice because it's showing that they're developed and they're progressive and they're doing things to help the environment, which is something that most people around millennial age are considering, and it's important to them. So yes, definitely something to think about.
Thank you.
Perdón, si quieren hacer preguntas, por favor, así levantan la mano y yo les acerco el micrófono. Gracias.
I think we're out of time though, so just come up to me if you have any other questions or if you want to tell me how bad my Spanish was. Thank you.
Gracias. Gracias, David. Bueno, vamos a insistir, por favor. Quiero invitar otra vez a la Fundación Huésped. Para los que se incorporan ahora por la tarde, estamos colaborando con la Fundación para todos los que quieran sumarse a la causa para que puedan colaborar.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Somos de Fundación Huésped. Les contamos rápidamente lo que hacemos. Le damos hace aproximadamente 30 años atención a grupos con distintas enfermedades de transmisión sexual. Los especificamos en VIH, en SIDA, todo en un marco de derechos humanos, reproductivos. Hacemos programas para jóvenes y todo lo que es inclusión para mejorar y sacar lo que es la estigmatización de todas estas situaciones. En este momento estamos juntando fondos porque todo lo que hacemos, los tratamientos gratuitos, los programas, todo el avance legal que hacemos en derechos en Argentina, lo hacemos gracias a los donantes. Vamos a estar por acá para cualquier cosa, si se quieren acercar o si quieren saber más de nosotros, vamos a estar por acá. Así que muchísimas gracias.
Bueno, ahora sí necesitamos café, así que los invitamos a 15 minutos, 20 como máximo, para tomar un cafecito. Gracias.
Bye.
Vamos a continuar con el ciclo de conferencias. La próxima charla tiene que ver con el mercado japonés, que es tan interesante para todos. Y entonces quiero presentar a Shiho Ikeishu y Shintaro Koizumi. Ellos nos van a hablar del turismo japonés.
Buenas tardes, ladies and gentlemen, and others. It's a great honor for us to be here today. I think, to travel the most for this convention, we came from other side of the globe. Travel hours was over 30 hours. But we fell in love in the country. It's beautiful places. We went up north, and there's lots of elements that Japanese travel like, and wants to visit here. So we talk about LGBT tourism in Japan and how to reach them, and also later we'll introduce some of the best practices about Japan and also Asia. This is me, Shiho Ikeguchi. I'm IGOTA Global Ambassador to Japan. I've been serving as an ambassador for almost 2 years. And also the newest board of directors for IGOTA, International De Negocios Association. And this is also meaningful. A lot of LGBT travel conferences I tend to work in Japanese kimono and Gaku care. My day job is I work for a hotel, luxury hotel in Kyoto, Japan, doing overseas marketing. And we've been heavily involved for the LGBT tourism, trying to get more and more gays and lesbian couples to Japan and to Kyoto. We're the first one to create gay wedding marriage couples in Japan. And we made this package for mostly international visitors, but then we do have Japanese couples had traditional weddings in Kyoto as well. And here's my
Hola, un placer conocerle. Me llamo Shintaro. Hablo un poco el español, no tanto como yo quisiera. ¿Es it okay? Okay, that's it. Just my coworker just told me about how to say Spanish as an introduction. Okay. My name is Shintaro Koizumi. I'm a president and owner of Out of Asia Travel, which is a LGBT inbound and also outbound tour operator. We're taking care of not only Japan, but Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, and Thailand. We do both inbound and outbound. Also, I'm a president of Out Japan, which is an LGBT consulting company. My client is airline, tourism board, and also travel agency in Japan. So this is like a two-wheel. We are not only doing the promotion or sales, but we also have a travel agency's function so that we can sell your destination directly to my Japanese LGBT customers. And I also global ambassador in Asia of IGLTA because I have a good connection in Asian countries, not only for the business but also the LGBT community as well. Okay, now we can start the presentation from Shiho.
Okay. So we talk about Japan. Most of people think Japanese people very conservative, too serious and shy, and we have to be same as others, just like this picture. But this is also Japan. That's a picture from the Tokyo Pride. We are same as yours of many of you, very powerful individual. Last few years, especially, society in Japan has been changed incredibly and getting more and more LGBT friendly for both international and domestic. Okay, the latest study by Dentsu marketing company, the biggest marketing company in Japan, said last year's survey, 7.6% of Japanese are LGBT, and that's actually 9.7 million. 9.7 million people are LGBT in Japan. And that's quite a lot of this in small land. And also the same statistics estimate travel market size in Japan, LGBT Japan, is over $1 billion US, and market itself total is over 70 billion. So a lot of Japanese firms are trying to reach LGBT people in Japan nowadays. And another study shows, that's from last year, they just announced this year. This is how much money they spend yearly for non-LGBT versus LGBT. And that somewhat just over 1,000 people, so it's fairly small. So it's compared to the mainstream, it's not maybe very accurate, but still it shows clearly LGBT people spend more money than the mainstream. This is general information from Japan Tourist Organization. This is how many people travel to Japan in a year, and how many Japanese travel from Japan to overseas in orange. And as you can see, government trying to increase more and more inbound to Japan, but constantly Japanese people travel overseas. For the last 13 years, average of 16 million people always travel overseas from Japan. And this is how long they travel, same statistics from last year. As you can see, most people, more than half international travelers from Japan, tend to travel shorter. They go to Asian countries. But from 10 days to 3 months, that's how you should market. 6.2 million still going for the long haul. In Japan, we don't really need to get visas to visit foreign countries if it's, as long as it's within 3 months, so we didn't have to have visa to come here either. So it's more easy for us to travel overseas, and well, most people travel too short, but there are a lot of people tend to travel longer. When we travel, a lot of Japanese companies, we don't have a custom to take a long vacation in general, but summer, a lot of people tend to take 7 to 10 days vacation, and also New Year's Eve, from New Year's vacation, starting from December 29th through January 3rd, all the government offices and companies are closed. So that's another time they travel long haul. And also spring is very popular. Because Japanese business year ends on spring. Before they start the new business year in April, a lot of people trying to take a longer vacation. And also Golden Week, which is in May. I will in the next slide. We have 15 national holidays a year. And as I mentioned, down to bottom, December 29th through January 3rd is pretty much the holiday time. So people try to get extra days before, after, and then take a long vacation. And also Golden Week, I mentioned earlier, from within 1 week there's 4 national holidays. So with weekends, they take also 7 days to 10 days vacation in May. And Obon is another holiday time, middle of August. With, in blue, these public school holidays. It's university and college students, before they graduate and then start working full time, they always take long vacation and go to the long haul travel from usually 4 months of February, March. So they get ready for full-time job in April. Where we travel the most is #1 USA mainland, along with Hawaii, and Guam is also popular. But USA is being always #1 for Japanese people to travel. But many Asian countries are included in this chart, and you can see that LGBT-friendly destination, Taiwan or Germany, France, and also Spain has been really popular for Japanese people. And here, a little bit far, so it's not that much percentage, but like Mexico, Brazil, Peru, like 34, 35, 36, and 39. Argentina was unfortunately still like out of 50 or something. And again, Middle and South America, it's fairly small, but it has a lot of potential to grow in the future. What we care when we travel, #1 is the safety. If the destination itself is safe to travel, there's no robbery or scare people. But also if it's LGBT-friendly destination or not. Japanese people usually they try not to show that they're gay or lesbian. Even though they're a couple, they try hide. But if they go overseas, they can be more open, so they choose to travel to the LGBT-friendly destination. And during the event, it's been also popular, like pride event or parties and cruise, things like that. If there's a package, they will join and then explore themselves for the travel. Trendy destination. A lot of people say LGBT people are trendsetter, which is same in Japan. And we love travel to different countries and always looking for a new destination. So if the word got spread out, okay, Argentina is so LGBT friendly, and there's a lot of good scenery, a lot of good food, then it's just more and more people come. You just need to know this is the place to travel. And lastly, language could be some of the idea of how Japanese people would like the destination here. One is, again, flight events. Buenos Aires has really, I don't know how big, it's pretty big, right? The flight event in November. But again, many of us don't know about it. We all know São Paulo, Brazil is the world's biggest flight, so people go there, but we don't know, most of us didn't know about Argentina flight events. So again, promotion has to be done in Japan. Weddings. Sorry, I had to use my hotel's picture, but Japan, same-sex wedding is not legal yet. But there are some movement trying to be legalized in Japan. So what happened is, but there's a huge demand for getting married for gay couples and lesbian couples. So what they do, there's not many places, wedding venues accept the same-sex couple, except our hotel and a few others. So what they do is they go overseas to get married. They go Hawaii, they go US, they probably can come here. The Argentina is being legal since 2010. So if you have like a wedding package, that's another time Japanese people can take a long vacation, wedding and a honeymoon, and company allow the couple to take a longer vacation. So if you make a wedding package, you will definitely come here. Another thing, the theme travel. I don't know if any of you know this movie filmed by a Chinese director, Happy Together. When it comes to Japan, it's early 90s, but it's still very popular for the Japanese LGBT people. They still talk about it. And then when they film it in Japan, they renamed that movie as Buenos Aires. And there's a lot of scenery. They shoot the movie here in Buenos Aires and Glass. So if you make a package to visit those shooting places, we would love to see where the movie was shooted. So this could be a big product. And finally, the family travel. Some of the speakers already talked about it's going to be a trend, and it will be trend in the future in Japan. It's not very common yet to have children for a same-sex couple, but our friend, a very close friend who's a lesbian, they just got the baby this spring. So there will be more and more family travel demand also growing in Japan. So, how we can reach the Japanese LGBT market? One of the best ways is to promote destination in one of the pride events in Japan. There are 5 other big ones in Japan, but Tokyo is the biggest. We had over 80,000 participants last year, or this year. And also Osaka is coming up this coming October. So if you have products you can promote right away, please come to Osaka this October. The first Saturday of October will be events there. And I'll show you some of the pictures from the Pride event this year. I don't know why they have some dances. But there are like embassies from like Europe and American countries participate in a Pride event, and Union Jack was pink. But we didn't see Argentina there. So there were a total of 10 embassies from Tokyo participated, and then they promote their own, this, not just a travel, but LGBT business and politicals, and there's a lot of information available in booth. Another best way that you can have it effective is to join IGLTA, International Lesbian Association. It's the leading member-based organization dedicated to LGBT tourism, and it's the biggest in the world. We have over 1,000 members, business members, and it's 6,700 individual travel professionals in the world, in over 80 countries. And joining the annual convention is a really great way to promote your own destination. That's how we get in. My first year to join the annual convention was 2013 in Chicago. And I made so many contacts and networks all over the world. And a lot of media covers our weddings. It just spread it out from Europe, North America, and some China. So it's really one of the most effective and the fastest way to reach LGBT tourists everywhere, including Japan. We have now 29 business members of IGLTA in Japan, and it's been growing so fast. 4 years ago, we only had 4 members, including us here. But last 4 years, every year it's more than double. We have 29 members. It's counting still. And we work together always, like participating in many Pride events in Japan. And there's 4 outbound tour operators as a member of IGLTA in Japan, of course, including Shintaro's company, and also LGBT media in Japan now members. So it's important to put the information together and get it inside the LGBT market, not just Japan, everywhere. And just try to separate from the mainstream and get into the network. And it's as I say, easiest way is to join the member. Okay, now Shintaro will show you some of the practice from Japan and Asia.
Okay. Okay, I'm coming back, but I don't know how to say in Spanish, sorry. Okay, so as a travel agency, I have a lot of experience before. Mainly we are doing the inbound business to Japan and Asia, but we also collaborating with the airline and also the tourism board to the outbound Japanese to go into overseas. So So now I want to talk about the best practice. Number 1, 2, 3. There's 3 practices. Number 1 is Taiwan LGBT Pride Tour. Taiwan is a quite hot destination of Japan because it is only 3 hours from Japan to Taiwan. And also we love Taiwan, and Taiwan people likes us because we have a similar culture, and also the people are beautiful, and also the foods are nice, a lot of gay scene. We are saying that Taiwan is a gay capital in Asia now. So we did it, we made a tour package. It is a 3 nights, 4 days with China, it is supported by China Airlines, plus 3 nights hotels. And then, normally I don't say the result, but I just show you, I mean, to be honest, I tell you that there was 17 people participate on this tour. And this is a picture, because we have a good connection in Taiwan LGBT community, so that when we arrived at the airport, local Taiwanese have this signage, "Welcome to Taiwan" by Out Asia Travel, with a cute voice. And then we took a picture like that at the Taipei airport. Also, we went to Taiwan together. We wear the kimono, and she also put a lot of makeup with a white makeup. And then march the pride. So that even though only 17 people participate to my tour, but about 500 Japanese people went to this pride parade itself. But not only our tour package, it is an LGBT tour, LGBT friendly tour package. I don't put only airfare and also the hotel, but we put some local communication. We set up the 40 Japanese and 40 Taiwanese having the dinner together, which is like more communicate and to meet the new people. So that the Japanese is quite shy, as she said, but once we set up this kind of occasion, everybody likes to talk each other and make a new friend. So that after the feedback from all the customers, they were like excellent of our tour, thanks to them. And next best practice is Toronto. Okay, we did it in 2015 and 2016. Actually, this is the flyer for the front page. We just put it in the 2016. This is supported by Ontario Tourism Board. We did it on 2015 June and also 2016 July. You can see the number, only 5 people. It's quite small, but we have to do more and more. But I think the name of Toronto might be pretty much spread out, because for my friends, when I talk about Toronto to everybody, not so many people knows about Toronto. But now, most of my friends or my customer knows that Toronto is one of the best place as a LGBT friendly destination. And you can see, have you heard about the JTB? JTB is a very big tour operator in Japan. So lastly, for Taiwan Pride, my company is the only travel agency which makes the tour package. But this year, JTB, it was so much interested in about LGBT market, so J joined, and also my company did it. Okay, same as Taiwan Pride, we march on the parade, like wearing the kimono, and also put a signboard. It's gonna be really good exposure, because all the LGBT media is coming to see the Toronto Pride and know that, oh, Japanese people are coming. And this time, as an LGBT-friendly agency, I try to use an agency or hotel which is IGLTA member, because they obviously LGBT-friendly. So this time, for this event, we did a barbecue party with a local Canadian and Japanese. Of course, as Shio told you that the language is a problem. Most of them cannot speak English. However, me or other staff, English-speaking staff, help them to communicate with, so that it seems like there's no language barrier with this party. Yeah, this is a picture of the ladies, two ladies, lesbian ladies enjoying the parade. Okay, and the best practice 3, it is now going on. It is Honolulu, Hawaii. Hawaii is also a hot destination to Japanese people because it's only a 7.5 hours flight. And also Honolulu is always summertime. And then some place Japanese are available. I mean, some people speak Japanese. And this is coming from the October 2016. And this time, so Taipei was only one travel agency, me, and for the Toronto, JTB, and my company. But now, Honolulu Tour so much interested by 3 travel agencies like this. So it is really obvious that even though this is kind of very offline, we are all the travel agencies are very interested in about the LGBT market recently. So, so how can we promote the LGBT tour in Japan? This is an example of Toronto Pride tour. What we did is set up the booth at the Pride event. For example, this one is Tokyo Pride, which is 80,000 people participate in this event. So we put the rainbow flag, Mako flag. We bought it in Canada and bring it back here. And also advertisement at the Japanese LGBT media. Because my company have a lot of connection with the LGBT media and journalists, so that they can to help us to promote our tour inside the media. And this is quite interesting about Japanese market. It's a distributed flyer at LGBT bars in Japan. So I think in your countries, LGBT bar is like a more dancing place. But in Japan, there's more than 300 gay bars in just one gay district in Tokyo. And entire Japan, it is around 900 gay bars. Because the number is quite huge. Because each one is so small, like 10 people or 20 people, and it will be really packed in the bar. So we have a connection with most of the gay bars, so that we distribute all the flyers to all gay bars in Japan. Then, your country is like dancing and talking, but for our gay bars in Japan are more communication. Once we put the flyer, we talk a lot about this, so that it is quite easy to spread out. It is like a very offline way, and also put the advertisement to the LGBT media that is online, so that we are trying to do the several ways to do the promote our tour. For the future opportunity, not only Japan but of Asia, I will talk about that. For example, in Japan, as Shiho told you that there is more LGBT member increase in Japan, and now many people asking me, many travel agencies asking me, how to do it, so that the IGLTA member outbound travel agencies are increasing. That means there's more opportunity from Japanese people going to overseas using the LGBT tour. And for Taiwan, as I told you that Taiwan is the gay capital of Asia. We have some opportunity like promotion, such as Taipei Pride. This is the Asia's largest Pride event on the last week of October. The participant is more than 80,000. And actually, my friend is the chair of the Taipei Pride, so that I can say anything. Like we want to promote something, we can do it in Taipei Pride immediately. Also, this is quite new and interesting. BFF. It is a Best Friend Friday. This is a kind of secret high-end LGBT group who is a lawyer, doctor, teacher. Those people doesn't show themselves as a gay in front of the people, but they have very secret society. I heard that there's more than 500 those high-end people having a group exist in Taipei. I just got it. And then I became one of the members of this. So that they have you said in the Friday, one time in the Friday, they have some meeting, like 100 people have a meeting, dinner. So that we have a chances to do some presentation in front of those people. But no one knows it. I only know it about it in Japan because I just got this information last month. Singapore, it's a small country, but Singapore, the mother language is English and also Chinese, Malay. A lot of multiracial country. Now, two big and medium-sized agencies is approaching me. They are so much interested in about the LGBT tour package, but they don't have any connection to each country's LGBT matter, so that they are asking out Asia Travel to create all tour package to the and then try to sell not only from Japan but from entire Asia, because as I told you that, and also they have a good connection with the advertisement to the LGBT media. Is the largest media in Asia, and then the language is Chinese and English. That means not only English-speaking people, but for the Chinese-speaking people can be spread out to the LGBT product. So the reason why I come here is to see the Argentina, whether this is a very good destination or not. And I just went to the south part of Argentina. North part of Argentina is south and free. It was beautiful. And also, I came here and I see a lot of Lindas and Lindos, like you. So that I'm sure that the Japanese people will like it a lot. So I try, after I come back to Japan, I try to make a tour package to Argentina and selling not only from Japan, using our corporate, my friends in Taiwan and Singapore, and try to get the business to here, bring the business to here. Muchos gracias, and tomorrow, so that if any questions or inquiries come to us later, okay? Thank you very much.
Essa é uma oportunidade maravilhosa.
Recordamos que por la puntualidad que estamos llevando el desarrollo de las charlas, no tenemos tiempo para preguntas. Pero también recordarles a los expositores que ellos se encuentran aquí con nosotros, ellos no se van del lugar, entonces ustedes pueden contactarnos tranquilamente, intercambiar tarjetas con ellos, o pedirles alguna explicación o hacerles alguna pregunta. Estamos preparando ahí en ese sector del escenario para presentarles a ustedes la penúltima actividad del día de hoy, que es un panel muy interesante de hotelería. Aquí están entrando. Bienvenidos. Bueno, entonces, hola. Buenas tardes, bienvenidos. Bueno, entonces, como les decía, es la penúltima actividad del día, de las actividades de GNETWORK, y entonces vamos a presentar un panel muy interesante sobre hotelería friendly, y por esto se encuentran aquí en el escenario el director comercial del Design Suites, el director general del grupo Fine, la directora comercial del Design Suite y la directora comercial del grupo Alvear. ¿Sí? Y ellos van a estar, entonces van a desarrollar este panel moderado por Adrián Bertini, que es el CEO de Brand BA Argentina. Perfecto, bueno, bienvenidos.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias a los organizadores de este evento por esta invitación, por este panel. Y muchas gracias a los directores de estos destacados hoteles de Argentina que hoy nos acompañan, actores muy importantes en lo que tiene que ver con el turismo LGBT para nuestro país. Leíamos y compartíamos antes de ingresar algunas estadísticas, ¿no?, de la OMT relacionadas al turismo LGBT en el mundo, lo que representa el número. Se habla de un 10%, se habla de una facturación promedio de 150.000 millones de dólares al año, que evidentemente provoca que muchos actores del sector, empresas, operadores, líneas aéreas, compañías de crucero, cada vez le presten más atención a este segmento de viajeros de turismo. También hablábamos de que son muchos los estereotipos relacionados al perfil del viajero LGBT, y que no necesariamente todos los pasajeros o los viajeros LGBT son gays cools, urbanos, musculosos, ricos, sino que en realidad la media de los viajeros LGBT tiene que ver con la media de la sociedad, ¿no?, que hay diferentes tipos y perfiles de viajeros, y que no todos los viajeros gays pueden llegar o les interesa llegar a hoteles de lujo, como algunos de los que nos acompañan. La Argentina definitivamente, con sus nuevas leyes favorables, como por ejemplo el matrimonio gay y las acciones de promoción que también realiza nuestro país en el mundo, ha ganado un importante posicionamiento para este segmento de viajeros, y definitivamente creemos que todavía es un destino joven y que hay mucho más por recorrer. Los hoteles que participan hoy, el Hotel Faena, los hoteles Design Suites y el grupo Alvear, nuestros anfitriones hoy, son hoteles que realmente tienen en cuenta políticas de diversidad visibles, como puede ser la edad, el color de piel, el aspecto físico, políticas de diversidad que no son visibles, como puede ser la educación, la religión, la sexualidad. Y son hoteles que definitivamente también tienen muy en cuenta la inclusión dentro de políticas y de los valores con los cuales estas empresas se presentan. Así que, una vez más, es agradecerles a Ariel, Soledad, Morgan, por acompañarnos. Y ahora me gustaría hacer algunas preguntas para compartir. Lo hacemos en este formato de charla y de encuentro de colegas hoteleros. Preguntarles, a cada uno de ustedes cuántos años hace que realmente piensan en este segmento, en el segmento de viajeros LGBT, en cada una de sus empresas, hoteles, grupos, y qué cambió, si es que algo cambió, para que sus hoteles decidan abordarlo.
Bueno, en el caso de Design Suites, un poco lo hablábamos antes afuera, lo nuestro se fue dando muy naturalmente. El primer hotel que abrimos de la cadena, el Design de Recoleta, allá por el año 99, encajó perfectamente en el segmento LGBT. Y más que ir a buscarlo, para nosotros fue una sorpresa y un cliente que vimos que aceptaba nuestro producto de una manera muy gustosa y más que salir a buscarlo, lo que decidimos fue seguir apuntando al crecimiento de este segmento, ¿no? Y para después ofreciéndole otro tipo de productos como fuimos abriendo, ¿no? Dentro de la cadena.
En esa misma línea, Faena, si bien estoy con ellos desde el inicio, me consta que estratégicamente nunca se desarrolló una política para llegar. Fueron llegando y creo que el grupo siempre se mostró abierto en la diversidad, con políticas que con el tiempo se fueron ya dejando un poco más claras dentro de la organización, que van desde las políticas más que tienen que ver con la discriminación, pero intra-hotel, ¿sí? desde la parte de los recursos humanos del hotel. Digamos, las políticas se desarrollaron a partir del interior del hotel, en base a la selección de personas que también reflejen la diversidad, ¿sí? Es verdad que, y de hecho esto me lo preguntaba hace un rato cuando estábamos pasando en un poco las preguntas que podían surgir en el panel. Es cierto que la diversidad es muy amplia y LGTB en realidad incorpora un colectivo muy amplio, y probablemente yo no pueda decir que hemos incorporado a todo ese colectivo dentro del hotel, pero sí hay una diversidad y se refleja, y tratamos de tener desde adentro hacia afuera una política no discriminatoria, ¿sí? Desde luego con políticas disciplinarias dentro de la compañía, pero que permiten también que se desarrolle una cultura hacia afuera, que respeta la diversidad sexual, sin duda.
Y para nosotros yo creo que nada más ni nada menos acompañamos al cambio de la sociedad. Es más a eso que vamos, creo, con aquí estamos hoy para charlar de este segmento en particular, pero la realidad es que este segmento se desarrolla con una aceptación de la sociedad de este segmento, ¿no? Así que para nosotros la idea siempre es ser lo más amigable para todos nuestros huéspedes, y en eso creo que lo más importante es que cada uno de nuestros clientes se sientan cómodos.
Muchas gracias. Lo interesante es que son tres grupos de hoteles diferentes, ¿no? En el caso de Ariel, representando a Faena, un hotel de lujo, de vanguardia. En el caso de Soledad, hoteles que fueron posiblemente de los primeros hoteles de diseño y con ese concepto boutique en nuestro país. Y en el caso de Morgan, hoteles de lujo, pero tradicionales, más clásicos. Y definitivamente es una feliz coincidencia que estén los tres hoy sentados en este panel. Otra pregunta que me hacía, tal vez como para compartir, y también algo conversábamos, es ¿por qué confiar en armar un producto LGBT? ¿No? ¿Cuál es en realidad la diferencia en el producto o el servicio con otros viajeros?
Bueno, yo creo que hay mucho escrito al respecto y creo que generalmente es como se sintetiza este colectivo, particularmente el nicho gay, lésbico, que está comprobado estadísticamente que tiene un consumo muy alto en viajes particularmente, que asocia mucho la gastronomía, el buen vivir. Entonces, digo, los hoteles de lujo ven en ellos un mercado apetecible. Digo, aquí también hablamos de negocios. Y creo que por eso es que sin abiertamente hacer una declaración de hotel gay friendly o digamos o de nicho, definitivamente estamos abiertos a ese colectivo y hacemos que se sientan cómodos, que encuentren lo que están buscando. Nosotros, un poco en nuestra experiencia, en nuestro segmento de lujo, ABC1, al menos en lo que podemos hablar un poco con ellos, es que es un segmento que no busca exactamente productos que estén dedicados exclusivamente al segmento LGTB. Entonces, en ese sentido, para nosotros forma parte del universo de clientes que tenemos en el hotel.
En el caso de ustedes, Design Suite Soledad, hablábamos hace un rato si ustedes habían buscado este segmento de negocio o si había sido una casualidad y había llegado.
En realidad, más que buscarlo, como te decía, fue natural el encuentro de ambas partes de nuestro producto con el segmento. Creo que es importante armar distintos productos, pero más que productos o servicios son experiencias, tanto para el segmento LGTB como para no sé, el esquiador. Distintos segmentos de mercado rinden mucho mejor y devuelven, hay una mejor respuesta cuando está basado en los distintos gustos, experiencias, estilos. Entonces, más que nada, creo que es importante en todos los segmentos armar distintos tipos de experiencias o de productos.
Morgan, ¿ustedes reciben consulta por parte de tour operadores, empresas, agencias, prensa o mismo en redes sociales si son o no amigables al segmento LGBT?
Sí, de hecho recibimos varias propuestas. No sé si me escuchan. Recibimos varias propuestas, tanto de operadores que de periodistas que de clientes. Y de hecho, bueno, no es una coincidencia que estén acá hoy en el grupo Alvear. Claramente hay una relación muy cercana con el segmento LGBT y lo que sí es justo, estaba hablando hoy con Alfredo, que es nuestro director de alimentos y bebidas y que organiza varios banquetes desde varios años. Y organizamos muchas bodas gay, y eso es algo que yo creo siempre se trata de, siempre se personaliza la atención y siempre hacemos traer esa medida, así que claramente en eso tenemos algo genial para compartir.
Definitivamente. Soledad, ustedes consideran dentro de su plan de inversión, presupuesto, porque tal vez acá hay algunos hoteleros con ganas de también mirar hacia este segmento, consideran dentro de sus políticas de promoción, de publicidad, de PR, de participación en determinados eventos de la colectividad o de la comunidad LGBT, participar de ese nivel a nivel presupuestario, o simplemente es algo que bueno fue sucediendo y que no está en tu plan de promoción invertir en este segmento?
Sí, está dentro de todos los segmentos considerados, forma parte dentro del presupuesto de inversión, es uno más, no es que tenga mayor relevancia que el otro, justamente me parece que tiene que amalgamarse, al igual que todo el resto de acciones que se comunican y que se llevan a cabo, ¿no?
¿Y cómo se puede medir, Ariel, el éxito de esa gestión, ¿no? Es decir, ¿cómo ustedes pueden medir el éxito que tienen relacionado a la porción de room nights que generan, no solo room nights, perdón, me corrijo, podría ser también restaurantes, spa, todas las unidades de negocio que ustedes tal vez ofrecen. ¿Cómo medís el éxito en el segmento LGBT hoy?
Medirlo exactamente, es difícil medirlo en números, pero lo que uno tiene la sensación, en todo caso, es el huésped que repite, que recomienda, la agencia que vuelve a traer otro grupo con esas características, o que te toma como producto de referencia para sus clientes individuales del mismo colectivo. Yo creo que son ese tipo de cosas, al menos esto es a título personal, y respondo a la pregunta porque me la hiciste a mí directamente. No tengo una manera de medirlo, no lo haríamos tampoco. No, me parece que el hecho de medirlo ya de por sí me parece discriminatorio. Pero por eso también hasta dudo un poco de las estadísticas a veces que se encuentran en internet, porque digo, ¿de dónde están tomando esas estadísticas? Yo nunca entré a ningún país, digo, y formo parte de este colectivo, digo, nunca entré a un país y me preguntaron cuál era mi identidad sexual, entonces eso me hace un poco de ruido, ¿sí? Y soy, digamos, creo mucho en que no necesito medirlo,
Muchas gracias, y era un poco lo que hablábamos con Morgan también, ¿no? Morgan, vos también me decías que ustedes no tenían una medición, y justamente porque lo sentías hasta un acto discriminatorio. Entonces, quizás era una percepción de poder ver eventos de la comunidad LGBT en los hoteles del grupo Alvear, ver viajeros, escuchar a los recepcionistas, pero no había una medición formal sobre los viajeros LGBT que hoy consumen el grupo Alvear.
No, y para mí eso es una gran suerte para todos, como no solamente el segmento LGBT, sino la humanidad. Así que creo que está muy bien que sea así, y esta percepción, bueno, es el rol de cada uno de nuestros colaboradores, ¿no? De siempre percibir las exigencias del cliente.
¿Cómo trabajan?
Pasar por ahí.
¿Cómo trabajan justamente eso? Porque muchos de los que nos escuchan quizás se están preguntando, definitivamente desde las direcciones de estos hoteles está muy claro lo que tiene que ver con diversidad, con inclusión y con el segmento LGBT. ¿Cómo ustedes pueden abordar el 100% de sus recursos humanos relacionados a esto, sobre todo las personas que están en posiciones de atención al huésped, al viajero, para tener una respuesta, un discurso homogéneo, ¿no? Y que desde el botones hasta el recepcionista, pasando por camareros y mucamas, no se sorprendan ni generen ninguna situación de incomodidad a un viajero de este segmento, o los que quieran, perdón, quizás los que quieran. ¿Cómo lo hacen en Alvear, por ejemplo?
Mira, yo creo que eso pasa por los valores de cada uno de nuestros colaboradores. No, así que ya desde el momento del reclutamiento ya empezamos ahí, y es con la idea del respeto a cada persona. Y yo creo que no tengo más para decir sobre eso.
No, es agregar a lo que decía Morgan, la gente está seleccionada con la sensibilidad para tratar con este segmento LGTB, y no demostrar ningún asombro ante una habitación king size para 2 hombres o 2 mujeres, o digamos, ni siquiera existe, está tan naturalizado y tan incorporado en la cultura, al menos organizacional, que nadie se le ocurriría preguntar si están seguros que reservaron una cama king size a 2 hombres. Digo, o sea, en todo caso, creo que se cometen más errores en la práctica, porque de hecho lo veo muchas veces, es que eran 2 compañeros de trabajo que reservaron y no se fijaron en internet y pusieron, y bueno, y de casualidad les tocó una cama king size. Nadie les cuestiona al check-in que tienen una cama king size, si son ellos los que al llegar a su habitación dicen no, nosotros queríamos con 2 camas separadas. Bueno, ok, con 2 camas separadas cambiamos, pero natural en la gente el tratamiento de estas cuestiones que deberían ser para todos, ¿no?
Hablábamos también, y esta quizás pregunta va más orientada a Soledad, Argentina definitivamente como destino LGBT va madurando y cada vez es un destino más maduro a nivel internacional, pero me pregunto, ¿es responsabilidad quizás del hotel advertir a los viajeros LGBT? En el caso estoy pensando de hoteles como los que ustedes tienen en Salta o en otros destinos del país, advertir sobre bueno, situaciones relacionadas a posibles actos de discriminación o lugares donde quizás o no, o sienten que no es una responsabilidad del hotel o no lo han abordado nunca y tienen alguna precaución, alguna advertencia en relación, porque claro, no todo es Buenos Aires, no todo es Recoleta, Palermo.
No, claro, yo igual creo que se avanzó mucho en ese tema y si bien sigue habiendo destinos un poco más conservadores, creo que llegar al tema de la agresión y demás nunca fue necesario. Creo que es más importante resguardar la integridad física de los robos, de las vivezas criollas y de ese tipo de cosas que hacer un comentario de ese tipo a este segmento. Realmente nunca tuvimos la necesidad. Tenemos un hotel en Salta, que es una provincia que uno piensa que es muy conservadora y realmente nunca hubo ningún tipo de inconveniente.
Quería agregar algo que me quedó para responder con respecto a una pregunta que digo, porque quizás puede ser útil para otros colegas que estén aquí presentes, que decías, bueno, ¿qué medidas toma en todo caso el hotel para incluir? Y yo decía, pensaba, o hacemos en realidad en Faena, es que las personas que están en atención al cliente conocen del mercado LGTB en la Argentina, digo, las opciones que hay para el mercado LGTB, digo, porque un conserje que no puede recomendar, por ejemplo, una buena disco, pero que sepa fehacientemente que es una buena disco para este segmento, para un cliente de lujo, puede ser un grave error. Digo, no es recomendar solamente desde una guía o desde una página de internet. Digo, es necesario que el personal que esté en atención al cliente, por eso hago hincapié también en que haya diversidad reflejada dentro de la atención al cliente, de gente que pueda ir a los lugares y conozca un restaurante gay o un bar gay o hasta un sauna gay, digamos, porque muchas veces nuestros huéspedes lo piden y la verdad no se les puede recomendar cualquier cosa por temas de seguridad y sabemos lo que puede suceder en la noche a veces, en la noche de Buenos Aires. Así que eso creo que es un factor muy importante si queremos llegar, digamos, de buena manera a este segmento, es tener gente capacitada para poder dar información fehaciente y fidedigna, digamos, sobre los servicios que hay para este segmento de la ciudad de Buenos Aires.
Está bueno eso, relacionado, justamente pensaba en el entretenimiento, la diversión de Buenos Aires, en mi caso, pero también puede ser de otros destinos orientados al segmento LGBT. Morgan, ¿cómo encontrás, por ejemplo, en tu caso a Buenos Aires? Me imagino, ¿no? Obviamente competimos con muchas ciudades del mundo en el LGBT. Y ¿cómo encontrás Buenos Aires en ese sentido? ¿Cuáles son tal vez los diferenciadores de Buenos Aires que hacen que sea un destino más atractivo para el segmento LGBT?
Bueno, ahí voy a hablar de mi experiencia personal, así que voy a... vine hace 3 años a Buenos Aires para quedarme 6 meses de vacaciones, aprender el español, y aprendí acá, y aprender a bailar tango. Y unas de mis clases preferidas eran en una milonga que hace todos los martes tango queer. Y la verdad que es buenísimo este intercambio en un baile que fui aprendido que tiene un lado muy machista dentro de, como en su historia, y que se abre, y también tuve la suerte de asistir a varios espectáculos, y la verdad que la técnica que pueden, y la energía que pueden tener 2 hombres bailando es increíble. Así que bueno, es un ejemplo que es pequeño y a la altura de lo que hace la ciudad de Buenos Aires, pero yo creo que he viajado mucho, pero la inclusión y la diversidad y la energía que tiene esta ciudad tiene que ver con eso también. Y es algo que a mí personalmente me encanta y por eso me quedé.
encuentran que, así bueno, ustedes obviamente representan a grandes grupos hoteleros y grandes empresas de la hotelería en nuestro país. Encuentran que esto que ustedes viven y en lo que se involucran relacionado a este segmento de viajeros está sucediendo también en el resto de la hotelería de nuestro país, que los siguen, que los acompañan, que los tienen como referencia, ¿o no?
Bueno, yo no sé si para ya al estar presente en distintas ciudades, siento que acompañamos a nivel cadena, presente en distintos lugares del país. Creo que sí, que es fundamental y nosotros, como decía antes, lo vivimos en forma natural hace casi 17 años, o sea que para nosotros está totalmente integrado, incorporado y naturalizado. Entonces, me resulta difícil todavía pensar que no haya gente que lo haga de esta manera como nosotros.
Sí, yo creo que la ciudad de Buenos Aires particularmente es amigable para este segmento. Seguramente habrá hoteles que son más abiertos o menos a este tipo de clientes, pero no creo que exista en Buenos Aires, o al menos no me consta que exista en Buenos Aires alguien que no esté dispuesto a tomar un negocio o una reserva porque se trate de una pareja homosexual. No creo en esta época tampoco, si no tendríamos que hablar con ese hotel que está rechazando reservas.
No, y es interesante esto porque quizás ante el negocio a veces cualquier hotel se suma, ¿no? Y de repente sin la concientización o la responsabilidad de recibir a este segmento de viajeros como corresponde. Estos son 3 casos de 3 hoteles que consideré que era interesante conocieran, que pudiesen escuchar a sus directores, porque se lo toman muy en serio, ¿no? Lo de la diversidad, lo de la inclusión, que son temas realmente importantes. Esto es lo mismo que ha provocado que algunas empresas en nuestro país, operadores, prestaran cada vez más atención a este segmento. Tenemos casos como una agencia, bueno, Pilif, Balsinsa, una operadora que siendo una operadora tradicional y de tantos años en el mercado argentino, hoy ha creado una unidad de negocios que atiende específicamente a los viajeros LGBT. Entonces, definitivamente, creo que es algo a felicitarlos por ser hoteles tan importantes en Argentina y que seguramente muchos otros puedan copiar estas decisiones, estas acciones. Y tal vez, si ustedes me lo permiten, no sé si se los adelanté, pero tal vez a ver si alguna persona del público quisiera hacerles alguna pregunta a cualquiera de los 3. Tenemos unos poquitos minutos, pero por si alguien de repente quisiera consultar o preguntar algo sobre las políticas LGBT en alguno de estos 3 hoteles, abrimos la posibilidad para que lo hagan.
Hola, realmente no sé si es que lo que voy a hablar es algo hotelero, pero es algo como destino Buenos Aires, porque ustedes lo distinguen, es un mercado pues, que está creciendo y a nivel pues, de Latinoamérica suena. ¿Qué crees tú o qué incentivos de gobierno local, sea municipal, sea nacional, crees que es necesario para que los hoteles puedan seguir vendiendo y fomentando este tipo de turismo LGBTI, que es un gran mercado a nivel de esta ciudad para más o menos? ¿O qué cosas creerías tú que los hoteles necesitan del destino Buenos Aires, los ayuda a ustedes a seguir creciendo y a seguir vendiendo?
Yo creo que Buenos Aires hoy no tiene tantas alternativas nocturnas, bares o restaurantes como otros destinos en el mundo que son, digamos, clásicos del turismo LGBT tienen en otras partes. Creo que le falta, o sea, no tiene la cantidad de discos o bares nocturnos que inclusive supo tener en una época. Eso lo digo casi también a título personal, ¿sí? Pero no te sabría decir medidas de gobierno más exactas, digamos, no entraría en ese terreno, pero sí como parte de ese grupo.
¿Tengo oportunidad para que
seguramente.
Para mí sí, siempre se puede hacer más y creo que hoy lo que necesita Argentina son vuelos directos de más destinaciones y más barato también. Como eso creo que ayudaría hoy a incrementar, ¿no?, la demanda para la destinación.
Y yo sí agrego, ya la pregunta no era directamente para mí, pero sí comentarte que desde lo público, y tal vez por mi relacionamiento con entidades como el ProTour, como el Ministerio de Turismo, Destino Argentina, se están haciendo muchas acciones de promoción en el exterior, lo cual definitivamente están ayudando no solo a la ciudad de Buenos Aires, sino al destino en sí. Esto es un claro ejemplo de acciones que con el apoyo de lo público y de lo privado se pueden lograr. Entonces, tal vez mi respuesta sería, bueno, esto es un ejemplo y bueno, sí, y obviamente sigan participando de tantos eventos de promoción, los tradicionales, del segmento de turismo en general, como también la participación en algunas acciones orientadas específicamente a este nicho de viajeros. No sé si hay alguna otra pregunta que me gustaría, aprovechando que está Ariel de Faena, Soledad y San, por grande Alvear, hacerles en relación a allá, detrás de la colonia.
No me estoy escondiendo.
No, yo escuché con atención las exposiciones de los distintos representantes del sector hotelero. Me parece como que fuera una actitud, si llegan los tratamos bien. Entonces yo le pregunto en forma específica, ¿cuáles son las acciones específicas desde el punto de vista de todo el marketing que conocemos para vender los hoteles para el segmento receptivo? Si las hay, si no las hay también, es decir, pero me gustaría que me contestasen esa pregunta, ¿no? Esa pregunta.
Claramente hay, no es si llegan les tratamos bien. Para mí está claro que hay más y más agencias especializadas en el segmento LGBT, a lo cual, con las cuales trabajamos, así que para eso invertimos en viajes, invertimos para llegar a estas agencias, así que es algo que para mí hoy, para los hoteles Alvear, es clave.
Sí, más allá de la publicidad, que es una inversión clara, yo apuesto mucho a lo que es experiencias y ofrecer distintos productos. Y como decía antes, no solamente para este segmento, sino un poco para todos. Un mismo producto se puede replicar con otros lugares, digamos, pero dentro de la misma idea, ¿no? de viaje, dentro de la misma idea de un viaje. Pero para eso también necesitamos mucho el apoyo de agencias especializadas en este segmento que ayudan un montón a este armado de experiencias y el trabajo de hormigas, que por ahí hacemos los productos yendo puerta a puerta o participando de ciertas ferias o eventos como este destinados específicamente al segmento.
Sí, un poco los hoteles Faena, las acciones que están dirigidas concretamente a este segmento tienen que ver con el marketing y la publicidad en medios dedicados exclusivamente. No tenemos una política dentro del hotel para atender a los huéspedes del colectivo de manera distinta a la que hacemos con cualquiera de nuestros huéspedes, ¿sí? Entonces, es en realidad cuando quizás en el panel decíamos que los tratamos como cualquier huésped, en realidad porque lo tenemos naturalizado como cualquier huésped. No necesitamos saber cuál es su identidad, con quién duerme, con quién comparte la cama, para atenderlos como atendemos a cualquiera de ellos. Después, como producto, ¿qué ofrecemos como productos? Y a ver, en lo personal ofrecemos un hotel con mucha vida nocturna, bares, restaurantes, piscina de aire libre, que sabemos que eso son cosas que el segmento LGTB, digamos, compra y disfruta, y además le sumamos a un personal capacitado con la sensibilidad suficiente para jamás hacerlos sentir incómodos o sentirlos observados. Creo que eso es bastante ya para que la experiencia sea la misma de cualquier huésped en la ciudad de Buenos Aires.
Gracias por compartir. Hablaste hace un ratito sobre el tema de las salidas nocturnas en Buenos Aires y lo que le recomiendan o no le recomiendan a sus pasajeros. ¿Okay? El hecho de que, bueno, precisamente eso del trato hacia los pasajeros, eso descarto que, o sea, tratan a todos los pasajeros exactamente por igual, como un pasajero más. Volviendo al tema de las salidas, independientemente de los boliches más top y diferentes opciones que hay en la ciudad, ¿también están teniendo en cuenta las opciones de alternativas o las opciones dentro del circuito under?
Sí, en realidad, agregando un poco a la respuesta que había dado antes, es cierto que también tenemos muchos clientes que no quieren lugares específicamente o exclusivamente gays, y eso sucede mucho, pero creo que sí sigue habiendo un público que visita la ciudad de Buenos Aires que está buscando lugares donde se encuentra solamente con gente de su colectivo, y entonces a veces siento que no hay gente preparada en algunos lugares para recomendar lugares acorde al nivel o a la expectativa de ese cliente.
Si no sería una visión, pero un lugar como más bien, en vez de colectivo, más bien diverso.
Sí, lo que se conoce como alternativo, si querés, donde es mixto, hetero-friendly, digamos, hay miles de palabras hoy marketineras que se usan al respecto, pero a veces no es exactamente lo que el cliente digamos, está buscando, y a veces viene con cierta frustración porque se lo envía a un boliche donde hay gente mezclada y él estaba buscando solamente hombres, por ejemplo, por dar un ejemplo, ¿no? O pasa mucho con las mujeres también.
Hay otra pregunta. Bueno, hicimos una última pregunta.
Entiendo la mirada de diversidad e inclusión que ustedes plantean hacia afuera como parte de una filosofía, como parte de una política, pero siento que hay cierto temor a la palabra LGBT desde el punto de vista de la gestión de marketing, porque creo yo que medir no es malo. Uno puede definir hombre o mujer. Si yo quiero mejorar la experiencia de cada consumidor, también tengo que conocerlo, y yo como un negocio, ¿no es cierto?, debiese también tener acciones internas para poder mejorar esa experiencia. Muchas veces ustedes están con su tiempo acá, que debe tener un costo, ¿no es cierto?, pero un costo, ¿no es cierto?, de inversión en conocer un segmento, en stand, pero ¿qué pasa si yo no mido eso? ¿Cómo voy a ver mi retorno? Si yo no sé si efectivamente esa puesta en escena que estoy haciendo en esta feria me va a traer o no me va a traer clientes. Entonces creo que se están perdiendo una oportunidad enorme de poder mejorar la experiencia de los LGBT en sus cadenas, teniendo una mirada más bien de temor, de decir, no, ¿cómo le voy a preguntar si o no es? Mecanismos hay muchos. Me dio la sensación, digamos, de que hay como una timidez respecto de abordarlo, y creo que al contrario, los empresarios que nos dedicamos a esto, y en mi caso también como gay, creo que debemos ser más abiertos y mucho más agresivos respecto a la gestión, ¿cierto?, del mercado y ejercer frente a ese segmento.
Yo no sé si es temor, al menos yo no traté de expresar temor, me parece que no es una información que me interese demasiado. Hablo por la empresa que represento, no quiero sumar al resto de las voces. No necesito discriminarlo en una estadística, porque tampoco discrimino entre hombres y mujeres. Sé aproximadamente, porque vivo el hotel y paso muchas horas allí, más o menos cuál es mi segmento, a dónde llego. Quizás segmento en agencias, sí, seguro. Yo tengo agencias que solamente me brindan negocio LGTB y definitivamente veo de qué manera los puedo ayudar, porque yo sé que a ellos les compran exclusivamente ese nicho, pero a mí me compran muchas otras personas, y entonces por una cuestión de que todos se sientan cómodos, ¿sí? Porque también tengo un huésped que puede llegar a sentirse incómodo si yo abiertamente y explícitamente digo que soy un hotel LGTB. Trato de ser ecuánime, si querés, no sé si sería exactamente la palabra, pero en respetar en ambas posiciones, pero definitivamente con las agencias que proveen este negocio somos muy concretos y vemos con ellos que necesitan exclusivamente.
Yo creo que temor ya no hay, si no este evento ni existiría. Como para mí ya es una prueba increíble. Ahora medir y preguntar a cada pasajero cuando entran al hotel, al check-in, si son lesbiana, gay, transexual, o bisexual, como ya es entrar mucho en la privacidad de una persona. Y nuestros clientes, la mayoría acá en el hotel, requieren discreción. Y es lo único que piden. Y eso no importa si son parte del segmento LGBT o un individual como o cualquier otro cliente. Así que yo creo que si ya el temor nadie la tiene y ya nadie la tendría que tener.
Bueno, una vez más, muchísimas gracias Ariel, Soledad, Morgan, por este rato, este tiempo en su agenda, poder compartir con toda esta audiencia cómo desde sus empresas y sus hoteles viven y aplican las políticas de diversidad y de inclusión a los viajeros del segmento LGBT.
Adrián, perdón, antes de concluir, yo quería hacer la última pregunta.
Pero por favor, yo pensé que me querías redondear.
Sí, no, pregunta.
Por favor.
Más que pregunta, yo quiero compartir una anécdota. Hola. Más que anécdota, más que pregunta, yo quería compartir una anécdota con ustedes porque, fíjate vos que yo viajando una vez con mi pareja, por aquí por la región, no todos los países de la región tienen el mismo nivel de inclusión que tenemos nosotros en Argentina. Por eso se hace GNETWORK, que ya se ha destacado, es la 9ª edición, y ya se ha destacado como uno de los grandes eventos de capacitación, digamos, LGBT del mundo directamente. Entonces fuimos en esa oportunidad con mi pareja a Santiago de Chile, y nos quisimos alojar en un hotel muy importante, que no se habla del que no está porque es mala educación, pero es una cadena que empieza con S. Y entonces, bueno, nos estábamos haciendo el check-in y qué mal me sentí cuando me estaban induciendo a que yo tenía que tomar una habitación con 2 camas. Fue horrible la sensación. Entonces dije, mira, perdóname, pero vos no estás entendiendo una cosa. Nosotros vivimos juntos y dormimos los 365 días del año en una cama grande. Y vos nos querés hacer dormir las noches que nos vamos a quedar en un cuarto con 2 camas. Y bueno, y ahí entendió y existía el cuarto, pero me estaba negando el cuarto, pero me di cuenta que me estaba negando. Por eso me dio bronca. Que es lo que puede sentir cualquier persona cuando lo están induciendo a hacer una cosa que es lo que uno no quiere. Y entonces, pero el corolario de la anécdota es que nosotros acá en Buenos Aires no dormíamos en cama grande, en el cuarto teníamos 2 camas. Pero lo hice a propósito, ¿no? Porque, claro, me estaba induciendo a dormir en una cama, en 2 camas. Bueno, pero lo que yo quería resaltar era que es importantísimo también para nosotros, para los consumidores LGBT, que el personal del hotel, los funcionarios estén sensibilizados en cuanto a eso. Y yo, que soy participante de la Cámara gay lésbica, Pablo y Gustavo me han convocado a colaborar aquí para estas jornadas. Yo quería decir que es muy importante la sensibilización de los funcionarios. Porque cuando yo tengo un emprendimiento que es Patagonia, que es un site, ¿no? Y entonces yo también recomiendo servicios a los turistas. Cuando hago un site inspection a cualquier hotel, sea de 3 estrellas o de 5 estrellas, yo les pregunto, ¿el personal está sensibilizado? Mirá que puede venir una persona de aspecto común, digamos, o un señor con un florero en la cabeza. Y entonces el personal tiene que decir, primero no tiene que llamarle la atención eso, pero segundo, de última, decirle, qué lindas sus flores. Claro, qué lindas sus flores, esto es. Y después, perdón, acaba de decir el director del Faena, es recomendar también, porque cuando uno va y pregunta a la recepción, ¿sabés una tanguería gay o no sé? Lo peor que puede pasar es que digan, ese funcionario diga no, y abra las manos así como diciendo no soy gay. Esa es la cuestión. No, yo no te puedo, yo no te puedo asesorar porque no soy gay. En este sentido está la sensibilización. Eso es importantísimo lo que acaba de decir el director de FAE.
Gracias por el comentario, la observación, así como tu experiencia. Comentábamos hace 2 meses atrás en Sao Paulo, en el check-in de un hotel de Sao Paulo, de la cadena Meliá, quien me hizo el check-in era un recepcionista transexual, lo cual me pareció increíble. Era la primera vez que encontraba en la recepción de un hotel a un transexual. Me puso muy feliz, muy contento que esto sucediera en Sao Paulo. Nombraste Santiago, pero bueno, en realidad toda la región todavía tenemos mucho por recorrer. Y para ir cerrando, el año pasado en este panel, uno de los invitados hizo un comentario que todavía lo tengo muy presente y que estaba relacionado a las miradas. Gastón Mackay, un guía, está Gastón, un guía, un excelente guía y amigo de nuestro país. Él me decía, mira, a veces podemos ir al aeropuerto a recibir a una pareja LGBT. El guía, por supuesto, va muy bien preparado para dar esa recepción, esa bienvenida. El hotel puede ser cualquiera, también se va a sentir muy bienvenido, pero la mirada del chofer por el espejito, en el momento en que esos dos pasajeros, esa pareja, ese matrimonio llega a Ezeiza, suben al auto, el auto arranca hacia la ciudad, y de la emoción de decir llegamos, estamos en Sudamérica por primera vez, o el motivo del viaje que los haya traído a nuestra región, se besen. Si la mirada por el espejito del chofer es discriminatoria, arruina todo lo otro. Mi bienvenida, la que los pueda estar esperando en el hotel y la experiencia en sí. Entonces, definitivamente las miradas también son importantes. Bueno, no tenemos que ir...
Así como decías, la mirada, agrego algo que nos pasó en algunas oportunidades, lo escuché una vez y después lo viví, que a veces, así como sucede con esa mirada que uno percibe, a veces es un silencio, ese silencio mínimo de la persona que te atiende en el front desk y esa pausa que hace como para queriendo decirte sí, sea una cama matrimonial. También no es discriminatoria, te hace sentir no tan cómodo como te deberían hacer sentir. Y ser gay friendly es que yo no me dé cuenta de nada, que viva exactamente la misma experiencia que cualquier otro. Si tuviera que definirlo con esa palabra es eso. Creo que cualquiera de los hoteles que están aquí, y les agradezco, aprovecho ahora a los tres por haberse sumado, nos hacen vivir eso. No nos damos cuenta si estamos en nuestra casa o si estamos en un lugar público, porque atienden igual, atienden a todos por igual. Así que de parte nuestra, como organización, les agradecemos mucho que se hayan sumado.
Muchas gracias, un aplauso a los invitados.
Bueno, y ahora vamos a una sesión que esperábamos mucho, que es una charla en el escenario con 4 de los encargados de destinos tan importantes, quienes manejan los destinos turísticos tan importantes como Buenos Aires, Fort Lauderdale, Las Vegas y New York. Los 4 van a compartir sus experiencias y van a charlar como vivimos esta charla sobre hostelería. Queremos invitar a Gonzalo Robledo, director ejecutivo del ente de turismo de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires, a Jim McMichael por Las Vegas,
a Richard Gray y a Donna Keren, que ya es una invitada habitual de GNETWORK. ¿En serio? Y va a moderar esta charla Karina Perticone, que es la directora de promoción política internacional del Ente de Turismo de Buenos Aires. Muchas gracias, los dejo con ella.
Gracias, Pablo. Hola, buenas tardes, ¿cómo están? Aquí estamos presentándonos. Esperamos que se sienten un poquitito los que faltan. Mi nombre es Karina Perticone, soy directora de promoción turística del Gobierno de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires y estoy aquí hoy presentando este panel en lo que están Gonzalo Robredo, director ejecutivo del Ente de Turismo. Está la señora Donna Keren, que es Senior Vice President, Research Analytics, New York City. Está el señor Richard Gray, de Fort Lauderdale, Manager Director. Y está el señor Jim McMichael, de Las Vegas, Convention and Visitor Authority. Vamos a conversar sobre diferentes temas que tenemos que ver los gobiernos con este segmento. Para nosotros es muy importante. En esta semana coincide además Buenos Aires Diversa y comenzó el 1 de agosto. Para nosotros el segmento LGBTIQ es muy importante, es relevante, es uno de los más importantes para el gobierno, junto con el segmento de turismo de reuniones. Por eso trabajamos de la mano con IPROTUR y con Pablo y Gustavo con la Cámara. Hicimos coincidir la semana junto con este evento tan importante para darle la relevancia y poner el calendario este evento tan importante para la ciudad de Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires Diversa termina el domingo con varias actividades. En nuestra web se encuentra toda la información y en nuestro plan donde podemos dar la agenda de la cantidad de actividades que tenemos. Y bueno, aquí estamos ahora para empezar a conversar sobre varios temas que a ustedes les van a interesar. Bueno, empiezo con la primera pregunta. ¿Cuáles serían los atractivos y principales puntos turísticos que resultan de preferencia para el turismo internacional de este segmento? Donna.
Empezando con Nueva York. ¿Me oyen? Okay. Primero, muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes, a la ciudad de Buenos Aires por la invitación, a los organizadores de GNETWORK para la invitación la segunda vez que estoy aquí en esta ciudad. Voy a cambiar al inglés para mis compañeros. Thank you very much for having me. I think there are pictures of New York you will see passing over here on the screen. New York is an iconic destination for its history with the LGBT community. Tengo una voz muy alta. Okay. History with the LGBT community. What people come to see is our historic landmarks, the skyline of New York, but that skyline is constantly changing. So in the last year, we've opened the observation deck at One World Observatory, which is now the highest observation deck in the United States. We have added new hotels, we have added new museums. So the attractions are everything that happens from Times Square and on the street to in the bars, the restaurants, and the amazing landmarks.
Yes, please, Las Vegas.
Bueno, igualmente yo estoy aquí representando Las Vegas. Es un placer estar aquí en Buenos Aires, recibiendo la hospitalidad de los porteños. Es mi primera vez en Buenos Aires y en Argentina, entonces espero que regreso en breve para conocer el resto del país. En Las Vegas realmente lo interesante es que nuestros puntos turísticos son los mismos para la comunidad hetero y la comunidad gay y lesbiana. Ellos vienen a Las Vegas para conocer el famoso street, claro, pero el interesante es que el turista LGBT que cuando viene a Las Vegas, ellos quieren descubrir parte de la historia de Las Vegas. Ellos quieren descubrir nuestros museos, y nuestros museos no son museos clásicos de museos de arte con obras clásicos en las paredes. Nuestra arte y nuestra escultura es de nuestro pasado, la historia de Las Vegas desde 1885, cuando los pioneros estaban cruzando el oeste de los Estados Unidos para llegar a California, cuando nosotros hemos destruido los hoteles, estamos recorriendo los letreros antiguos y tenemos, y tenemos un museo de neón que un poco del antiguo de Las Vegas, de la historia de Las Vegas, de la cultura que que la gente conoce de Las Vegas antiguo. Entonces, en realidad, nosotros no somos un destino como Nueva York que tiene mucha cultura gay, tiene los raíces del movimiento gay viene de Nueva York. El origen de 1969 fue las manifestaciones en el Stonewall Inn. Nosotros no tenemos esta historia, pero desde 1955 hemos tenido un pequeño artista que se llama Liberace, que era un poco elegante en sus trajes y su piano, pero hace tiempo que hemos tenido un movimiento gay, un aspecto de LGBT en términos de turismo de Las Vegas.
Hola.
Well, Richard, you, please.
Thank you.
Open.
I feel rather inadequate here, not being able to speak Spanish and living in South Florida.
Okay, in English, perfect. I have all the question in Spanish, but all in English. I don't know that I have to have the question in English. Sorry.
Well, as some of you in this room may know, that Fort Lauderdale has become the LGBTQ capital of Florida. We have hundreds and hundreds of LGBT-owned and operated businesses. Travelers come to Greater Fort Lauderdale primarily for the sun and our 26 miles of wonderful beaches. But really, it's the neighborhood, the Wilton Manors, as I said, are hundreds and hundreds of businesses. Man About World named us Destination of the Year. The Post in Canada made us the LGBT Destination of the Year. ETN gave us their Honest Award just recently for what we're doing in diversity, particularly in transgender tourism, how we're really ahead of the curve in the market. We recently launched a gay family campaign. So we are drawing more and more and more LGBT visitors to Greater Fort Lauderdale. I think from really our marketing, because we've been marketing to this segment for 20 years. In fact, we don't call it a segment. For us, it's a market in its own right. The cruise port, as some of you may know, is the second largest cruise port in the world. And every year, Olivia, the lesbian operator, has a sailing out of Fort Lauderdale. Atlantis generally has a sailing out of Fort Lauderdale. RSVP has a sailing out of Fort Lauderdale. All these sailings bring in an enormous economic impact to the county. Last year, we believe that the LGBTQ market brought in around about conservatively 1.5 million visitors who spent $1.5 billion. And as we all know in this room, the economic impact is important because tourism creates jobs, and we have a very thriving economy in Greater Fort Lauderdale.
Thank you, Richard. Gonzalo, ¿cuáles son los atractivos principales de nuestra tan linda ciudad?
Bueno, primero, de vuelta, muchas gracias por la invitación. Un orgullo estar acá hablando sobre Buenos Aires. Creo que el atractivo más interesante de Buenos Aires, que la distingue de otras ciudades, es una ciudad nueva, es una ciudad que, configurada como está, no tiene más de 100 años. Es el resultado de un encuentro entre los criollos y los inmigrantes que se mezclaron y que generaron una increíble diversidad cultural. Es una ciudad que no tiene prejuicios, es una ciudad que no tiene mandatos, es una ciudad que no surge de la culpa ni de tradiciones religiosas intensas. Es una ciudad libre y, como tal, es una ciudad respetuosa, profundamente respetuosa, porque se generó y se desarrolló en la diversidad. La consecuencia de eso, además del respeto, es un riquísimo espectro de expresiones culturales, porque los porteños somos apasionados, somos intensos, ¿no? Nos besamos, nos abrazamos, nos pasamos horas con los amigos, pero también somos intensos en nuestra pasión por el teatro, por la literatura, en la pasión por la carne y por el vino. Y así puedo seguir con muchísimas y muchísimas expresiones culturales que hacen esa riqueza rara que tiene Buenos Aires, y tuvo la suerte además que cuando empezaba a crecer y cuando empezaba a formarse, fue una de las ciudades más ricas del mundo. Entonces creció en la opulencia y se formó en la opulencia. Esa es otra de las características raras. Creo que todo esto la hace tan amigable y tan relajada para el segmento LGBT, porque realmente creo que es un placer. Buenos Aires es una ciudad caminable, es una ciudad agradable para interactuar con los porteños, es una ciudad que ofrece actividades interesantes para todas las preferencias y todos los gustos. La verdad que me enorgullezco de que sea una ciudad tan atractiva, una de las más atractivas del mundo para el segmento LGBT. Creo que tenemos mucho por hacer todavía. No tanto, a mí no me gusta hablar de esto, vamos a hablar después de esto, pero no me gusta tanto hablar de captar como de concientizar sobre el respeto a todas las sensibilidades y ser muy específico en no herir susceptibilidades para que todos tengan una mejor experiencia cuando visitan Buenos Aires. Creo que estamos muy bien predispuestos por esto que yo decía al principio de cómo somos los porteños.
Muchas gracias, Gonzalo. Seguimos con la próxima pregunta. ¿Cuáles serían las características arquitectónicas y urbanísticas que deslumbran a un turista que visita cada una de sus ciudades? Urbanísticas o different landscapes.
Let me begin by thanking my colleague from Las Vegas for mentioning Stonewall, because that was going to be my next point. In New York City, we are a little bit older than Buenos Aires. We were founded 400 years ago by the Dutch, and they left behind an amazing cultural heritage. But in the last 400 years, we have done more to tear down buildings than to leave our history standing. It's a very modern, ever-changing situation. But 40 years ago, almost 45 years ago now, a small bar in Greenwich Village was the site of the start of the modern lesbian and gay rights movement. And amazingly, that small bar has survived. And less than a month ago, the government of the United States, my government, miraculously created that street, that park, that small little village bar as a national historic monument. This has never been done in the United States. So a piece of our history that we all know and we all celebrate has now become a national monument and a tourist attraction. And there's a picture of it circling through the slides. And when I went to take that picture the other day, I stood for 10 minutes before I got a clean shot of the bar because the people posing for selfies in front of it were not members of the LGBT community. They were tourists and families and opposite-sex couples and couples on dates who have discovered a piece of history along with all the other new and old buildings and theaters and restaurants and apartment buildings and architecture, bridges, and everything else. For us, this moment that celebrates the start of a struggle also celebrates the successes, the logros that we have made in almost 50 years and are going to continue to celebrate and keep changing. So you can come to New York for we have 60 million visitors a year. There are 60 million different reasons people come to New York. And the same is true for the community. Every LGBT visitor who comes to New York has a different reason. But this particular moment in our history, I can't tell you how many of us stood on the street with tears in our eyes. And it made me smile and laugh and cry to look at who was actually standing there the day I went to take that picture. So it's architecture from the very smallest little restaurant bar that makes you feel at home to the grandest building, to standing 103 stories above the city and being able to see 20 miles 30 kilómetros in any direction.
Jim.
La pregunta fue de la arquitectura.
De la arquitectura y qué características urbanísticas. Claro, Las Vegas tiene mucho.
Bueno, en realidad nosotros destruimos, si tiene más de 50 años, estamos destruyendo todo y reconstruyendo otra vez. No, en realidad Las Vegas tiene muchas oportunidades de conocer nuestros pasados. Arquitecturalmente nosotros tenemos el Fremont Street que está en el centro, que es el clásico de Las Vegas. Lo que todo el mundo piensa del neón, de los casinos originalmente es que abrieron en 1931. Esta es una área de la ciudad muy tradicional para el turista que le interesa la arquitectura y un poco de la historia, como estaba diciendo antes. Y además de eso, tenemos un movimiento como Palm Springs, tenemos un movimiento hoy en día de remodelar y restablecer estas comunidades más antiguas en el centro que representa la época de 1950 y la construcción de las casas de mid-century modern, como se llama en los Estados Unidos, del siglo 1950. Pensamos en la casa de nuestros padres cuando los shows antiguos de los Estados Unidos. Pero la arquitectura más espectacular de Las Vegas, además de los hoteles de 5 estrellas, que son inversiones de millones y billones de dólares, que es un espectacular cada uno en sí mismo, es la naturaleza que está alrededor de Las Vegas. Los parques nacionales que están alrededor de Las Vegas, el Grand Canyon y los parques del estado que están alrededor de Las Vegas. Es algo muy importante para la gente que van a pasar tiempo en Las Vegas y quieren conocer más que el tradicional.
Gracias, Jim. Richard.
Well, Greater Fort Lauderdale is, we celebrated our centennial last year, so architecturally it's, unfortunately we're tearing a lot of our buildings down, but we're primarily mid-century modern and sort of classic contemporary, if you like. And we've become more what I would define as organic luxe, as the destination has grown and grown in popularity over the last 20 years. And we've moved away from what I would define as maybe a crumbling spring break mecca to this organic luxe destination that has a Four Seasons on the way, that has a Ritz-Carlton, that has a Conrad Hilton, whatever. And this has all happened organically, and it just basically, I think a lot of it has to do, truthfully, with the LGBT market, how we've grown, and that the gays tend to gravitate towards destinations that are evolving and becoming a little bit more hip and edgy. And so I think that's my reply to that.
Okay, thank you. Gonzalo.
Bueno, Buenos Aires tiene una enorme diversidad arquitectónica, de estilos arquitectónicos. Creo que una de las grandes ventajas, como decía hace poco, es que cuando Buenos Aires empezó a crecer agresivamente, a mediados del siglo pasado, era muy rica, tenía mucha plata que venía de la riqueza de la Pampa, y entonces uno puede ver increíbles palacios de estilo francés, puede ver en la avenida Alvear, puede ver el edificio Cábana, puede ver arquitectura Déco, arquitectura Nouveau, de enorme calidad, de cantidad de construcción. Eso no es muy común en Latinoamérica. Todavía se ve los edificios en un estado de mantenimiento increíble, que son un orgullo para la ciudad. Y a nivel urbano, tuvimos un visionario que fue Sarmiento, que, por ejemplo, trajo de Nueva York la idea de Central Park. Palermo es Central Park en Buenos Aires. Y no solamente eso, sino que además tuvo la genialidad de traer un paisajista francés, que fue Taís, que trajo los increíbles árboles que tenemos en Buenos Aires, los jacarandás, los lapachos, los palos borrachos, que nos dan esas flores maravillosas, violetas en marzo y en noviembre, que tienen esas flores increíbles rosas. Hay una propuesta urbana en Buenos Aires y creo que es interesante descubrirla. Vamos a trabajar mucho para difundir eso, pero todo esto va a ser el atractivo de Buenos Aires, claramente, ¿no? Que hubo un diseño urbano de paisajismo y calidad de construcción.
Muchas gracias. Oferta gastronómica. ¿Qué es lo que más se destaca para el segmento? ¿Qué es más lo que eligen? diferentes tipos de comida que estén eligiendo, más allá de las comidas típicas de cada uno, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que más eligen? Sí, dale. Perfecto.
Buenos Aires, Buenos Aires tiene un atractivo obvio a nivel gastronómico, que es la carne, ¿no? Si no hay ningún secreto. ¿Se escucha bien? Bueno, igual yo tengo un tono de voz bastante potente. La carne claramente es el atractivo como producto gastronómico de la ciudad de Buenos Aires, creo que es el legado de la pampa, de lo criollo, de lo que trajeron los gauchos, esta carne increíble. Y ahora con un muy buen vino, que es una novedad en Argentina de los últimos 20 años, diría yo, y que en los últimos años ha enriquecido muchísimo, porque por primera vez los candidatos a cocineros argentinos fueron a entrenarse en la meca de la gastronomía, que fue España. España en los últimos 20 años innovó a nivel mundial gastronómicamente, entonces nuestros cocineros se entrenaron en español, en su mismo idioma, cuando antes lo hacían en francés y aprendían mucho menos. Eso está generando un efecto derrame enorme en la ciudad de Buenos Aires, no solamente por propuestas de alta gastronomía y de técnicas modernas, reinventando la cocina porteña, sino que además hasta en los más básicos bodegones, hoy vos ves innovación, calidad y técnica. Así que creo que es un momento increíble de Buenos Aires en cuanto a su oferta gastronómica y bueno, se ve que empieza a ser cada vez más atractivo esto en las preferencias de los visitantes.
I would define maybe the cuisine in Fort Lauderdale as Floridian, which is a cross between Florida and Caribbean, with what I would say a Latin flair, because the Latin community is just growing and growing and growing in Greater Fort Lauderdale. I think I would say that was the definition of the cuisine here. We know how important food is to travellers. And we are in our second year of what we call the Taste of Fort Lauderdale, and we're feeding off the South Beach Wine and Food Festival. It's coming, and that's sort of growing and growing and growing with us as we get more and more top chefs coming to Fort Lauderdale.
Bueno, siendo una ciudad al medio del desierto no tenemos comida, importamos todo, pero por causa de siendo una ciudad tan internacional como Las Vegas, nosotros tenemos mucha influencia de las culturas filipinas, chinos, mexicanos y hasta los indígenas que estaban en Las Vegas por mucho tiempo antes. Entonces, para nosotros que vivimos allá, el más interesante es descubrir estos restaurantes en varios barrios del destino, que no es algo que es tan atractivo para el turista, pero al contrario, para el turista somos un destino hiper popular por los que son culinarios, porque tenemos casi todos los top chefs del mundo completo tienen restaurante en Las Vegas hoy en día. Algunos ya tienen varios restaurantes. Y el bueno que para nosotros es que esta influencia de la cocina de estos chefs que son reconocidos por todo el mundo, los que están entrenando y los que están trabajando en sus cocinas, a los pocos ellos están abriendo sus propios restaurantes por Las Vegas también. Entonces eso ofrece algo atractivo para la gente que quiere descubrir la cocina fuera de Las Vegas. Pero en realidad nosotros somos un destino internacional con comida de todas partes del mundo.
Muy difícil contestar después de ellos, esta vez en español, porque vamos a competir. Nueva York y Las Vegas, tenemos una competencia con muchos, discúlpame, pero muchos de los restaurantes y los chefs que ya están en Las Vegas empezaron en Nueva York. ¿Ok? Amigos, la cosa con Nueva York empieza un poco con la cultura, y digo como antropóloga, con cultura con C minúscula. Siendo una ciudad de inmigrantes, de nuestra tradición culinaria empieza en la casa, en las comunidades, en las culturas de los inmigrantes y en sus barrios. Y nosotros, los residentes, empezamos a buscar lo más auténtico, lo más nuevo, la innovación, probar algo nuevo. Y de allí empieza el crecimiento. Fuera de mi edificio, en el mero centro de Nueva York, hay un food truck que vende tacos de Guerrero en México, que son iguales a los que he comido en México, a un precio muy bajo, y la cola todos los días. Vas a ver todos los obreros de las cocinas que son de Puebla, en México, esperando sus tacos, y ya saben que es comida auténtica. Y para el turista es lo mismo. Algunos de los lugares más populares ahora son los outdoor fairs, the food halls, lugares donde empresarios chiquitos con una receta de su mamá, su abuela o su mente tienen un puesto chiquito y están vendiendo comida artesanal con varias invenciones, y estos son lugares muy populares. Hay más de 36,000 restaurantes en la ciudad de Nueva York, y 300 de los mejores participan en un programa que fomentamos nosotros que se llama Restaurant Week. Fue la primera semana de restaurantes desde 1992. Ahora somos 300 restaurantes que ofrecen una comida a precio fijo, 3 cursos, comida a mediodía o cena en la noche, y vendemos miles y miles y miles de comidas. Vale la pena, si están planeando una visita a Nueva York, pase a finales de enero, 3 semanas, mediados de julio hasta agosto, ya está en Nueva York. 4 semanas, vale la pena para poder probar todas las comidas, pero es todo a base de la diversidad de la comunidad de Nueva York. Inmigrantes como Buenos Aires, inventos caribeños y de todo el mundo en Nueva York.
Muchas gracias. Y ustedes también tienen muchos food trucks en varios lugares, ¿no? Como este mexicano, comida halal. ¿Cómo conviven estos food trucks con el resto de los restaurantes de... ¿Qué pregunta, no? De la zona.
Los food trucks. Mientras no se estacionen enfrente de un restaurante, están bien. Y en algunos casos es un paso hacia un restaurante. Pero están bajo los mismos reglamentos de limpieza, de inspecciones. Es un cambio de precio, más que nada. Un taco en food truck de mi oficina vale $2.50. Un taco en un restaurante, $6. Es una diferencia bastante grande. Obviamente están pagando meseros y lavatrastes y todo el mundo. Y tenemos ahora de restaurantes mexicanos de 5 estrellas que están en la lista de Michelin, que están listados como de los mejores, 50 mejores restaurantes del mundo. Y esto es parte de lo que ve. Se puede tener la experiencia como visitante en Nueva York, desde $2.50 hasta una comida con 21 platos por $200 o más. Es la parte que se puede hacer entrando a cualquier nivel.
Perfecto. Tema compras. Para nosotros sabemos que la Ciudad de Buenos Aires, el segmento, compra arte, compra antigüedades. ¿Cómo es en sus ciudades? ¿Qué es lo que más compran? Diseño, moda, arte, antigüedades.
Bueno, Las Vegas es un destino de compras de alto nivel. Nosotros tenemos hoy en día en los grandes hoteles de Las Vegas las marcas más famosas de todo el mundo. Estamos como en la Quinta Avenida de Nueva York, pero todo más próximo. Quiere decir que uno pasa horas transitando en Nueva York para ir de una tienda al otro, y en Las Vegas uno se puede hacerlo apenas cruzando la calle. Y es un destino un poco deslumbrante, porque ¿quién pensó que 4 tiendas de Louis Vuitton pueden existir en apenas 4 cuadras, en apenas 5 o 6 kilómetros existe 6 tiendas de Louis Vuitton, o 4 tiendas de Louis Vuitton. Entonces, es realmente un destino un poco chocante, impactante con la calidad de las compras, pero al igual tenemos el viernes, el primer viernes de todos los meses tenemos un feria artesanal donde la gente que cría sus propias joyerías, sus propias ropas, tienen una posibilidad de exponer su ropa, y en el centro donde estamos teniendo un renacimiento del centro hay tiendas que están abriendo y están cultivando el ambiente de Las Vegas, están tratando de crear una comunidad de costura, una comunidad de crear sus propias marcas de ropa en Las Vegas.
Gracias, Richard.
Well, Fort Lauderdale is the Venice of America, and we have the largest boat show in the world. It's held every year in November, and 80% of the world's yachts are actually purchased in Greater Fort Lauderdale. So if you've got 100 million or 200 million or 300 million, come to Fort Lauderdale, come to the boat show. But if that's not in your budget, we have Sawgrass Mills, which is the second largest attraction in the state of Florida after Disney. So it is the world's largest outlet mall. So visitors come to Miami, they come to Fort Lauderdale, they come to Palm Beach, but they all drive out to Sawgrass Mills and buy suitcases and suitcases and fill them up with incredible bargains at Gucci outlet, Prada, Versace. It's across the board. So in many ways, Sawgrass Mills is a destination in itself that people come not just to go to our wonderful beaches, but really to fill their suitcases with great bargains. So $100 million yachts and great prices at Prada.
Thank you.
Me rindo. Bueno, obviamente es difícil competir, ¿no? contra las ciudades que me acompañan. Además que en los últimos años la verdad que hemos perdido bastante de la oferta de compras de marcas internacionales, pero creo que es difícil venir a Buenos Aires para eso, ¿no? Creo que en Buenos Aires lo que sí tenemos excelente en cuanto a compras es el cuero. El cuero sigue siendo uno de los mejores cueros del mundo, zapatos, camperas, pero además lo que es muy interesante es que en Buenos Aires, y ahora dentro de poco van a ver, estamos trabajando en eso, hay una excelente oferta de arte popular latinoamericano, ¿no? Es decir, hay increíbles textiles andinos, se encuentra algo de sobería pampeana, se encuentra muy buena platería, y eso es raro a nivel mundial de encontrar, ¿no? Es decir, este es un destino único y estamos preparando en el ente circuitos para sorprenderlos con esto, donde puedan ir a comprar y encontrar algo distinto. Y además, lo que es muy rico, que también estamos ahora dando a luz, es todo lo que hay de diseño joven, de moda, de diseño industrial en Palermo, que es un centro fascinante de compras, que además es caminable de vuelta, siempre es agradable caminar por Palermo. Las vidrieras son súper interesantes y son distintas porque son todas de diseño porteño propio, así que hay mucho para comprar también en Buenos Aires.
Sumo también que el barrio de San Telmo, donde están todos los anticuarios, uno de los preferidos de este segmento, y arte, ¿no? Con Arteba, con las ferias Puro Diseño también, son muy buena oferta, que es lo que ofrece la ciudad de Buenos Aires. Donna, para contestarle a tu...
Sí, un poco de... lo de ir de compras es parte del rito de visitar a Nueva York. Cuando vienen los visitantes internacionales, 95% de los visitantes indican que van de compras en la ciudad de Nueva York. Y entre ellos gastan unos 12.000 millones de dólares al año en compras. Es un esfuerzo muy importante. Al otro lado, los visitantes nacionales no están tan involucrados en compras. Tienen las mismas tiendas en sus shopping malls, en sus ciudades de otras partes. La idea de turismo y shopping es mucho más importante para la población internacional. y que buscan desde lo más lujoso como Louis Vuitton hasta la artesanía en las ferias. Y les aseguro que aquí en Buenos Aires yo estoy gastando. He empezado y estoy gastando. Y Carolina sabe que la cosa que busco al principio es una proletera, porque esto no se consigue en los Estados Unidos. Ya tengo 3, voy por 4.
Proletera, ¿no?
Sí.
Proletera.
Proletera.
Entiendo que es para proletas.
Sí, porque esto no se consigue en los Estados Unidos. Y de diseño y otras cosas. Pero esto es parte, yo veo que la gente viene, algunos, para comprar algo que lleva logotipo de I Love New York o New York City o algo así. Hay otros que vienen porque van a comprar algo que se siente mucho de la experiencia y otros que vienen porque van a comprar su vestido de boda o otra cosa. La gente viene buscando diferentes cosas. Y en las ciudades que tiene outlet mall o tiendas o zonas, todos los turistas van descubriendo, es una manera de jalar a la gente fuera del centro, fuera de los lugares más icónicos, porque están buscando algo muy típico o muy especial, muy importante para ellos.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, para finalizar, lo que queremos preguntarle es cómo encaran las acciones de promoción, más allá de participar en ferias, si hacen activaciones, si tienen diferentes tipos de eventos en sus ciudades, los parades, cómo ustedes lo manejan, ¿no?
Deberías contestar vos esa pregunta, me parece, ¿no?
Bueno, pero vos sos el director ejecutivo, entonces tenés que vos.
A ver, la verdad que promoción funciona muy bien. Nosotros tenemos presencia muy activa en las ferias más importantes del mundo y generalmente, yo diría que el segmento LGBT posiblemente sea el mejor, de lo mejorcito que representamos afuera. Es un orgullo nuestros stands en Berlín, etc. La verdad que estamos muy presentes y siempre ponemos mucho énfasis y mucho entusiasmo y compromiso e inversión en mostrar todos los atractivos que tiene Buenos Aires para LGBT. Y creo que somos muy eficientes en eso, porque lo hacemos con ganas. Marcelo Costa, Pablo, Gustavo, realmente hacen un trabajo increíble. Creo que vamos a seguir incrementando, ahora quedamos en reunirnos para ver cómo podemos potenciar ahora que justamente estamos trabajando en equipo, estamos mejor, trabajando todos juntos, siempre se trabaja mejor cuando se trabaja juntos. Y creo que también hay que hacer mucho en Buenos Aires, esto que hablaba al principio con respecto a concientizar, con respecto a hablar, no solamente por un tema de respeto, sino por un tema comercial, es decir, la importancia que tiene en los ingresos de toda la cadena de servicios hoteleros, turísticos, los ingresos que generan el segmento LGBT. Y queremos ahondar en eso, queremos hacer propuestas más específicas, ir más profundo y que cuando uno venga a Buenos Aires ya tenga más claro qué visitar de acuerdo a sus preferencias. Y bueno, en eso estamos.
Siempre trabajo conjunto con Marcelo en el Pro Tour y bueno, sumándonos ahora a muchas más cosas el año que viene, con Pablo y con Gustavo también. Richard?
Well, we actually started our LGBT initiative 20 years ago, which was very early on. We didn't have the courage to say the word gay then, we used rainbow, and we started with a budget of $35,000, which 20 years ago was an awful lot of money. And gradually, with those baby steps, we became more and more confident, and we educated our local elected officials, and we could see that we were getting a great return on our investment, and that was of course extremely important for us as a county, because as a convention and visitors bureau we're funded by bed tax, and we're primarily a sales and marketing organisation, and my job is to what I would put lesbian, gay, transgender, bisexual, questioning people, put their bums in our beds. So it's been very, very successful for us. Last year, as I think I may have said earlier, 1.5 million LGBT people came to Fort Lauderdale and spent $1.5 billion. so we know it works. 15% of our web traffic focuses on our LGBTQ landing page. We've always tried to be ahead of the curve. You know, 20 years ago you could just put a rainbow flag in your window or on an ad and, you know, all these gays and lesbians would all of a sudden knock on your door and want business. But it's far more competitive. We're very savvy now, and you know, we know what we want. And we tend to work, I think, with brands who are supporting our causes, if you like. And I think in many ways, corporate America is now leading the way in the LGBT market. So, you know, as I said, you know, I travel a lot. I speak in different countries, attend different trade shows, but I like really to bring media to Greater Fort Lauderdale and let them experience the destination and see the comfort and ease of the destination. And as we're looking for more and more of a millennial traveler, so our marketing is becoming less and less print and more social media and more Instagram and more Periscope and whatever. So we try and be ahead of the curve as far as our other destinations.
Bueno, para Las Vegas, además de participar en las ferias internacionales como la mayoría de los destinos que están buscando clientes de leisure o también en el mercado LGBT, nosotros hacemos patrocinios con eventos que están en otros destinos donde nosotros vamos a tener alcance al mercado LGBT para recordarles que Las Vegas es un destino bueno para ellos. De las pesquisas que hemos hecho en Las Vegas, lo interesante es que el motivo para el turista LGBT para venir a Las Vegas es exactamente el mismo motivo del mercado hetero. Ellos están viniendo para los hoteles, los casinos, los shows, la diversión que ofrece el destino de Las Vegas. No están viniendo, por ejemplo, a Fort Lauderdale, que tiene un barrio gay. Nueva York también tiene ciertas áreas de la ciudad que son tradicionalmente gay. Nosotros en Las Vegas eso no existe. Entonces lo que nosotros promovemos para el destino es que es un destino gay friendly, que recibe de todas partes del mundo y de todas categorías de gente. Tenemos varios eventos en Las Vegas que atraen mucha gente del mercado LGBT, especialmente de abril hasta octubre, eventos transexuales, eventos lesbianas, eventos gays. Y nosotros siempre estamos promoviendo eso. Como Richard estaba diciendo, el otro challenge, ¿cómo decir en español? Desafío. El otro desafío que nosotros tenemos es que estamos tratando de alcanzar tres mercados. El mercado de los baby boomers, los que nacieron antes de 1964, que ellos, y como ellos están consumiendo la media, es diferente que los que tienen 21 años o 25 años. Entonces, como Richard está diciendo, estamos siempre tratando de buscar métodos nuevos para alcanzar este público, pero cuando tienen que trabajar entre tres generaciones es un poco difícil. Pero nuestras estadísticas muestran que casi un tercio de cada población viene a Las Vegas. Los que tienen 50 para arriba, los de 35 a 50 y los de 21 años hasta 35 años. Digamos, es muy equilibrado en términos de la llegada de turistas LGBT en Las Vegas.
Ok, Donna.
En torno a la comunidad LGBT y turismo, estoy de acuerdo con mis colegas. Lo que vemos es que son viajeros primero, que buscan cultura o gastronomía o experiencia o un fin de semana de descanso. Y lo más importante para nosotros en nuestra company, que es Destination Marketing Organization, es no hacer el mismo trabajo que el centro LGBT o una marca de hotel, es de comunicar el bienvenido a la ciudad de Nueva York, es ayudar a la gente a encontrar lo que están buscando por medio de publicaciones, por medio de nuestra representación página web, por medios sociales y presencia en los grandes congresos de turismo en todo el mundo. Y no vamos a suplementar lo que hace lo que se llama en Nueva York Heritage of Pride, que es la marcha a final de junio. Esto este año atrajo 2 millones de gente y era un desfile que duró casi 8 horas. Nosotros lo que podemos hacer es dar acceso a gente que no está seguro, si es seguro venir, si es posible venir, si hay hoteles, si hay restaurantes. Es un poco diferente de mis colegas que tienen que ver mucho con cuestiones de los fondos de la organización, que es para otra discusión. No tenemos mucho presupuesto para anuncios y publicitarios, pero sí trabajamos a nivel de comunicaciones y marketing. Y darle bienvenido, esto es lo más importante, a todos.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Les damos las gracias a todos por haber venido y por haber compartido sus experiencias para con todos nosotros. Y damos por finalizada esta charla. Ahora le paso el micrófono.
Realmente un honor y un lujo para GNETWORK tener a los organismos oficiales de turismo, de destinos tan consolidados para el turismo LGBT, como son Fort Lauderdale, Nueva York, Las Vegas y claro, lógicamente Buenos Aires. Bueno, la gente de Buenos Aires vino acompañada, entonces tiene una sorpresa, por favor no se vayan porque vamos a despedir con ritmo de tango, con ritmo de nuestra ciudad, la jornada de hoy. Los esperamos a todos mañana. Gracias. Gracias a todos, los esperamos mañana 9:45.